TikTok time to rock. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon to everyone who's watching from all over the world. It's your friendly neighborhood philosopher here, D Wood. Some of you think that the cops got me, that I've gone back to prison because I wasn't on time. Turns out sometimes I'm just not on time, but the cops will never get me. They can't. I'm too slippery for the police to capture. So we're talking today about the D Wood controversy, one of the most important topics ever. Hey, look, we got a apostate prophet there. Got a apostate prophet. He can't be on this show. He's got a terrible bad attitude. Oops, hang on. I forgot to get Giant DOC in here. 1 second. Yo, you guys there? Hang on, I gotta click on you. Yeah. Yep, you guys there?
Yo.
Oh, sorry about that.
We are.
Yeah, so
we are here.
We got Giant DOC in here. But anyway, guys, turns out there's been quite the controversy over D Wood.
Really?
Yeah. Weird situation.
Over you.
Never. How can that be?
Yeah, so I said a bunch of stuff in an epic live stream considered by many to be the greatest live stream of all time. And, of course, our Muslim friends, as I told them to, cut some stuff, made some clips, passed those clips around. And the clip, of course, didn't contain everything that led up to the clip. And a bunch of people ran with that. But I went to a conference, and I was at the conference, and all I interacted with was a few tweets. So articles were being written. I still haven't read any of the articles. I pulled them up. I understand there were some edits to the original one, which so I don't even have access to the original, but
I do.
Yeah, Jai does. So we're gonna go through the articles. So there's I think there are two Royce Report articles, and then there is a Protestia article and just an article on some other Christian news site. So we're going to take a look at those. And what I want to get to is lots of tweets by people. And here's the thing, guys. Here's the situation we're in. Here's the situation. You need what are called watchdog ministries. You need, and a lot of times that has like a negative connotation, like ministries that just spend all their time attacking everyone else or something like that. You need ministries and individuals and so on who are calling out and exposing abuses in churches and so on. So you really, really, really need that. It's important. And you need ministries and individuals who watch out for the best interests of abuse victims and so on. But sometimes people can be out of line in certain ways. And sometimes I would say you can get people who are so focused on what they're doing that they end up doing harm. And you can even end up with situations where you have abusive people who work their way into a situation where they can be abusive and you can't challenge them on it because they're the defenders of the abuse victims. In other words, it's sort of like Jordan Peterson talked about this. He talked about people with the dark tetrad of personality traits and so on. Like your psychopaths, your narcissists, things like that. They can actually work themselves into situations where it's hard to call them out or question them because people don't want to hurt something that they care about. So if you could have a psychopath or a narcissist as a pastor or something like this and could be damaging people around him, but you can't call him out because he's too awesome for your church. And I understand that's part of the concern about me is that I'm basically Jack the Ripper, according to some people. And I've worked myself into an apologetics YouTube channel just to cover my evil deeds. And so we got some people arguing that. But here's the thing. It's just as you need ministries that can call out and expose abuses in the church. What happens if you have bad behavior, terrible behavior, abusive behavior in the ministries that have put themselves forward to protect abuse victims and so on, and they get into a situation where you can't call them out, right? So they can say something horrible to you, but if you respond to them, they go, "Up, see, you're on the side of the abusers, whereas we're on the side of the victims. So you're evil." And so any behavior that you exhibit is just going to be evil and so on. So you have people like that. And so it's interesting. You kind of have to call that out too, because here's the situation, guys. I wasn't familiar with Julie Royce or any of the other people. Wasn't familiar with them. And so my first sort of initiation into this was a couple weeks ago or whatever, when everyone's blasting me, not in a Zoot sense, but everyone's blasting me. And so I'm sitting there looking at this going, whoa, this is a pretty toxic environment here. And keep in mind, if you're saying David did this, shame on him, that was evil, and shame on him for this, for the way he did this or something like that, I'm totally fine with that. I knew what I was doing when I was blurting stuff out. I knew it was totally reasonable. It would be totally reasonable to condemn certain things and so on. So that's totally normal. But what happens when people are like even saying like false things and you can't respond to them? They can say something completely wrong and false, and if you respond to it, I'm not talking about myself, by the way. I'm talking about the people who are arguing and stuff. And I would see people correct something, because you had this weird division. You had basically people who've known me for years or been following me for years, and people who watched the entire live stream. They tended to all be on my side. And all the people who weren't familiar with me, didn't know me, and just based their impression on the YouTube clip and an article or some tweets, they were calling me out for various things, and so they're exposing me and saying I need to step down and I can't do YouTube anymore and stuff like that because of these things. And so what would happen is they would say David Wood is this and this and this and this and that. Someone who actually knows me would jump in and say, actually, that's incorrect, and then it would be, you're a rape apologist. Look at this toxic environment here and so on. So anyway, that's been kind of the situation. And so here's, again, you need ministries that are calling out and exposing terrible behavior and abuses. But those people who are in those ministries need to be accountable as well, and need to have, let's just say, good methods that aren't gospel undermining or destructive in themselves. So that's what we're here to do. We're going to check some things out. So what is this? We got some super chats here. I'm wondering if we should even cover super chats. What do you guys think of all this? We got Giant DOC here. Yeah, so guys, as far as Giant DOC, I was at a conference and I was working on multiple presentations and so on. And then when I wasn't working on a presentation, we would jump on live. So I paid attention for maybe 10 minutes. During the time when all this was setting off. I basically read a few tweets and responded to a few tweets along the way. And that's usually very quick. Glance at a tweet, respond to it real quick. So I wasn't paying a lot of attention to it, but apparently things changed. Articles were modified and so on. So I missed that kind of the whole beginning there. And so Giant DOC were actually responding to things in live streams and so on. So they were following it. So they're going to update me on things. And then we're going to go through the articles as they stand now. And we'll go through tweets and get some other perspectives. And hey, where people are right, then I'll acknowledge they're right. And if it's debatable, I'll say, okay, you may be right. I'm not sure, but here's something to think about. And if something seems wrong or off, we'll point that out as well. So that's what we're doing. So I guess we'll start off. And guys, just to give everyone a heads up here. So I invited all the main people who'd been I mean, there were a couple of others but they had like blocked me or something like that. So I didn't even know who it was, but other people had been watching them. So I got kind of most of them, and I invited them all to join me live. No one no one wanted to join me. Julie is kind of in a different category because we've talked and we're planning on doing something maybe in the future. We haven't ironed out any plans yet, but we'll probably be doing something. But I put her on the list just in case. I didn't know if she would want to jump in, but I put it there just in case she did. But so no one wanted to join. Looks like me and Julie may do something in the future going through this, but everyone else was invited. But we've got their tweets too, so we've got their criticisms. But why won't they face me like a man? No, I'm just kidding. No one has to join me live. But yeah. So anyway, if you're wondering why no one that I invited joined me, I don't know. But we got their tweets, so we'll go through their tweets. All right, guys. So what are you thinking about all this stuff?
So just as a way of like background to Julie Royce, I listened to a debate that she hosted many years ago. I think I was like so long ago. I think I was a teenager then, and it was a debate between Dr. Michael Brown and someone else, and there was, should Christians change their views on homosexuality? So I followed Dr. Brown a lot back then, and so I heard that debate, and so that was the first time I ever heard of Julie Royce. Haven't heard of her again until, oddly enough, linked with Dr. Brown again. The thing that came out actually about a year from today, she had, done a couple articles on him and scandals that he's been involved in and whether he's covered them up or not. And so that's the only exposure I've ever had to her. So I heard a debate that she hosted with Dr. Brown, and then I saw articles she posted where she goes after Dr. Brown, exposing him on certain things, or covering the different scandals that he has been covering up or he's been involved in, or something like that.
Yeah, let me just toss something in there real quick because as I mentioned, I wasn't familiar with Julie or any of the others. I'm trying to think. I knew who Carson Whitenauer is because he worked with RZIM when Nabil was there, so I was familiar with him. Other than that, I'm trying to think if I knew who anyone was. I can't think of anyone that I was familiar with. But yeah. So my initial reaction to Julie Royce was, she's saying all these things. I'm reading people's tweets and she's saying all these things and that they're wrong. She's saying things that are false and so on. So that's I'm not going through again. I didn't even read the article, but that's what people are saying. So I was just thinking, okay, maybe toxic personality or something like that. I don't know. Figure it out later. But someone whose opinion I respect highly called me when I was leaving Boston. I was at the airport, and he said, "Hey, I'm basically concerned because Julie Royce does a lot of good work, and I don't know why she doesn't see it, but she's just wrong on this right now." And this is, I don't know if this is before changes are made or whatever, but he was saying she's just wrong in the way she's approaching this. But I have a concern that this would discredit her good work. Like, I'm concerned that this is going to, when she's doing good work, people are going to think, oh, we don't listen to her because isn't she the lady who was saying these things about David Wood and so on. So anyway, again, there's a person I trust. So if he says she does lots of good work, I don't know, but I'll take him. I know him well enough to take him at his word. And so I'm assuming that she does really good work. And guess what? If she's doing good work, I'm just not going to hold it against her that, some things are wrong in an article, or even if she went too far in something like that. I'm kind of the last person who's going to say, oh, you did this, and so you're done. You're gone. It's too late for you. It's okay. If you got some things wrong or something like that, fix that and move on and be more careful next time. So that would be my attitude. So anyway, that's kind of my attitude with any, it's kind of my attitude. Okay.
I just want to say in regards to that though, okay, let's say that if the sins that you had talked about committing back when you were 18 before you were Christian, if that had actually happened like last week while you were Christian, then okay, whatever legal things would happen. Let's say that's all taken care of legally. People wouldn't, you put you in a position where you're ministering around or being around, children again, right? So for her, her thing is reporting on people. Her reputation matters in what she reports, how she reports things. So it's a situation where I think that if she is exposed as someone who deceptively frames things or is misleading in certain ways or even lies about certain things, I think that does taint her, and it might disqualify her. She's talking about you being disqualified. I think that what she did to you should disqualify her, but I wouldn't even know who to complain to, because I don't know, what I was saying was, I don't know anything about her other than she hosted Dr. Brown. Then the thing with Dr. Brown, that's all I knew about her. Then the stuff that she did on you, that's my only exposure to her, was those 3 different things. So I have no idea. I can't verify or testify to any good works that she may or may not have done. But from what I saw and what I could verify, I could tell that what she passes off as good reporting and reliable reporting and things like that, I would not trust her at all. Me personally.
Well,
Um,
the
okay.
sorry, the trouble is, even if you wouldn't disqualify her good work, the public will. For the simple reason is, like, if you use a comparison, a doctor who's always been honest, let's say he lies about one patient when it's really important in a report, you can't then expect future patients to trust him if his integrity and honesty has been questioned. So even if you forgive it or don't want to disqualify her earlier work, because her work is based on truthful reporting on others, if she makes one big mistake, let's say, and doesn't apologize quickly or retract it quickly enough with humility, it's going to be out of our hands as to how she'll be perceived later, even if she brings more good work to the surface. Because how do we know then? How do we trust what she's bringing?
Yeah. So I'm not familiar with anything that she's just like lying about, and so, but you guys can
when we go through the article, you'll see.
Well, as far as I understand, someone else wrote the article, and apparently he also normally does good work, but it was a 6-hour live stream, so he used like an AI summary and got some things wrong, and of course they're being told all kinds of things, and so apparently there wasn't like just due diligence in verifying everything, and so it was an issue of correcting some mistakes. But so for things like that, I mean, we're YouTubers. I've had situations where there's a terrorist attack and I say something and you find out more details later and you got things wrong and so on. So anyway, the point is, yes, should be careful and so on. But if you correct it and correct the mistakes and stuff like that, and in other words, I'm gonna probably judge them based on the article as it is now. We'll take a look at that. But yeah, so I understand.
By the way,
I understand that there will be like trust issues and stuff like that. But I'm just saying it's not.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone has off days and gets things wrong here and there, and so yeah, we'll see. I wouldn't hold that against them. If it depending on how it looks, but I don't know. That's what I'm about to find out.
Yeah, you'll see.
You'll find,
But she does take responsibility over the article. She refers to it as her, like, our article, or we wrote. So even though, and plus, it's the Royce report, it's all in her name anyway. So even if it's someone publishing under her, which is the case, that is true. Mark Kellner published under her, which is correct. But she's the one who is responsible for what's being published on her organization, and she does take responsibility for that when she says we wrote or we did this or we did. So she does speak like that. But I don't know how you want to go about this, but we do have some slides we can go through, and we can go through like some of her tweets, and then we can go through the article, or if you wanted to go through your stuff first, however you want to do that.
Yeah, guys, whatever you need to do to kind of bring me up to date. And then once we're up to basically, I think there are 2 articles. There's one that is now the current version of the article about me. And then there's the Can a Psychopath Be in Ministry or something like that. We'll take a look at that. But yep. So.
So yeah, this for me, I just have to apologize in advance to the people, but this is like an emotive thing for me. I was one of the people that, it did affect me emotionally, because I actually when I see someone, and it's not just that I know David, or it's like when I see someone being so misrepresented, like that's what made me do the stream. The stream wasn't, oh, David is my friend, I want to go defend him. It was just this seeing someone so misrepresented, and I feel like it was very bad very bad motives for writing the article, to the point where I even said, you know what? Okay, I want to test something. I'm gonna go after like 5 points that are just irrelevant to her overall topic. I just want to see if she's willing to correct these points. Okay, like there's some point about like, you know, where you live. There's a point about Daniel Higuchu, is he a Muslim scholar or not? What's the name of Daniel's YouTube channel? Just like very minor things, they're inconsequential to the article. And I pointed these things out, and it was like I was like pulling teeth with things that are incontrovertible. Like these are not debatable points. Okay, I think it's safe to say, David, you don't live in the Bronx, right? You don't live in the Bronx. This is a point that she was not willing to back down on. It's still published on, and I'm just thinking like, okay, if she's not willing to back down on this point, Julie.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I saw you. Because you mentioned when you mentioned that to me, I was like, well, who cares? That's kind of a minor detail. But so you're saying you were deliberately pointing out things that are completely inconsequential. She didn't have to back off any moral claims or something like that. You're saying
she still wouldn't, except for one point, which I'll get into, because I mean, but
because there's no way
it
to be wrong. Like the name of a show of Daniel Hikachu.
Yeah,
it's obvious what it is.
Right. So
hang on. I just wanted to let people know before I forget.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, because I told you guys the other day that I have certain blind spots every once in a while.
Yep.
Like you spend your life and you're reading other people, and you can normally figure out what they're going to do in certain situations, and you know you learn what is appropriate behavior and so on. And so that's part of learning to blend in and so on. So anyway, you get things right. And then every once in a while, you're just like totally wrong. You don't have enough experience of that particular, whatever it is. And so you get things totally wrong. And I've told people before, and I mentioned this to you guys, but when Nabil texted me that he had stage 3B stomach cancer. Now, it turned out that was the preliminary diagnosis. Once he got went to a specialist, then it was actually already stage 4. But he originally texted me and said, "Hey, just found out I have stage 3B stomach cancer." And so I looked up the survival rate, and I was like, "This is not good." So I texted him back, and I said, "That sucks." And maybe 20 or 30 minutes later, something like that, I walk into the living room. My wife's on the couch, and I'm saying something to her, and I go, "Oh, by the way, Nabil has stage 3B stomach cancer." And all of a sudden, like tears burst out of her eyes, and I was like, "Uh-oh, did I think I massively underreacted to that." And she said, "Did you call him?" And I go, "No, I texted him. That sucks." And she goes, "You need to call him." And I go, "Why? I don't want anyone calling me if I get stomach cancer." And she goes, "You're not Nabil." And it's amazing because I know that about myself, that if I don't have enough experience in some area, namely your friend texting you saying that he has stomach cancer, what is the appropriate response? Well, he's texting me, so obviously I'll text him back. But if you don't have enough experience, you just fall back on the way you think, and that is wrong 100% of the time. When you're like, "Oh, I don't know what to go on here, so this is what I would be thinking if I got stomach cancer." It's wrong 100% of the time as far as you trying to figure out what other people are thinking. So anyway, just totally wrong about that. And she pointed out, but this was another situation where I said all this stuff in a live stream. And I knew exactly what the Shamunians are going to do. I knew exactly what the Groypers and the online orthobros are going to do, knew exactly what the Dawa guys are going to do, know what everyone here is going to do, and so on. And so people started attacking me, and I knew that was going to happen, and so on. So anyway, it was funny to me, but here's the thing. I thought it was funny to other people. Right? I thought other people were like, "Hey, everyone's attacking David. Ha ha, this is funny." So I thought that, and even when IP messaged me, he's like, "Do you have any idea what you did? Everyone's messaging us, telling us to separate from you and so on." I thought he thought it was funny, And so when things are setting off, when I'm at the conference, and I'd post a tweet, and then I'd go to the conference, I'd come back, I'd post another tweet, and then I'd go to bed and so on. I saw everyone's arguing. And people are pouncing on all the tweets and stuff like that. For some reason, I thought everyone thought it was funny like I did. And then Anthony Rogers came up to me and he said, "Hey, I know you being attacked doesn't bother you." And he said, "And I know you think it's funny when everyone attacks you." He said, "But we're your friends and we don't think it's funny. It bothers us and we want to respond to things." And my thinking process right there went very quickly from, wait a minute, Anthony's an ex-con like me. How would he not think this is funny? And then it went to, wait a minute, he said we. So that's more than just him? Wait a minute, is it the rest of my friends? They're ticked off too? And then it was, wait a minute, are all these people who are responding and defending me on Twitter and so are they actually upset and not amused at all of this? And then it was like, oh man, I thought people were having a good time over this, and people are really upset and enraged over this. And so then it was kind of, oh man, I did something. This is kind of screwed up.
Anyway. But we knew that it doesn't bother you.
Right.
And we're still enraged.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so we're doing it for us, really.
No, it was for the misrepresentation, like just for the sake of the truth. That's really what motivated it for me, because I knew that like no one's gonna hurt your feelings with whatever names they call you. I know that, but just the fact that they could so easily misrepresent you and get who knows what kind of audience that they have or reach that they have
and get away with it.
To me, that injustice just infuriated me, and it got me so. That's why we ended up doing 2 streams on it. 2 streams.
I didn't want to join the first one because I knew I would make statements that I might regret.
Yeah.
So I didn't even join them. I had to wait a few days to calm down, and then I came the second stream, and I still regretted some of the stuff I said.
Yeah, she did. She told me, she did.
Because I went a bit personal.
Yeah.
But it's still an injustice, and we just the fact that it's an injustice, it's more that than the personal thing.
Yeah. So that's the background to that, and that's how we responded. I'm sure Anthony and AP and many others, that's the same kind of response that they had as well. And so after the first stream that we did, AP was streaming later that night, I think just by a couple of hours. By the time I finished my stream to the time that AP went live, the edits started happening in the article. So the review that he did of the article was already different from the review that I did, even though it was just hours earlier. The things that I was pointing out, all of a sudden, there's a correction here, there's an edit here. But it was like done in such a way where I'm telling you, the framing of it was just. We'll just have to go through it because I feel like I gotta show you to convince you.
All right, you want to pop this on the screen? All right.
Yeah. So this is the first thing. This is just kind of like lay the groundwork before we get to the article, and this is gonna lay the framework before we get to the article. So she writes a post here saying 13 and 15-year-olds cannot give consent. It is rape. Despite the fact David minimized his sin and blamed it on the girl. So this is Julie here, okay? This is not the other guy who wrote the article. She's saying David minimized his sin and blamed it on the girls. And then she says, that's a disgusting thing to do, but classic among sexual abusers. Not people who like that, this is something ongoing. She's like suggesting it's like you're still a sexual abuser and you're just undermining your sin, blaming it on the girls. And I could tell you want to say something to that.
Yeah. Oh, hang on. I just wanted to ask. So how early is this? I mean, is she just basically someone like, so in other words, is this someone wrote an article and mistakes were made, but she went with the article and things were just wrong. And so later on things are fine.
No, because she responded to you and she told, because you were like, it's funny how no one who watched the live stream has responded like this. And she goes, I watched the live stream. Actually, I think I even have that post. So she actually is basing it off of her watching of the live stream. So she's very careful to tell you when it's other people's mistakes, even if it's not their mistake. She's very careful to do that. So when she's relying on herself and her own observations, which she does. I can pull up that tweet if I don't have it, but she specifically said that because you were making the point and you're saying, oh, it's funny how no one watched the live stream says, XYZ. And she goes, well, I watched the live stream and da 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 da. So she definitely watched the live stream unless she lied there. And this,
well, maybe she was talking about like the relevant clip of it. Cause I doubt some of the people afterwards were watching the 6-hour live stream. But anyway,
well, I don't know. I'm just going based on what she said. So, so then she goes. Then Annie responds as, "You are forgetting he wasn't a Christian or what? Repentance doesn't matter anymore." She said, "He's a Christian now and still minimizing it. I also question wisdom of platforming psychopath as a Christian apologist. The ability to empathize and show compassion is key for those who." For those representing Christ to unbelievers. After all, it's kindness that leads to repentance, not arguments. Now, she said a lot of stuff like, obviously she doesn't know. This is like this big researcher who's supposed to know things about people before she, talks about them. She apparently did not know much about you or your background. But because one of the things that I did in the stream, you know how we do intro songs. There's a song that I think Sal did some years ago, where Yasser Qadhi was saying that missionary work is never successful, and then he plays a song with some instrumental behind it, where you're reading like 50,000 comments of like people saying, thanks to these videos, God used this to bring me to the Lord, and so we were showing, like, I was saying, hey, instead of that being Yasser Qadhi saying, missionary work is never successful, picture Julie saying this right here, like, David is, who is he? This guy, that's not how you lead people to the Lord. And meanwhile, David's reading like 50, you guys saw the video of David just did where like all these ex-Muslims, and many of them were crediting, glory to God, but the tool that God used was a lot of the videos that David produced. So anything you want to comment on this?
I want to hear David.
Okay.
Thoughts.
Yeah. What do you think? So this is just one so far. We got others though.
Yeah, I'm going to, basically any of the stuff that's early on, I don't know. I understand being in the heat of the moment and you just read an article and you watch the clip. If you watch the clip and you're like, oh my goodness, this guy's bragging about this stuff. And your guys' defense of him is that he's a psychopath. That doesn't make it better. He's mental. So I understand. I don't know. I just understand people being ticked off. It doesn't surprise me. So yeah, it's more how you react to certain things. But you guys are saying you don't like the way she reacted to.
No, and I just want to point out the irony here. So
you're being kind.
So David
says that you can't be kind.
Yeah, David is being the one on the defense for Julie, who's attacking him, and her point is that, hey, kindness is that's what we need as Christians, and he's actually being very charitable by giving this interpretation, saying, hey, this is a day after the article was published, and maybe she's some misunderstandings. Well, anyway, we'll keep saying, we'll see what.
Well, it's kind of it's a funny situation where like people can point to how screwed up I've been, and even various ways I'm screwed up now, and so on. So it's just it's always weird to me to be like, oh my goodness, I can't believe this person did this, when it's like that's like nothing compared to stuff I've done. I was like that with my kids. My wife would be like, I just found out. I won't name a particular son, but I just found out your son didn't do his homework the entire semester. And I'd be thinking, well, I mean, that was the year when I was his age, I burned down a forest. So, I mean, I can't get mad at him for not doing his homework. So it actually like is a problem in certain situations where I'm like, well, yeah, I've done worse. So what's that? But it does work out as far as not being for harsh with people, but.
So David is giving Julie more ammunition for
her
next article.
You'll have the environmentalist ministries against.
Oh yeah, I guess I just confessed to burning a.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a forest like you're thinking of forest. It was more like a giant field that had a bunch of trees in the middle, but the whole field lit up, and yeah, I don't think anyone's going to do it to me because I was like 6 or 7 or something like that. But yeah, so
it doesn't matter 6 or 7. She'll still do an article on you.
That'd be funny. So yeah, guys, in the name of full disclosure and transparency, I burned down a field, and then there were maybe, I don't know how many trees, maybe like 20 in the middle or something like that. And then the whole fire department showed up like a fleet, and they're putting this out, and people knew I was there, right? People knew I was over there, and so they bring me to the fire chief, and they're like, "Tell us what happened." And so I blamed it on two made up kids. I said, yeah, there were these two kids here, and basically made them the opposite of me. And like I was like, and 'cause I had blonde hair back then. I was like, and the boy had brown hair, and there was a girl too, and she had blonde hair. And but the fire chief was looking at me like, I'm not a cop. Why are you telling me this? And anyway, so yeah. So anyways, little things like that, and it's basically at every stage of my kids' lives when they do something bad. I'm thinking, okay, what did I do when I was their age? And it's always way worse. And so yeah.
Yeah.
So
All right.
let me say here, whatever Julie Royce has done in her life, and especially anything she's done right here and been wrong about, I've done way worse. So in other words, I'm more concerned with this not leading to more problems in the future, and so figuring out ways to clean up anything that's wrong.
All right. So someone responds that, don't you realize you're doing a huge disservice to rape victims whom you claim to defend when you equate what David did to the horrific things they've experienced? And she responds, no, I don't. I know a lot of survivors of sexual abuse, and I can tell you that those who were teenage girls when their abusers, quote, had sex, unquote, with them are incensed by child rapists minimizing their crime. So again, harping on this idea that David is minimizing his crime. He's he's a sexual abuser, he's a child rapist, and he's minimizing his crimes. Okay.
Hey, little side note. This is actually it's an interesting area of debate, and that you can make an important case either way. Marie read some article. I don't know who I don't even know if it's one of the articles I pulled up here. But it was, or I don't even know if it was specifically about me or if she was just reading an article that's on a sort of related topic, but she was reading from some guy who deals with abuse victims, and he was saying he doesn't like it when statutory is equated with like forcible rape, because he feels like it minimizes the forcible rape if you're saying it's the same thing as this thing in this other category. But it's a weird situation where you want people to think of sex with minors as really, really bad. And, the brains of minors are still developing. And so it's a situation where, I mean, we would all get this if you like suppose when Muslims say, oh, but Aisha consented with her silence or something like that. We would never take that as like legitimate consent because she's 6 years old. She doesn't know what she's doing and so on. So yeah, it definitely makes sense to say that minors can't consent. They're not at an age. We don't treat them as responsible in making decisions about, whether they're going to drink alcohol or smoke or anything like that. We don't treat them as capable of making those kinds of decisions for themselves. So it makes sense to say, okay, we don't think you guys are even old enough to be able to consent. So it's a situation where there's an obvious distinction between someone doing something like forcibly, like climbing into a girl's window and duct taping her and stuff like that, versus someone who has, lots of people that I saw in the comments are like, hey, I was 15 and my boyfriend was 20. I didn't see a problem with that, and so on. So you have those kind of situations. So they're clearly different. There's a clear difference there, but I don't know. I think you could definitely call it statutory rape. I have zero problem with that. The issue is lots of people, especially the abuse victims advocates, insist on just saying rape. And I don't know. I'm actually, I don't know. Here's the thing. I'm okay with them doing it with me, but I'm thinking like, what if they do it with someone else and it was a guy who did something with a girlfriend when he was young, and then you use it to ruin his life now by labeling him a rapist? I don't know. It's a weird situation. I can kind of see it from both sides, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it seems like from the perspective of victims who were actually, let's say, traumatized by, someone having sex with them, and then they find out later the guy manipulated them into it, and then to just say, oh, you had sex with him. It's like, I don't know. The guy manipulated you into doing stuff, and then you thought it was willing, but it was just because he's a manipulator. And I don't know. It seems like it would be entirely legitimate just to call that rape. But I don't know. It's a difficult situation. But I'm pointing this out because it seems to be a big source of disagreement. Like lots of the other things are just, correcting this or correcting that. But here's a situation where you've got two sides and they're arguing different points and they're just not agreeing. You have the abuse victim advocates and they're saying, no, if it's with a minor, we are calling it rape and we insist upon that. And we're not minimizing it. And you have the other side going, but that's misleading because anyone who sees rape is going to think something forcible holding someone down, and so you're giving a misleading idea. But yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe we'll do a poll of what people think here at some point.
Yeah, I mean, okay, well, yeah. So there's a lot to say on that, but there's biblical categories that we need to talk about as well in terms of when God holds a child accountable. When is that age of accountability begin? Is there like a set like number of days that have to live in order, like what's a set date, right? We know like in Jewish tradition what it was, but biblically that's a question. Number two, there's a question of although the word rape isn't used, there's certainly it's described in terms of someone who's in the Bible, like different categories of sexual sins and sexual offenses, and definitely there's that discussion as well. Biblical law, how does biblical law define what we would call rape? And then there's also there's a legal category as well, which does distinguish and differentiate between those two actions that you just described. Someone climbing through the window and duct taping, and then someone, teenagers at a party who are like drunk and high, sleeping together. There's a legal distinction in there as well. So there's biblical distinctions and legal distinctions. And then when you just kind of like morph everything into one word, it does kind of messy the waters. But at the same time, you don't want to trivialize, like you said, adults and or younger, older teenagers and younger teenagers, adults, 18-year-old and 13-year-old and 15-year-old. You don't want to minimize that either. But you can definitely understand why somebody who is the victim of like a very violent, like what you described, like someone going through the window and like duct taping them and stuff, that person's experience is way different than a 13 and 15-year-old at a party while they're drunk and high sleeping with someone who's 18. Very different experience. Both wrong, both evil, both sin, but to just morph them into the same word or use the same word to describe both of those things, that's why we have biblical distinctions, and that's why we have legal distinctions that don't do that. But I guess in these camps, or these social discussions, it is common to use the word rape or statutory, we would say. But my main point in bringing this out was, though, and along with the first one, is that she makes the point that you're minimizing, right? Whether she wants to call you a sexual abuser or child rapist, she's also, whatever title she wants to give you, she's making the point that you're minimizing your crime and minimizing your sin. That's the main point that I want to drive out of.
Yeah,
this.
that's false, and that's one of the problems. That's one of the problems that I see. And what I mean here, guys, is so you have the way the abuse victim advocates speak about various things, and other people are bothered by this, and they call this into question. They say you shouldn't call it this, you shouldn't call it that. And it's like, well, no, we insist upon saying this, but you need to be, it's a weird situation. You need to be sort of respected in your work and trusted in your work by other people outside your group. And if people are telling you, hey, we don't like being vague on this and just calling it this, when in our minds there's a distinction. But here's the thing. A lot of people, I don't know about Julie Royce, but some of the other people, they are enraged whenever you make a distinction, and they instantly accuse you of minimizing it. So it's a situation where if someone says, David raped 2 girls, well, guess what? I think you can describe it as rape because it's statutory rape, and that, rape is actually in the name there. So I think you can describe it as that. But when someone else says, well, we need to be clear, it was, it wasn't doing anything against the girl's will, it's you attack people for making any sort of distinction. And that's just weird because there are distinctions, guys. There are distinctions. It's wrong for an adult to have sex with a 15-year-old. It's more wrong for an adult to have sex with a 10-year-old. It's even more wrong for an adult to have sex with a 5-year-old. It's even more wrong to have sex with a newborn baby. There's degrees of wrong here. And it's wrong to have sex with a 13-year-old who wants to have sex with you. It's also wrong, but definitely worse to climb into a room, duct tape her up, and so on. So it's weird. I don't know. It's like everyone outside of kind of this group thinks those are relevant distinctions to make. Like if you want to understand what someone did so that you can condemn the person based on what he did and be accurate in your condemnation, then some of these details are relevant. So it's okay. This is clearly statutory rape. And I was talking to Debbie Lacona, that's Mike Lacona's wife, and she actually read the law, and she said in Virginia where this was, it's not even rape. It's not rape of any kind. Rape is always a forcible act in Virginia. You have to be doing something like that. They call it carnal knowledge of a person 13 to 15 years old. And I think if it's older than that, then it can be consent. And if it's lower than that, then it's some sort of more severe charge. So legally in Virginia, it's not even classified as rape. So anyway, but I'm fine. I'm fine. I just wanted to point out.
That you're going to say that you minimize.
Yeah, that's what I'm not. I'm pointing it out, and I'm saying even though it's officially not in Virginia considered even statutory rape, that's a different class. It's a different category. I'm still fine. I'm still fine with calling it statutory rape, even though that's not the law in Virginia. And I'm still fine if your group uses it like this. It's just people need to kind of be aware of how your group is using this. But the situation is because I was talking to Debbie, and she's saying it's not rape, it's not statutory rape in Virginia, it's something else. So they should call it this. And I was saying I don't really care if they call it statutory rape, and I don't care if they call it rape. And then but she brought up it's another situation. I was just talking about blind spots. I wasn't even thinking. I was just thinking about myself. I'm like, I just don't care. Call it whatever you want. Blast away. And Debbie pointed out, she's like, well, what about how that would affect like your wife and kids that after that label has spread around? And I thought, okay, yeah, they're different from me, but I think my kids kind of think like me in the terms of you're seriously trying to take down the Dizzle. With this stuff. Whereas my wife, you obviously don't want people saying your husband's a rapist and so on. But she's fine. She's not
a child rapist.
Oh yeah, she's not going to be too broken up over that. I mean the insults. She knows I'm good with insults, and so she won't be too broken up over that. But then Debbie pointed out this was the really important part to me. She goes, okay, what if it's someone else? What if they did this to someone else and who can't fight back, and therefore this person's life will just be ruined? And so there I was like, oh yeah, it does matter then. I mean, think if someone 30 years after he did something confessed something, and let's say he's 18 and sleeps with a 15-year-old or a 13-year-old, and he confesses that, and then like this mob forms and starts labeling him a rapist. And then like they call his job, which is exactly what would be happening to me right now if I weren't a YouTuber. They'd be calling my job left and right. We got a bunch of these people. They've been contacting police and trying to get police to come and arrest me, despite me telling them that's not how the law works. They're not going to arrest me on, trust me, bro. The only thing they would do is question me. I doubt they'll even do that. But the most they would do is question me if they find out there's no way to corroborate any of this. I have zero way of finding these women anywhere. So unless they come forward at some point, it's just not going to happen. But yeah, so like just imagine someone being in that situation and he confesses to something that's 30 years ago, but all of a sudden he's labeled child rapist, like all over the internet. So he loses his job. His wife can't stand it. She's called she's called an enabler and a child rapist protector and so on, an ally. And the kids are called children of a child rapist, and they've got the same bloodline. And you could actually ruin someone's family over something that he confessed he did 30 years earlier and just like destroy him. And one of my main concerns in all of this, as far as other people, is who looking at this would ever want to come forward with anything. Right? I would much prefer an environment where people come forward about stuff and it's taken into consideration. You came forward willingly with this information, and it's not, we caught you and then you're like, oh yeah, and you start making excuses. It's, you volunteered this information. I think that should be taken into account. And I think the response of the church should be, okay, well, whatever damage you've done and so on, we need to figure out on a case-by-case basis how to best address that. But we're here to help you and everyone else involved deal with this situation and move forward. And whatever we have to do, we're going to make that happen. The idea that you just pounce on someone and try to destroy the person's life, you are making, like, who would ever want to come forward in that situation? So you got this situation where you have all these, pastors and so on, they'll be caught in scandals. And it's like, why didn't you come forward before? Well, look at what happens when someone comes forward. So in other words, you're creating an environment where it's almost impossible for anyone to even consider coming forward with stuff because they're waiting to attack. People are just waiting to attack. So, that's my concern. I don't know. People, there's got to be some better like guidelines about how to deal with these situations than what we're seeing here.
Yeah, I have a big problem with her equating what happened with you and those girls with teenage girls who had sexual abuse. Because I was a teenage girl. I went to a school in London, and I would hear other girls in class around that age talking about intimate lives with their boyfriends who were a few years older in the secondary school, the boys' school next to us. None of them would relate back those stories as sexual abuse. So now she's putting you in the category of girls who were really sexually, I don't know how to say it, not by boyfriends from the next school, but real sexual abuse by, like a teacher or an adult or an uncle or something. And none of these girls, if you ask them today, will say that was sexual abuse. They were happy about it. And we know, I remember how I was when I was 13 and 15. If I did mess around, I know it's because I decided to. Yeah.
So again, this is an area for like distinctions because you said it's, different from sexual abuse. I would consider an adult having sex with a 15-year-old or 13-year-old sexual abuse, but I would definitely distinguish it from other kinds of sexual abuse. And it is just an issue where, again, anytime you clarify anything, anytime you draw any distinction between this sort of thing or that sort of thing, they jump on you and start saying you're a rape apologist and you're minimizing what was done. And it's like, well, guess what? It seems like here's the issue. As far as these ministries and them moving forward, it's like, if almost everyone outside your community, and I understand if your main concern is victims of abuse and you don't want anything minimized, you have to think, okay, if everyone outside your group thinks that these distinctions are actually important for being accurate and like how you're condemning people, then you're losing credibility in their eyes, and you need to be credible because you're exposing stuff that's not just for your group, it's for everyone, and you're putting news out there, and it needs to be, okay, these people represent things accurately. It's just a situation. I don't have any statistics, but I would guess most people think there are important distinctions to be made, whether something is forcible or not forcible, whether a girl is this age or this age or this age or this age. People think those are important distinctions. And when you say you can't mention any distinction, if we say something is rape, everyone needs to draw the obvious conclusion about this, which almost anyone who say, if I saw a headline, pastor exposed for raping teenage girls, one, I think he did it while he's a pastor. It's recent. And I would conclude it was like forcible. It wouldn't enter my mind that you're talking about something, something where it wasn't forcible, it was statutory, and it was 30 years earlier. It wouldn't even enter my mind. So apparently that is a big sticking point, and not sure what to do about it. Because here's the thing: if Julie Royce were to say, Christian apologist confesses to having sex with teenage girls prior to his conversion, she would catch it from her community saying, "Why are you talking having sex with? What? What? How are you just calling it having sex with? These were teenage girls. How are you saying it like that?" So she'd catch it from her people. But if she just says confesses to raping teenage girls, then people outside her community are like, that's very misleading. That's giving people a wrong idea. You need to correct that. And then she can't correct it because that would upset her community. So it's this weird situation where you can't please everyone on this issue, and you kind of have to make a decision, because if you go with this way, then these guys are mad at you. If you go with this way, then these guys are mad at you. And it's kind of just a difficult situation. It's kind of like, because of the work that's involved, is a really sensitive topic. So
she's destroying people's lives, though, just to please her people. Then
and I also want to say this thing about the categories. The reason why I brought up like biblical categories as well is because no one from Julie's side or from our side can say definitively that in God's eyes that those girls weren't just as guilty. In God's eyes, I'm not saying legally, and I'll get into that in a little bit more detail, but in God's eyes that they were just as guilty, because we don't know what level of accountability that they were at before God. We don't know how much they knew what was sin, what wasn't sin. We don't know before God. Only God knows that. So in order to make definitive judgments like that, I understand it's something you could say legally. And Daniel Hakikuchu has been playing 4D chess in a sense with this as well, because he can't do
1D chess.
Well, I'll tell you how, because he wants Christians to use the arguments that he was, for example, like what you just said. You just said like you think that it's sexual abuse for 18-year-old and a 13-year-old. But a lot of people were saying, okay, what if you were 17 and like 360 days old? Like, well, legally, that's not sexually abuse anymore. Legally, that's not, rape anymore. So Daniel has been trying to get, that's one of the things that I've seen him trying to do. I'm not commenting on that, right? What I'm saying is with that is, though,
to bring the age down.
Yeah. Well, I'm not commenting to say to bring it down or not. But what I'm saying is that there are a lot of discussions that, biblical categories and legal categories. So legally, yes, that's definitely sexual abuse and statutory rape. And however, like you said, in the state of Virginia, they don't classify it like that. So if you want to be really strict with the legal categories, you have to use their terms in that state. But one of the things that Daniel was saying, that his main point against you wasn't about the ages or anything like that. It was that you didn't have the father's permission. So the way people think in these terms, like the people are thinking very, very, very differently. And in terms of like how to condemn you or what category they're going to come at you with. Are they going to come at you the legal way in their state of Virginia, or are they going to come at you just like how they can conceptualize morality, or biblically what's the way to categorize this? A lot of things to say.
Yeah. So on that point, so you were saying we don't know how culpable people are in God's eyes, or who. If he thinks one is, I can't read God's mind, but I would consider it obvious that I was more morally culpable than those girls. With that said, it's true. It's just false to think that because people aren't, can't give consent legally, that they're not responsible for anything. There's a reason I was arrested multiple times as a juvenile. They understand, okay, this guy knows what he's doing, right? So young people are capable of making decisions and so on. But again, it's, you're 13 years old, your brain, you're not equipped to be making those kinds of decisions. And part of it is, if you're a 13-year-old girl, if you start hanging out with older people in various places, you're trying to, be older and do older person things and so on. And so anyway, it's normal, and it's normal for people as they get older to want to do the things that grown-ups do. That's not something that someone should be taking advantage of and saying, "Oh, this girl is trying to be cool and doing this and that, so I can have sex with her, and it's willing, so it's her decision." It's no, I so yeah. The point is, I can grant that people always at some point know what they're doing. A 6-year-old knows what he's doing in certain situations. You wouldn't trust a 6-year-old's decisions in other areas and so on. So 13-year-olds, 15-year-olds, they're capable of certain decisions. But yeah, I agree that their brains just aren't fully developed, and they don't know what they're doing always. And therefore, I would always assume that someone like me is significantly more morally responsible, not just in a legal sense.
Yeah. Well, I mean, then your brain didn't develop as well at that age either. But anyway, I get what you're saying, and I'm not making the case for either way,
I guess you could say my brain has never developed properly,
Yeah.
right? Like my brain is
Yeah.
always underdeveloped in certain ways.
in certain ways, right? But even as an 18-year-old,
Well,
your brain.
25-year-old for both sexes is when the brain is fully developed.
So yeah, so what I was saying with that was that nobody actually knows before God's eyes the level of responsibility or accountability that the girls had and that David had. And that's not to say that David doesn't hold more responsibility or that they hold less or they hold more. What I'm saying is no one can give it definitively. That's my point. But yeah, so yeah, do you want to go back to the tweets in the article here?
Yep. Let me get rid of this. Let's see. D-Wood incident. Is that like what is this? People making zoot jokes is a serious topic, guys. If you did, the Lord could start a prison revival. Oh, if I went to prison, they're just basing that on the title. All right. Yeah. So what was that on that? So yeah, it's a weird situation where the people in the abuse victim advocate community, they have a real problem making any sort of distinction, whereas the vast majority of people outside the community think that these are relevant distinctions. So the main distinctions for people outside that community are: was it forcible or not forcible? Was the girl, had she gone through puberty, or was she prepubescent? People are going to want to know those things if they're judging accurately, and you can't make those distinctions according to the abuse survivor advocates. The moment you make any sort of clarification to get things right, you're minimizing something, and you're a rape apologist. And again, guys, I'm not talking about me. I do not care. Spend the rest of my life calling me a rapist. I do not care. I heard, again, from a person I trust, that some of these people are doing good work, that Julie Royce does really good work that helps people. And so if something's being done in that community that is causing them to lose credibility with people outside the community, then I don't know, you might want to figure something out, because it's important.
Yeah. Also, let's just be clear on this, that Julie she's not like just the voice for all sexual abuse victims, survivors of sexual abuse, or she has like the monopoly on like, oh, I speak for survivors of sexual abuse. She doesn't. And there are many who disagree with her, even in just our comment section alone. And in the comments, even in this very live stream, people are talking about when they were teenagers and their experience that they had with older people. So let's just be clear on that. So she might want to paint herself in that way, but that's not the case. Yeah, I can't comment at all on good that she's done. I haven't seen any good that she's done personally, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. She might have done good stuff in the past. In fact, a lot of people told me in my live stream that she used to do a lot of good, and then somewhere she fell off. I can't verify that. I don't know. I've only seen bad from her, and it would be hard for me to identify her work as even Christian work in a lot of ways.
But you are new to this, and I spoke to someone who's been following her for years and so on. So again, I'm just gonna If I gave you the name, you'd be like, okay, we'll take his word for it because he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah. No. Like I said, I heard the same thing from others as well, and I'm just saying I personally couldn't. But anyway, so you made a tweet here, David, and you were just saying that you like to understand the rules. What are the rules? You said, as an 18-year-old atheist and soon to be diagnosed psychopath, I bashed my father's head in with a ball pen hammer. Shortly thereafter, while at Lombana, I had sex with 2 minors. The latter disqualifies me from making YouTube videos about Christianity, while the former does not. I actually don't understand, so please explain. Note, if the latter does disqualify me from making YouTube videos about Christianity, I will stop making YouTube videos about Christianity. But I'll need more explanation than this post from Carson. So Julie here chimes in, and she says, what I observed in your live stream made me grieved you are on a platform. So she's grieved that you even have a platform at all, supposedly representing Christ to the world. And for me, this is like the irony of all ironies. This is coming from Julie Royce. Anyway, but like you said, she you have it on good word that she did do good work, or she does do good work other than this. I believe you that's definitely possible. But from what I've seen, I don't know. But anyway, so she's saying that she's grieved that you even have a platform. You minimized your crime, saying you did, quote, nothing against their will, unquote, and claiming a 13-year-old, quote, flung herself at me. 13 and 50-year-olds can't give consent, and you didn't have sex with them, you raped them.
Yeah, let me see. What I observed in your live stream made me grieved you are on the platform. So as far for people who actually watch the live stream, because they're looking at this going, he's boasting about it, guys. In context, I was speaking to an abuser, and I'm showing people how to not let an abuser control you with manipulation tactics. So as far as I'm saying, this is how you respond to a person who tries to blackmail you or extort you or something like this, tries to control you. This is how you let the person know there's no scenario where I'm going along with what you say just because you're going to scare me and threaten to expose me and stuff. I'm pointing out it's better to expose yourself for things vastly beyond anything he could ever bring up, to let him know this will never in a trillion years work with me. So, I mean, as far as I'm trying to show abuse victims how to respond to a particular manipulation tactic, and they're taking it as me minimizing things for abuse victims and so on. But as far as this, what I observed in your live stream made me grieved. You were on a platform supposedly representing Christ to the world. You minimized your crime, saying you did nothing against their will. Well, here's the thing. I didn't do anything against their will, just to be clear. I don't view that as minimizing anything. If you view that as minimizing, then what are you saying? If you view someone saying, hey, I didn't do something against their will, so just so you know, it wasn't forcible. If you view that as something less, then what are you complaining about? It would mean that according to you, I've done something less, right? If you're saying that minimizes the offense, but it's what actually happened, then even according to you, that's something less than what forcible would be. So why would anyone have a problem pointing that out? Same thing with you. Saying you did nothing against their will and claiming a 13-year-old flung herself at me. Okay, guys, it's a weird situation where if you guys are saying, how dare you say she flung herself at you? Well, if everyone's objecting to that, how dare you say, and I've even seen people, there's no way a 13-year-old, guys, I was sitting on a couch at a party. She was sitting with her friend across the room. This is the 13-year-old. She was sitting across the room with her friend, and then she crawled on all fours across the room to me and started rubbing my groin with her chin through my pants. If that's not flinging herself at me, I don't know what is. Now, what am I saying there? Am I saying, oh, see, therefore I wasn't wrong? No, not saying that at all. I'm saying It wasn't forcible. That's not saying it's not wrong. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if she came at me naked, jumping on me. An 18-year-old is not supposed to have sex with a 13-year-old girl. There's no justification there. And again, people say victim blaming. I'm not blaming her. She's the 13-year-old. 13-year-olds, pretty much every last one of them do stupid things. And especially when they start getting into an environment where there are older people around and stuff like that. So I'm not blaming her at all. That's a clarification. If you think it's forcible, it's not. That's the only point of bringing it up. And now, as far as the only point of explaining it, is you guys keep denying it. So this is another problem with this community, is that they'll say, there's no way this happened, or how dare you say this happened? And then you're in a position where you either have to just let that hang out there and them calling you a liar, or you can explain what actually happened to show, no, I'm not lying and you're wrong on this. And then they accuse you of blaming the victim. I'm not blaming anyone here. I'm telling you what happened so that you know what happened and you can condemn me appropriately and accurately. And then, so let's see, the 13 and 15-year-olds can't give consent. Guess what? I'm not saying they can. I'm not saying they can. As far as if you're talking about legal consent, or if you're talking about full moral consent, I don't think that 13 and 15-year-olds are nearly as responsible as people who are older with fully developed brains and so on. But was it forcible? Did I hold her down? No. Did I manipulate? No. She came at me. I'm not saying that justified. It wouldn't matter. Again, if a 6-year-old flung herself at you, does that make it okay to have sex with her? No. Does a 13-year-old crawling on all fours and massaging your groin with her chin mean that you do that with her? No, it doesn't. You don't do it. You just don't do it. You say no, and you try to get the girl some help or something like that. I didn't do that. I had sex with her. So that's wrong. But that's actually what happened. And the 15-year-old was a stripper, guys. And you say, what? How can a 15-year-old be a stripper? Because she lied about her age. And I don't mean it like clubs and stuff like that, at like parties and bachelor parties and stuff like that. She was a stripper because her aunt was a stripper, and her aunt started bringing her along. And so keep in mind, this girl was obviously not in a healthy environment. She has her aunt bringing her along as a stripper to bachelor parties and so on. And then she even, she offered me a job because her aunt told her that you're going to bachelor parties and stuff, and these guys get drunk and they start getting too frisky. And so she said, get a big, giant, muscle-bound boyfriend so that to come with you, and he'll just blend in and stuff like that. But if anyone gets out of line, you'll have your big, strong boyfriend there to step in. I wasn't interested. I would have been fine just watching strippers and stuff like that. But the idea of being at someone's bachelor party with a bunch of guys I didn't know, I didn't like being around people, but especially if I didn't know anyone there and so on. So never did that. Guess what? I'm not saying that means it's okay. I am saying that means it was not forcible. I'm not saying it means she can give any sort of legal consent or that it makes it okay. No, should not have done it. The right thing to do would be to get her, convince her to get out of that situation. Hey, you're 15. You shouldn't be stripping. I don't care what your aunt tells you, and you shouldn't be having sex with adults and so on. I didn't do the right thing. I did the wrong thing. What's my only point here? Only point here is when I'm saying it wasn't against their will. Guess what? It wasn't against their will. That's not minimizing. If you think that's minimizing something, if you think that if it wasn't against their will, that somehow minimizes it, then that's you guys saying that it's somehow less of an offense than forcing someone. I agree with you. I just don't understand why you guys oppose any sort of clear language and think that it's wrong to state what accurately happened, because then you're blaming the victim and minimizing the crime. I'm making sure you understand what actually happened so you can condemn me appropriately and not condemn me for something that I didn't do. But it's just weird. They want to say rapist and all categories and all kinds of rapists and all kinds and categories of rape are all the same, and you can't clarify. There's no scenario that's worse than any other scenario. It's like, that's not true. And this discredits you guys. That's the issue. So here's the thing, as far as like Julie Royce or anyone else in the community, if your main concern is your community, and your community like wants to stands your ground on that and says, we're calling all of this rape, and no one is ever allowed to make any sort of distinction or any sort of clarification. You can't say, oh, she was post-pubescent, not prepubescent. You can't say, oh, it wasn't forcible. You can't say any of that stuff. You can do that and you can function like that. But a lot of people just really, really, really disagree. And that's going to affect their view of you and the work you do. And so it's got to figure out something here. But this it's basically a problem, guys.
It's a huge problem. And, the context that you were giving about how you were going after an abuser, you were explaining the situation with Sam and what led up to the live stream. That's also important context for what happened in your stream. So I think the next slide. Oh no, we'll go to this one first. But once we get to the article, you're not going to see any of that. There's no context for anything. You just did a live stream one day and you just blurted out all like, we don't even know what happened. We don't even know. You just said this stuff and it just came out of nowhere. And context really matters, especially in that sense, because you confessed it of your own accord. No one was exposing you or blackmailing you, like how she put the latest edition of the article, which gives a wrong impression, as if like Sam knew this stuff about you and he was trying to blackmail you with it. He didn't know that, but we'll get to that when we get there. But what I'm saying is that this context matters because the point that you were trying to make. And another thing that that you're going to see constantly from these people are nothing is ever good enough for them.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
Yeah.
And that's disturbing. There's no path forward. Whatever you've done, it doesn't matter how long ago or anything else. That is your permanent label for the rest of your life. They'll say all these things and it's like, you have to do this and you have to do this and you have to do this. And you're like, that makes no sense. That's not changing anything. No, you have to do this or you haven't really repented. And then, well, you guys aren't making sense. I'm not doing stuff just because you say it and it makes no sense and it's stupid. And they're like, you have to. Yeah, they'll start saying you have to, or you're not, you haven't really repented, and then you're not really a Christian. And they'll Julie Royce, as far as I know, wasn't saying that, but others have. So anyway, yeah. So again, if you go to some of these, and I've got some of them, again, I'm like Jack the Ripper to these guys. I am a massive sexual predator, and I'm probably still doing all these things behind the scenes, and I just use YouTube and going after Islam as a shield to cover up all the crimes I'm committing and so on. But yeah, so.
Yeah. Oh no, Julie actually did make a point saying that was this really the appropriate first time anyone's ever heard about this in this context? You didn't issue any apologies. You didn't sound apologetic. You didn't sound all these like different emotions. You didn't have these things. And this was like a huge thing of hers. So she actually is saying, I mean, it's like no wonder where these people are getting it from. They're getting this kind of behavior and this attitude from her. So here's another post here. Where you post your new video when you're addressing these shocking allegations. And Jamie here says, you mean David Wood had sin to repent of when he converted? No way. And she said, repenting isn't minimizing the crime. So again, this is not true repentance. By characterizing rape as doing, quote, nothing against their will and claiming the girls approached me, then she repeats the thing, 13, 15-year-olds can consent. And the fact David makes these statements now as a middle-aged man is deeply troubling. Okay. So again, claiming you're minimizing your sin and that this is not, therefore it's not true repentance. So seeing these types of comments is what really got me to like, and when we get to the article too, you'll see how it's like the same attitude of like, oh, David said that he's the most evil person he's ever known. Like when he looks back in history, he can't even see a face on that body because he views himself as so evil. And so the fact that person is not repentant or that person doesn't identify that as evil, it's like, what are you saying? Like, you're not being honest at this point.
This is again, this is just going to be a sticking point between their group and any other group with the, like, according to them, all I could have said in a live stream, is, hey, I raped a 15-year-old girl and a 13-year-old girl. Draw your own conclusions. I will give you no further information. That's all I would be allowed to say. And then, of course, everyone would conclude that, like every single person would conclude that it was, forcible, and it would be wrong. But you can't, if you say, no, it actually wasn't forced, if you clarify anything, then you're minimizing it and blaming the victim. And it's just, it's not helping, guys. Accuracy, having a problem with accuracy is a problem.
It's just like, this is supposed to be what she does.
Yeah, it's the discernment ministry, isn't it?
Yeah, it's this is supposed to be your thing. Like, and how are you this bad at it? I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to disrespect whoever told you what they told you about her, but I'm just saying, it's like, this is just like, I just can't help it. I can't help but see, like, and then the other guy who wrote the article, I think the next one is, this is how we start the article. This guy, he's like a big time reporter. I think he does like the New York Post sometimes, or whatever. He does like co-ops, whatever. It's like, these people, their level of research that they have, it's like, it's just, this article, I'll say this article, it's just pathetic. It's completely pathetic.
So shall we see the first difference?
So I don't know if you want to go through the article. Basically everything in black is the same, and the parts in red are the differences. So if you want to, we can start and I'll just go through the article. Yeah.
Would you do a bunch of work, man?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. I did.
Okay, so just to be clear, I could pick either side until I get to red letters.
Yeah.
All right, so let's see. So we'll go first edition. Warning, this article contains graphic descriptions of sexual acts and may be triggering for some readers. Christian apologist David Wood, known for his large platform and prison conversion, shocked viewers when he openly confessed during a recent live stream that he raped 2 girls ages 13 and 15 prior to his conversion. He described the acts in disturbing detail without any seeming remorse. That's true. The acts, he said, took place before he was imprisoned at age 18 for a violent attack on his father, and before Wood, now 49, said he became a Christian. The last 2 girls I had sex with before I went to jail, one was 13 and one was 15, Wood told Ridvan Idemir, friend of Wood's, known as Apostate Prophet, last week. And so a difference, big boobs and wide hips, but she was 13. I did not care. I had sex with a 13-year-old girl, Wood said in the clip near the end of a 6-hour live stream that drew more than 150,000 views. And so she had big boobs and wide hips, but she was 13. I did not care. I did not care back then. Yes.
Yeah, not a big difference, right?
Yeah, not a big difference.
Yeah.
The only thing I like, for if people were to understand clarification, everyone who's familiar with our channel know what I was talking about. And I even mentioned Muhammad Hijab. And so the reason I point that out is I know what they're going to do. I know they're going to attack me for it. And so I clarify that Muhammad Hijab says, hey, there's a big difference between a little girl and a girl with boobs and wide hips. It's what he said. So that's a situation where this community is looking at it going, oh my goodness, why would he talk about her boobs? And whereas anyone who understands is I'm talking about Muhammad Hijab's categories, so that once they condemn me anyway, I've got some interesting stuff to point out.
Yeah, and so again, no context for any. So I mean, we're all coming at this because everybody who's watching this stream, I'm assuming they haven't maybe not watched the entirety of the 6-hour stream, but you at least know enough of the context to know like what David was doing and what he was saying. But if you think about it as like someone who doesn't have any idea who David is, and they just read that starting of the article, saying he has no remorse and going on like, and they go on to clarify some things with that too, but like there's no context for anything. So like you just said,
oh yeah,
like,
no, I get it. Again, I have certain like blind spots, but yeah, I'm not thinking like a person reading this who doesn't know anything that's going on. This would sound like me like thumping my chest. Haha, yeah, she had big boobs and wide hips. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
okay, I get it.
So this is in their video clip that they have, but it's not in the actual text quote. So the last 2 girls I had sex with before I went to jail, one was 13 and one was 15. Then AP breaks and he's like, dude, and you're like, what? I don't care. So when people see in their writing, like you say, I don't care, they're like, well, what does he mean he doesn't care? you need to give context. You're saying I don't care, as in like I don't care what I'm about to say, right? Like you're not gonna be able to stop me. I'm about to say it, and
Yeah.
there's a reason why I'm about to say it.
Yeah. So,
And
so that's in context, that's AP going, dude, what the heck is wrong with you?
yeah,
Are you mental? You're blurting stuff out that are crimes and so on, and you're blurting it out. And me responding to a guy who controls people by threatening to expose them, and me saying, that was the ongoing theme. I don't care if you expose me. I expose myself.
yeah.
And then here's an example of me giving you way more information than you could ever possibly use against me. And I don't care if you use this. Go for it.
Yeah. So, you know, when then you go on, you actually, like you said, you pointed out that you actually did the very next line, which they omitted. They didn't even give like the indication that you were that it's been omitted. Usually they do like a ... or something to give an indication. No, nothing like that. But you specifically quoted Muhammad Hijab and talking about his famous, you know, clip where he talks about a 13-year-old with wide hips. And then you're like, yeah, that was the case. That was the girl. So you're responding to something that Muhammad Hijab said. There's context to that. So you weren't just like blurting out like, oh yeah, this is what she looked like, and she was like, you know, she looked like, you know, like an adult or something like that. You were pointing out like, no, Muhammad Hijab justifies this kind of stuff by the size of her breasts and the size of her hips. So you were pointing out, no, that doesn't justify it. That doesn't justify it, but that was the case here, right?
Yeah, so you were trying to say it doesn't justify it, whereas they're saying, oh, you were just like bragging or something
Bragging,
about her
Yeah.
body.
Yeah. So guys, that's also important context, everyone. So it seems to be an ongoing issue that they just leave out context that would significantly change people's view of what's being said. So I'm pointing out saying, hey, this would meet Muhammad Hijab's requirements of a girl that it's okay to have sex with. No, guess what? It doesn't make it okay. And apparently here it looks like I'm saying, I'm just running my mouth and saying this is all fine.
Yeah. No, sorry. I posted that one twice. Oh, wait, what am I doing? I'm going up or down?
Okay.
Okay. All right, here we go. Yeah, so this is the next part here. And there are significant changes here in the edits, so you can choose anyone you want to start with.
Let's see. Wood runs the YouTube channel Apologetics Roadshow with 383,000 subscribers. With many of his videos directed against Islam, he spoke gleefully about his past criminal acts, boasting openly to his audience. He did not express remorse, but rather seemed to take pride in his admissions. I don't care. One was 13, one was 15. I didn't care back then, he said. The 13. So, yeah, so they're making it sound like I don't care now about anything that I did. It's, okay, I get that.
Present, it's present tense, and that matters because the next line too. Present tense.
So you're saying, and that's actually me, AP, trying to get me to stop and saying I don't care, meaning I don't care that I'm about to blurt out a bunch of stuff that's going to be used to attack me. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, terrible journalism here. Terrible journalism here. Let's just say, okay, they had a really bad day. Terrible journalism, but yeah, continue on. Yeah. Okay.
The 13-year-old, he added, flung herself at me, though he conceded it was still wrong. Okay, well, that's good. The chilling confession came despite Wood's earlier prison conversion while serving time for attempting to murder his father with a hammer on Thanksgiving Day, 1994. Diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder, Wood told his audience he rejects conventional moral... That's one of the things I saw people pointing out on Twitter. That hey,
now she did. You can see she did correct that, and she did but it's still important that that's how they were originally framing this.
Yeah. So Wood told his audience he rejects conventional moral rules and described himself as a sociopath in the past. Despite a substantial online presence for his apologetics content, Wood's various websites offer no way to contact him directly for comment, which the Royce Report attempted. I saw people jump on her for that, but to be fair, it's not easy to contact me. You'd have to know that you go to my YouTube channel and then you have to click on something and so on. So I didn't have any problem with that. It is probably, I wouldn't know how to contact me either if I was looking for me and didn't know me. Wood detailed sexually abusing the 15-year-old, saying the 15-year-old, to be fair, she told me she was 17. I eventually knew she was 15. I still didn't care about that girl. I had anal sex with that girl. Do you know what that would be in court? And then so the corrections are, he spoke flippantly about his past criminal acts and did not express remorse. He added about his pre-conversion self. So they
Big
changed
difference there. Big,
gleefully
yeah.
to flippantly. I guess you could call it flippant, just the way I'm speaking. He added about his pre-conversion self. Okay, I don't care. Let's see. So all this is the same. And then Downwood told his audience he rejected conventional moral rules. Okay, fix that. The Royce report attempted to find contact information for Wood, but initially was unsuccessful. We have since emailed him requesting an interview, and he responded by poking fun at the request on social media. Yeah, I have to stand by that. If you come, if I wake up or fall asleep, or I'm about to go to sleep, and it's this chorus of rapist, rapist, rapist. Hey, want to do an interview? I'm probably going to make fun of you. And let's see, Wood detailed abusing the 15-year-old. I still didn't care. That girl. I
Yeah.
still
So
didn't
before
care.
I didn't
Oh,
care.
okay. I still didn't care about that girl. Okay.
Yeah. So I guess what you're saying was that he was using some sort of AI to generate these quotes or whatever. I still think that's extremely irresponsible for a journalist, but people can
Yeah,
make up
again,
their
it's a
minds on that.
situation where the guy apparently normally does good work, and so apparently lots of people
We
had
just
a
call him on a bad day.
bad
We all
couple
come on
days here.
But why are they all having the same bad day about you?
a
Yeah.
Someone's having a bad day. He's having a bad day. The whole
Everyone having a bad day? How many bad days are they having?
Yeah. So let's see. During the broadcast, Apostate Prophet appeared visibly unsettled, but also laughed off this. He didn't laugh off the, what the heck? He didn't laugh off the severity of the confession. He's, if I recall correctly, he was kind of horrified that I was saying stuff, but then laughing, if he was laughing at all or chuckling or anything, it would have been along the lines of, I can't believe this lunatic is saying stuff like this, and this is really, really awkward. But I haven't watched it, so I don't even know what they're talking about. But that it wouldn't be surprising for AP to think I'm nuts.
Yeah, he's been asking for them for timestamps on that, and they've never gotten back to him on it as far as I know.
Yeah, and we rewatched. There was no laughing anyway.
And he
Oh, okay.
rewatched it as well. Yeah. No, they did take that part out in the new edition, but he wants. Well, anyway, I'll let him speak for himself on that. But yeah.
Let's see. It highlighted the disturbing normalization of such acts among their audience, which showed only a 6% dislike ratio on the video. So I guess 94% of people approve of child rape. I guess that's the claim.
And in reality, 6% were just Sam fans, disliking the video, right? That's the reality of the situation. It doesn't tell you the position of people on child rape. Like, that's just a ridiculous thing to say for a 6-hour live stream.
But they cared enough to check the dislike ratio, which isn't visible.
But they couldn't find his email.
Right. You see?
Yeah.
No problem.
Anyway, yeah.
One second. Look at this. I get this a lot. Elijah says, David shouldn't have said anything about this. This is going to follow him forever and is going to be used to discredit him. Yeah, it will be used some people like that, and it's worth it. Given things that I'm doing, it's worth it. In other words, just on a basic level. Now I will have Muslims for the rest of my life going, oh, you raped a girl. And from then on, they've just exposed their prophet. And so there are things like that and other points, guys. I mean, hang on. Let me go back to myself just for a second, because this is an important point here.
Yeah.
This is an important point. Lots of people sort of come from good environments and so on, and good homes, and have never really done much wrong in their lives and so on. And they go to church with a bunch of good people in a good community, and they don't always understand what, how things are for other people and so on. But like my entire family, all my friends, growing up, pretty dysfunctional in hillbilly heaven, trailer park, West Virginia, and so on. So anyway, here's the situation. Like, apart from my grandmother, everyone in my family was either a drug addict or alcoholic or both. Most of my family, I'm the oldest person in my bloodline. My mom died of a drug overdose. My brother died of an overdose. I have a brother who's still alive. He was in prison for selling drugs and so on. He's out now. But here's the thing: if you have someone who in your family who is a drug addict, you can do everything you can to get them clean. You can actually get them clean, and they'll be clean for a while. When things get really bad, it's always it's a permanently dangerous situation, because if you have an addict, then what happens when things get really, really stressful for them? You know, a normal person might, well, I overeat or something. I binge eat when something goes, when things get really stressful. A drug addict, it's, oh, just once for old time's sake to get me through this bad day. And then they're right back on this stuff. But guess what? Once they do that, once they could be clean for like 2 years, let's say. And then all of a sudden they have a really, really, really bad, stressful day, and they call up their, whoever it was that would supply their drugs to them, and they shoot up again. When they're in their right mind, when the high goes off, that should be a situation when they call someone close to them and say, hey, I just screwed up. I need some help. We need to figure this out. And then you'd have to decide, okay, do we get you to rehab? Do I just need to keep a close eye on you or something like that? Here's the thing. They are always too ashamed that they failed. They're always too ashamed to tell you. They don't want to tell you what they've done, because they feel like they've let you down, and you helped them, and then they just went back and then they're on drugs. But here's the thing. Because they don't tell you, because they're ashamed to tell you, they deal with it they try to deal with it on their own. Well, but guess what? Now it's all back in their system and so on. And so, okay, just one more time, and then I'll quit. And then just one more time, and then I'll quit. And then just one more time. And then they die of an overdose. Or in the case of like my brother, who's still alive, he went to prison. So he got out of prison once, got totally clean, and was stuck with it. I remember offering him a beer at some point. He's like, nope, not happening. Just thinking, okay, it's a beer with family. He's got a drug problem. He didn't have a drinking problem. And he was like, no, he didn't want anything. So that was like, I was like, oh, he's really solid. He's refusing anything, because I was kind of testing him. But then eventually, because our mom died, our brother OD'd and got brain damage at first. Later on, he died of an overdose too. He lost his wife to an overdose, and guess what? That's a really bad combination for a recovering drug addict. That amount of stress. I didn't know he was in a different state. And so at any point, as he got worse and worse and worse and worse, at any point, he could have called me and said, I got some problems, man. This is not going well. I've relapsed. I need some help. And I would have jumped in my car, driven to him, and got him help. He couldn't do it. He's too ashamed. What happens? Well, he ends up in prison for selling drugs. And so where I come from, it is really, 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 really important for people to get past the idea that, I can't admit this because it's too shameful. You have to get past it. You just have to. I mean, and where I come from, it's like life or death. If you keep things to yourself and are too ashamed to bring them up, it's a matter of time. You're dead. You're going to die. And so I take this as like a really important point. Again, the abuse victim advocates, they're focusing on abuse victims, and will destroy anyone who has done anything to a victim. Will destroy them. Well, you destroying people and exposing them and humiliating them is part of the reason people are scared to ever mention things that they've done. And again, like my family, that means you're dead. If you do not get the ability to say, hey, I need help here, and yes, I messed up, and yes, I was wrong. If you do not have that ability, you are dead. And so when I see these ministries just relentlessly attacking anyone who comes forward with any information. And we have to destroy you now. So in that situation, it'd be what? You need to be, you did drugs? Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. You had all these chances and you got clean and now you're doing drugs. You slimy, evil addict, you. And I don't know. It's a weird situation to me, but I think they're helping create an environment where people can't come forward for stuff. And then so people only get exposed. You only find out about stuff when people get exposed. And it's like, you're perpetuating this problem by not allowing people to come forward with information without being condemned for the rest of their lives. And so that's why it's pretty important to me. It's an important issue to me.
Yeah, and thankfully, in your case, you have a voice and you have a community, and many people don't have that. Many people don't have the voice that you have. Many people don't have the community that you have, and so who knows any other bad days that she's had where she's just ruined people's lives because of she did like a wrong AI transcription of this or that, and it just the article just got completely framed in a way that was like so coming off as deceptive and so wrong that people just want nothing to do with the guy or the girl or whoever. Well, I don't know, whoever she's exposing. And it's like, it got to the point where people were so outraged by how she represented you and how she spoke about your situation. It's like it was like she actually said that she thought that Christians were a bunch of mean people and the whole community is just mean, and everyone's pointing out to her like, what about like you just take this time to self-reflect, like is it possible that you are in the wrong here, not everyone else is the one that's mean and just bad people. And that's what I see that has come out of this, is that hopefully this pushback is going to create something where, not for her personally, but like for other people who try to model their, whatever they do, exposing people or whatever like that in the Christian community, that they can do it in a more responsible way and in a better Christ honoring way.
But it's also interesting that about the question you asked about attacking your dad. You didn't get any pushback about ministry for that for years. But then when this sin is, you said it now is different, she's basically communicating to everyone who's sinned as a teenager in that way that some sins are not as forgivable as others. That's basically what she's saying, that confession covers some but not others, that you get grace for some things, even like attempted, you attempted to harm your dad in that way, which that would be worse. But not this. But
yeah,
so
I did think that was weird. If you think something that someone did 30 years ago would disqualify a person, like bashing your dad's head in would not be in that category, but sex with an underage girl would. Yeah, I didn't understand. I guess it makes sense from the perspective of their community where they're focusing on like victims of sexual abuse and so on. So they consider that like the main thing. But yeah, it would be weird to me having sex with a girl at a party being a deal breaker, whereas bashing a man's skull in doesn't. Hey, you got comments like this, but this isn't about you doing drugs. This is literal deflection. I don't do drugs. So this isn't, no, I think you missed the point, Dogs. The point was, one of the main issues that I have is when someone comes forward with information like I did, if people attack the person for coming forward with information, they attack the person based on something he did from 30 years ago that he publicly confessed and condemned himself, and then they give him the label of what he did 30 years ago, and then that sticks. That's how you're now identified in their entire group, and you can never do anything about that. That's not a problem for me. This is not hurting me at all. I'm saying that is dangerous if every time someone comes forward with something, people attack the person. What message does that send to other people who might want to come forward about something? You know what? I really have to deal with this thing I did 10 years ago, 5 years ago, or something. I need to get this. I need to confess and so on. If people know there's not going to be, there's not going to be like concern like, hey, we're here to help you. If they're victims, we're here to help them too. We want to make the best of this messed up situation. But thank you for coming forward. It's good that you came forward. If it's not that, it's just now we have to destroy you and wreck your life. Again, we're not talking about me on this situation. You're not going to wreck my life with this stuff. You're just not. Other people, you will wreck their lives. And as Giant DOC were pointing out, you can see I had a bunch of people rush to my defense. There are going to be other people who don't have that. And all of a sudden a person comes out, says, hey, I did this 30 years ago. And everyone attacks the person, destroy his life, and he can't defend himself. And that's not just bad for him. Any other person looking at that, I'm not coming forward with anything. I'm never going to come forward with anything because you guys will use it to destroy me, not to try and move forward, get past it and move forward. Like I made a video years ago, right after the Ravi Zacharias scandal got exposed, and my point there was, I don't know his entire history. I don't believe Ravi Zacharias started out doing the things that he was later exposed for doing. I don't think he started off like that. The way it happens is everything's going fine. You make one tiny little mistake at some point, but if you're now famous, worldwide evangelist and so on, an author, you don't even feel like you can confess that one little thing you do. Keep in mind, guys, I'm not saying, what he did was some little thing. No, I'm saying it probably started with something comparatively small compared to what he did later. But then he's such people love him and he's such a hero to so many people. It's like, well, I can't tell anyone that I actually messed up. Not even on this. I can't tell them that I'm a hero. What if it shakes their faith and so on? And so you deal with it yourself, just like a drug addict who has a relapse tries to deal with it himself. And guess what? People are very bad at dealing with things themselves without help from other people. But so Ravi can't confess that to people around him because he's too worried about how they'll react and doesn't want to hurt their trust in him. So he deals with it himself. Guess what? Next time, do something a little more. A little later, does something more. A little later, does something more. Eventually, he's living a completely double life. The guy's living a double life. Here's how I am on stage. Here's what everyone thinks about me. Behind the scenes, I am a completely different person. I'm a monster. How do you stop that? Well, guess what? That's something like a drug addict having a relapse for the first time and shooting up again. That's the time when you want to catch that. Later on, it's way more difficult to deal with. But if you catch something early, you can deal with it. If people are terrified of coming forward because people are just going to use the opportunity to destroy them, you're basically guaranteeing that people aren't going to come forward with this stuff. They're not going to do it. And so they're going to keep dealing with things behind the scenes, and you're going to end up with more monsters living double lives, which is what a lot of people in the community, the advocate community, think about me. They think I must be living this double life. I'm just a oddball that blurts the stuff out. So anyway, yeah, hope that answers Dog Zer. We're explaining our concerns and why these issues are actually important. In fact, this is what I just said is one of the main reasons that I'm even addressing this. We need an environment where people can come forward early on before things get too out of control. And it's not looking like that. It's not, especially online, it's like worse now. You mention anything and people just pounce and try to destroy you. And again, most people aren't going to be like me. They'll be more bothered than I am. They won't have a platform to respond to things. They don't have people who know them well and can respond for them and so on. So in other words, this will be really bad for other people. And so kind of need to address this.
It's also a very weird thing. When you confess your sin, they were like, what about the victim's feelings? I don't understand that. What about violence by hammers, victims' feelings, when you confess that one? When Paul said that he persecuted Christians and participated in their killings, no one thought of, or what about Stephen's family's feelings? Since when confessing in Christianity, since when do you stop people confessing because victims' feelings. I thought that would be good for victims to have people come up and confess and say that was wrong. I don't understand that. And why would they use victims' feelings against you?
Because even people in the live chat, like before the stream started, I saw someone said something similar to that. They said that they were in a situation where they were abused when they were a teenager with an older man, and that if they saw that person, like, 20, 30 years later in ministry, and like they brought, like, very similar to what you just said, like how you said things, but it was like in the context of like doing a ministry kind of thing, like you're making a point about consistency, Matthew 7, exposing of the same standard, and the point that you're making in the ministry that you do in general. They were saying that they wouldn't respond the way that these Royce crowd people are painting the ones. This is how they should respond. And another thing is like this as well, is like they would say like, why didn't he ever apologize to them? This is his first time talking about it in public. Why didn't he ever apologize to them? And none of them asked, like, yeah, did he ever apologize to his dad? Did he ever say sorry? Like,
Yeah.
they don't have any concern or care for that. And it's like, for me, the fact that you're mentioning it, like, I mean, first of all, we don't even know if these women are still alive today. We don't know that. So for you to like do a live stream where you're like addressing them, saying I'm sorry, I don't even know, is that just performative, or is that like you really think that they're going to hear it, or like
that is another issue, that a lot of what's demanded is just performative. Like even in some of the comments here, but in a lot of the tweets, it's David has to go and turn himself in, and it doesn't work like that. And I had to respond to something, and they still don't get it. I can walk into a police station, tell them everything, which is basically the things I've already shared. They can't arrest you for that. I mean, maybe they could arrest you. They're not charging you. They're not going to court. They have to have victims, right? So, but they're saying do it anyway. So I'm saying, wait a minute. You're telling me I need to go tell police what I said in the live stream. But you guys, a bunch of them have said they already sent this to police, and they sent it. And like some of them, like, I've got in contact with my lawyer and he put everything together for them and so on. So a bunch of these different people have contacted police, shared everything. And I was telling them, they're like, well, which jail is it? I'm telling them, this is how you contact them. Go ahead. So for everyone who's thinking, why don't you go turn yourself in, guys, they don't arrest you for stuff without, and I gave the example in some tweets and so on. I said, okay, guys, I killed 1,000 people and tossed their bodies in swamps. I just confessed. I killed 1,000 people. Well, let me make it believable. I killed 5 people and tossed their bodies in swamps. I'm a diagnosed psychopath, so, I mean, believable, right? Okay, how much time am I going to do for that? None ever. It's not going to happen. Why? Because they run it. Okay, where are they? Where was this? They would need some sort of corroboration, and they wouldn't have it. And so here's a situation where people are telling me, no, you have to go turn yourself in. Why? What would I do? I would tell them what you guys have already told them, what I already said in the live stream. If they think it's enough to arrest, they can already come and arrest me. Like, what do you think that accomplishes? It does nothing. What are you trying to do? And it's just, they want some sort of performance for them. Like, here, he's doing what we've told him to do. And if you show me, I really have to do it. I'll do it. But I'm not listening. I'm not doing what you guys tell me. I don't trust you guys to make these kinds of decisions. And especially when it's just do this thing because we say you have to do this thing, and there's no reason for it. And it's a complete waste of time. Show me I'm supposed to do it. I'll do it. It's just, I'm not doing it because you guys say, the people who are saying that are saying some terrible stuff and I don't trust them and their wisdom. I don't trust their hikmah.
Yeah. Like, you repented it to God and you give it to God, and whatever God's will is for whatever to happen, you accept whatever God's will is for that. Now, I just want to say, and maybe this is an area that we know about a little bit, which is that if someone does start confessing something,
we assume they're mentally ill.
You assume that they're mentally ill.
How do you know they haven't hallucinated?
Yeah, or especially with your mental health history as well. You might find yourself not going to jail, but going to a mental ward or something like that, because they're like, what is this guy like? Like, that's how professionals think. when someone just starts confessing things
Out of the blue.
without out of the blue. That's just how it works in the professional world, not in this Royce world where you have to do everything by, not necessarily Royce, but I mean her fans. They have to do everything by what they say, how they say things. But in the professional world, where professionals actually hear confessions and make these determinations, when you hear things being said, like someone's confessing this, you do have to check their mental health in some cases, because they actually might just be going off or something.
Yeah, if you walk into a professional and start saying things that you have no evidence for, they don't believe you. Like it's not like in the movies.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
go.
Oh yeah, let me put it this way. I, over my prison sentence and jail, I was locked up with a lot of people, thousands and thousands of people I was locked up with. I was locked up with people who were there because they did confess their crimes. I was not locked up with one single person ever who was locked up for confessing to his crimes, and there was no corroborating evidence, and it was just, trust me, bro. If you cannot show them what you did and show them evidence, there's nothing to go on. You're not gonna go into court and say, well, this guy says he killed a hobo and tossed his body in there, so yeah, we find him guilty. Just it doesn't happen. So it's just. Let me break it down like this, and I will probably repeat this over and over again as long as we discuss any of these issues. Suppose you do something horrible and messed up. You basically got, as far as I can see, the main options on the table. You can let's say do things like cry and show remorse and so on. And normal people might cry and be incredibly remorseful over something they've done. But that's one thing that you can do. Two, you can find ways to be punished, which might include, going and confessing and getting locked up and so on. But you have to find ways to get sort of worldly justice for what you've done. You got that. Or three, you can try to change things moving forward, like make the world a better place, especially in those kinds of ways. Try to make some sort of progress. And so suppose I was out of my mind on drugs and on PCP, and I remember at some point a long time ago, I killed a hobo and tossed his body in the ocean. And suppose I've brought this up and there's no evidence and they have no record of a hobo, and I don't even remember where it was and so on. So there's nothing to go on. Well, I could bring all of that up to this crowd, and it would be, well, you need to be crying and showing remorse, or you need to be trying to get punished. And I'm saying, look, there's no way to get punished. There's no evidence. All I have to go on is my memory, and it's just not enough to provide any sort of a corroborating evidence. So I don't know what to do. I mean, imagine like a third option, like, okay, I'm going to spend the rest of my life helping homeless people or something like that. It's like, why is that the bad option? Why is that the bad option? Because guess what? To this crowd, it's a totally bad option. It's the moving forward and trying to do something positive in the world. It doesn't change what you've done in the past, but the things you've done in the past can sort of make you want to change the world in a way that's not as much of a problem moving forward. In other words, you try to reduce what happened in the past in the future. You try to make things better. That's what you're not allowed to do, right? So think, in my situation is, one, I'm supposed to be extremely remorseful and crying over it and stuff like that. And people point out, okay, he doesn't have those kind of reactions. So the other thing I'm supposed to do is seek punishment. I have to find ways to be punished, but that's not going to work. Okay, well, what are people objecting to that I did? Well, I had sex with 2 underage girls when I was 18. Okay, so how could I, as far as do something to positively affect the world that's related to that? I don't know. How about constantly flinging myself up against an ideology that is the biggest ideology on the planet that promotes sex with children? How about that? How about I do that? Move forward. What did they say? No, you can't do that. You're not allowed to do that, right? Step down from ministry. In other words, stop doing that. So, I mean, think about how insane this is. I can't do 1. I can't do 2. So I do 3. And they say, no, you're not allowed to do 3. You're only allowed to do 1 and 2. The things that's what I mean. There's no path forward. They don't allow any path forward.
Right.
And so it's just a weird situation. By the way, guys, this is connected to other things. I think I mentioned in my testimony video once that when I was growing up, my mom just always ended up with abusive boyfriends who beat her. She had her dad, my grandpa, was an abusive man. Big muscle-bound Green Beret, was usually cool to the grandkids, but abusive towards his wife and so on. And guess what? Girls grow up and that's their example of a man. And so he was a just massive muscle-bound Green Beret killing machine, extremely aggressive and not always nice in the way he treated women. But my mom would always end up with these like massive muscle-bound boyfriends who would end up beating the crap out of her. And I never helped her. Why? I'm a psychopath, and I didn't care. And I was always like, you chose him as your boyfriend, so what am I going to do? And it didn't, even when I was big and I was 230 pounds and could have stopped someone without any problem, I still wouldn't. And so what do? There's no fixing that. Like, even after I become a Christian, I can't, and I realize, whoa, that is seriously messed up. I take it as a supreme moral obligation to protect your mother from harm. And I didn't even have that. I didn't have the slightest inclination to protect my mother from guys beating her. I didn't care. And there wasn't a situation where I was even going to help her. So you look back at that and you say, wow, that is really screwed up that I was that messed up that I wouldn't help my own mother. What do? I can't go back and fix it. I don't know. How about flinging myself up constantly against an ideology that promotes beating women into submission? I'm not allowed to do that. I'm not allowed to do the thing that actually does anything. Everything has to be performative and accomplishing nothing. And I don't understand how their community is just glued to, you either have to be crying and showing remorse, or you have to be seeking ways to be punished. But under no circumstances do you actually use your experience to change the world in some positive way. You're not allowed to do that. Step down from ministry and go get locked up somewhere. Find a way, David. Weird.
Yeah, and one of the things that I mentioned on my stream was, thank God that he didn't consult with Julie Royce or with these other people to, should I give this gift to this person? Should I give this gift to this person? Like, they have no say at all in these callings and gifts that God gives people, and thank God for that. Because if they, like you said, if they had their way, that you wouldn't even be on this stream right now. You'd be, I don't know, you'd be
canceled forever.
Yeah, you'd be sitting at the police station just begging them to put you in prison or put you in jail for the rest of your life, because there's nothing good enough. There's no redemption for you according to them.
And even if you come back and do all that and come back, they'll say you still can't do anything. Just sit home and don't do anything. Just be canceled forever.
Yeah, it's just really
it's really juvenile. Like, that's not how life works.
And that's not how God works. And if there's a situation where, like you said, if there's a situation legally where the woman who we don't even know if they're alive today, we don't know who they are, we don't know what we don't know anything about, but if they come forward, or if they did come forward, and now everybody knows, if they have a case out there, like a cold case or something like that, well, they got plenty of video footage from people sending it in. They know who to connect that to now. So you said, hey, if there's a case out there, or if someone makes a case, charges against me for this, I'll plead guilty. And you said that. So what else do they want? Like, do they want you to fake tears or something? You can't fake. I mean, what do they want?
There was another one who was saying, the reason David doesn't want to step forward is because then they'll take his DNA and then they'll be able to connect him to all these various rapes and so on. It's like, are you kidding me? One, I've been to prison. They did take they have my DNA on record. If I'm in the system. Two, guess what? Never been called for any of this stuff. So guessing no DNA out there. But three, what DNA do you think you're gonna find? What DNA do you think is on record from having sex with a girl at a party? Like, did police swoop in right after that and take samples and stuff, and I just didn't know about it, and they're waiting with their cold case file to lock me up. That's what it's like. Everything is completely unrealistic. It's all everything they want is performative. What they demand is basically doing something they say so they can kind of, it looks like I'm not talking about Julie here. I'm talking about the others. I still don't know enough about Julie, I read a bunch of tweets by other people who were saying harsher things, but they're in like ministries and so on. But yeah, it's just this. You have to do what we say. It looks like you've got some people who are obsessed with controlling other people. And once you've been exposed for something, you're supposed to grovel before them and they give you your assignments and so on. And if you're just like, I don't know you guys, I'm not doing anything you say unless you show me it's a really good reason. They're like, well, we're saying you have to do it. Like, well, okay, then I'm not doing it unless you give me a good reason, and they can't give any good reason. And then they just become increasingly enraged that they don't have control. And it's like, well, sorry guys, I don't know if you got the point of the actual live stream, but you're not going to make me do what you want me to do by manipulation tactics. Show me it's the right thing to do. I'll do it. Anyway, weird stuff.
Yeah, it is very weird.
All right. So did you have more article here?
Oh, yeah, I think there's a little bit left. I mean, I think we basically got let me just go through it again real quick, because I think we basically got the gist of it. Yeah, we're pretty much good to end it there. But for the article side, yeah, I mean, just more examples of the same thing, really. Misquotations, not framing things in a correct light, and then the corrections don't help either in a lot of cases. And it just the best case, for them would just be to just delete the article. Stop making because I think AP said by the end of the correction is going to be longer than the article at the end of after all the corrections. The correction at the bottom, because they actually say we corrected this, and this, and they apologize for certain things for but they don't apologize for everything, and it's eventually that correction page is going to be longer than the actual article itself, but. Yeah, so it's just more examples of the same thing. So it's not. I don't know if we want to go through it or whatever, but maybe it's time. Yeah, the tweets might be a better direction now, because I think the point has been made with the article. I think.
I think in order to avoid this becoming a 6-hour live stream, I think I might have to do a part 2, going through some stuff. Probably just read the articles now, just to see kind of where they're at, like the current version of the article and so on. Might save the tweets and might do a part 2 to go through it, because otherwise it's going to be way too long. Yeah, I really thought we were just going to check out the article and then check out another article and check out another article and go through the tweets. And sadly, I keep running my mouth for way too long. But I'm making super dope points, guys. Super dope points. Don't miss it.
They are super dope.
They are.
All right. Dope. So this is. Let's check out the current. Oh, and by the way, I just wanted to point out I don't have a problem with not taking the article down. If she wants to leave the article up, it's an awkward situation for journalists and so on. If you take something down, then people are like, "Oh, what are you trying to cover up? Are you trying to cover up all your errors and stuff?" And so I think it's okay trying to correct things and then leaving it up so that people can see what you said. And there's a public record of it. So yeah, I don't have any problem with leaving this up.
Well, the corrections only make sense if you actually saw the first edition. It's ambiguous enough to where you don't actually there are some things that are clarified. Okay, yeah, you got the article here. Okay. But in terms of seeing the corrections, you're not going to really be able to identify them clearly without comparing, which there's no way to do unless you go back to the previous streams that we did.
Yeah, so we'll just we'll read this rapid fire, guys, to see what the current version is, and I'll let you know if I have any problems. So Christian apologist David Wood confesses he raped girls prior to his conversion in shocking live stream. So the only thing that someone might object to, and I've said I'm fine with calling it rape, is other people who might not have people to clarify things for them. In other words, if I saw this, Christian apologist David Wood confesses he raped girls prior to his conversion in shocking live stream, I would think this means forcible. That's what I would think. And so some people would object. People are going to get the wrong idea, and why would you be okay with giving people a wrong idea? on March 28th. So there's no situation where I'm ever going to ask her to change this. I'm totally fine with it. But other people, yeah, I would have a problem with this about someone else. Let's see. Warning, the article contains graphic descriptions of sexual acts and may be triggering for some readers. Christian apologist David Wood, known for his large platform and prison conversion, shocked viewers when he openly confessed during a recent live stream that he raped. Wait, I thought there were corrections. Didn't they have corrections?
No, you're not, no. You're not gonna. It's at the way bottom.
The corrections. The corrections down here. So they listed the corrections. I thought someone said they had corrections, and then you said AP said that. Okay, there we go. Because you said.
Yeah. Eventually, this part's going to be longer.
You said AP eventually. Yeah, the correction part's going to be longer. So I was like, where are the corrections at? The Royce Report has made several corrections to this article, most notably the characterization of Wood as boasting about his sexual misconduct and Idemir as laughing it off. This was the interpretation of the reporter, given the demeanor of both men, but Wood clearly acknowledges his behavior was wrong. We apologize for the mischaracterization. Also, we initially stated that Wood rejects moral conventions, but changed to rejected, showing his change in views. Royce Report also removed a sentence claiming that 6% dislike ratio of the video with Wood's confession shows a normalization of the behavior Wood describes. The Royce Report has instead inserted several sentences which more accurately explain why the audience did not respond negatively to Wood's confession. We corrected a misquote. I mean, if you go to the comments, people thought it was one of the most awesome live streams of all time and really, really important in lots of ways. But this is the clip that got used. So is this the beginning?
A little bit more, yeah.
So let's see. He describes the acts in disturbing detail without any seeming remorse. The acts, he said, took place before he was imprisoned at 18 for a violent attack on his father, and before Wood, now 49, said he became a Christian. The last two girls I had sex with before I went to jail, one was 13, one was 15. Wood told Ridvan Idemir, friend of Wood's, known as the apostate prophet, last week. She had big boobs and wide hips, but she was 13. I did not care. I did not care back then. Wood said in the clip near the end of a 6-hour live stream that drew more than 150,000 views. So, yeah, we've kind of talked about this, but yes, this would look like... I don't know. This would just look like I'm bragging about it, and you're missing.
Or you're sexualizing them and things like that. Like it's like, oh, he's re-objectifying his victims. Like that kind of thing. It's like it just completely gives you the wrong impression. When you know your audience, like you said, the Dawa guys are going to be, how you basically know how everyone was going to respond, and then all of a sudden these people came along and they just like we didn't see this coming. I don't know, but this was the one kind of segment of the audience that like really took things to a level that like maybe they don't understand these quotes from Muhammad Hijab, or they don't understand references and things like that, and it wasn't you objectifying them or sexualizing them. You were just pointing out that that's what Muslims say, and that's not a correct justification to use.
And it is interesting. You pointed out that didn't see this one coming. Knew what Sam's followers would do, knew what the Groypers would do, knew what the online Orthobros would do, definitely knew what the Dawa guys would do. Was not thinking in terms of the abuse victim advocates and so on. But here we are. So Wood runs a YouTube channel, Apologetics Roadshow, 383,000 subscribers, with many of his videos directed against Islam. He spoke flippantly about his past criminal acts and did not express remorse. He added about his pre-conversion self, I don't care. One was 13 and one was 15. I didn't care back then, he said. The 13-year-old, he added, flung herself at me, though he conceded it was still wrong. That's true. The chilling confession came despite Wood's earlier prison conversion while serving time for attempting to murder his father with a hammer on Thanksgiving Day, 1994. Diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder, Wood told his audience he rejected conventional moral rules and described himself as a sociopath in the past. The Royce Report attempted to find contact information for Wood, but initially was unsuccessful. We have since emailed him requesting an interview, and he responded by poking fun at the request on social media. Wood detailed sexually abusing the 15-year-old, saying the 15-year-old, to be fair, she told me she was 17. I eventually knew she was 15. Still didn't care. That girl, I had anal sex with that girl. Do you know what that would be in court? Turns out I was wrong about the charges. I thought there would be like 20-year sentences or something like that. Debbie went through the things and she went through the legal definitions and stuff, and it's like a year or something like that. for doing something with a girl 13 to 15 years old or something like that. I didn't look into the details and stuff. She just, she looked it up. But so anyway,
there's a lot of factors
the
involved
penalty,
in that.
the penalties are not as severe as I thought they would be. But it's like a year. I do a year standing on my head, man. It's like a vacation. During the broadcast, apostate prophet appeared visibly unsettled and asked Wood to clarify that his actions happened prior to his conversion, which Wood did. Only a 6% of those who watched the video disliked it. Those defending Wood on social media noted that his disorder makes him incapable of showing proper emotion. Others pointed to the fact that Wood is responding to an altercation begun by another Christian apologist, Sam Shamoon, who threatened to expose Wood.
Yeah, by the way, that was
that's misleading too.
Yeah, and that's also something that I pointed out, and that wasn't in the original article. Nothing about Sam was in the original article. I thought that was extremely misleading not to include that in there, because there's context for how you were there was like a systematic way you were doing things. Okay, AP, we're going to go over AP, we're going to go over David, now we're going to go over Sam, now we're going to go back to David. It's like there was a clear way what you were doing. Now they're focusing in on just the confession as to the underage girls, which is important, of course, and we all acknowledge that's sin, that's evil. But what's the reason why David confessed, and why did he say those things? They didn't explain that at all. And where's the article on Sam, by the way? I mean, not that like what is it? So you've seen the live stream.
Given the way these guys, I don't mean Julie Royce in particular, something like that, but I would not want anyone going after Sam because they don't know what they're dealing with. And if they, it's an ongoing problem. These guys jumping into situations, not having anything, not knowing any of the details, any of the backgrounds, and jumping into situations. I don't think that would. I think it's better they stay out of it and let people who understand the situation deal with it.
Yeah.
But anyway, but right here, another Christian apologist, Sam Shamoon, who threatened to expose what? That sounds like he knew this. Yeah, he's going to expose me for this stuff, and I was just confessing because, I was going to be exposed. Not true.
And the 6% dislike, also a wrong impression there too, as well. Like that, what is that supposed to mean? So basically, they're saying everybody here watching this live stream
is bad.
Is basically a bad person.
Wasn't it a big a clue for them that only 6% dislikes it? If it was really that flippant and gleeful about sin. Why do you think only 6% out of 150,000 views disliked it? Surely all of us would have been outraged, right?
Yeah, that's another thing. It's when they see that, they think, oh, you see how it's been normalized, that no one has a problem with it. And it's not, well, don't you think there might be something that you didn't watch because you guys watched like a 2-minute clip and you didn't watch the entire life? Don't you think if very few people had a problem with this, and guess what? The people who did have a problem with it were probably Sam Shamoon fans and so on. Don't you think maybe you should take a closer look?
Right.
But let's see.
David is being very, very nice, but Trump would call this fake news. That's what Trump would call it.
Reasoned answer says, too bad, David. I'm going after Sam. I wasn't suggesting you shouldn't, Thaddeus. I'm talking about people who would not know what they're dealing with. You know what you're dealing with. So anyone who knows what they're dealing with, do what you want. Eric Skwarczynski, host of the Preacher Boys podcast, which also exposes abuse within Christian communities, called Wood's confession absolutely disgusting. He expressed frustration over the ongoing problem of the flippant discussion of sexual abuse within segments of American Christianity. Skwarczynski posted his commentary on YouTube. Oh, hey, they got a YouTube channel? I might check it out. Which included clips of Wood describing his actions in detail, but the platform removed the video, citing an unspecified violation of community standards. He told the Royce Report the video is available on his page. Wait, he posted a clip of me and then it got taken down? That's weird.
It didn't just happen with him, it happened with others as well. Happened to Sam as well. When people just post these small clips. Yeah.
Okay. I guess the algorithm picks up the stuff more if it's just this. That's all that's in the clip.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
American Muslim scholar Daniel, and world's leading defender of child marriage and world's leading defender of first cousin marriage, also expressed his disgust on the program, The Hakikat Show. They are airing dirty laundry and exposing themselves, and some of it reaches the level of criminality, Hakikat, you said. They're actually admitting to committing crimes. Yeah. I did. There could be criminal charges brought against them for what they are actually admitting to. It's theoretically possible, but very unlikely. They are admitting to sex abuse crimes like this is a joke. This is funny. Was I doing that like it's a joke?
No, you
I
weren't.
was pretty darn serious about how you would react to a person who is threatening to expose you. Despite the severity of the sex crimes Wood described, he has never faced charges related to these allegations, and many worry about the statute of limitations preventing prosecution. I don't think there is any statute of limitations in Virginia, so you don't even need, that's not an issue. That's not an issue. Born in 1976, Wood is from the Bronx, New York, but according to his most recent tape, he was living in Virginia when he tried to kill his father. The rapes, he said, occurred while he was out on bond, presumably back home in Virginia before trial. Wood characterized his acts as part of a rebellious past. Before his conversion, that's kind of an understatement. The live stream comments section revealed polarized reactions. Some viewers praised Wood's confession as part of a redemptive Christian conversion narrative. Others criticized the disturbing nature of his confession and the community's acceptance of it. Wait a minute. No one's getting it right. Wood posted another video Monday using criticism by Muslim viewers as a way to trash the Prophet Muhammad.
Yeah, that one got me too.
Yeah, the Prophet.
No, so David's
no, she's right. The Prophet Muhammad.
She did.
Yeah, she
The
wrote.
Prophet.
Yeah, but in other words, this is being used to trash Muhammad. Okay, trash Muhammad. You're not again, this is another way it's like belittling what you do. It's like saying like, "Oh, so if you're going to apply the same standard to yourself, what Muslims are applying to you, that's not trashing Muhammad. That's just merely applying their standard." It just puts a bad taste in your mouth, like,
But wait, isn't she minimizing what Muhammad did to young girls? Doesn't that hurt young girls too?
Yeah, doesn't she care about the
She-
feelings of Aisha
When
and
when you
stuff?
say, "Oh, we're trashing the Prophet Muhammad,"
You should be exposing the
the
Prophet
Prophet
Muhammad,
Muhammad.
the false prophet. But yeah, I
So
mean,
that got us as well.
yeah.
Yeah, and by the way, I mean, think about this, because I mentioned you kind of have if you've done something messed up, you've got three main options. You can cry and show remorse and things like that. You can find ways to be punished for what you've done, to find some worldly justice, or you can try to make a positive difference in the world that will possibly reduce that in the future. And so what are they blasting me for here? For using the entire situation to expose child marriage in Islam. So the one thing, as far as I can tell, that I can actually do that isn't just for show is bad. Weird stuff.
Yeah, it's being reduced to trashing Muhammad. That's it.
Yeah, poor Prophet Muhammad. I did nothing against their will, he said, of the sexual abuse. Those girls approached me, but it's statutory rape, right? Because girls that young can't consent. There are always girls who would fling themselves at the bad boy in the room, and I tended to be the bad boy. So yes, among other things, I had sex with a post-pubescent 13-year-old who, for some reason, is at a party, and a post-pubescent 15-year-old. And if I hadn't gotten locked up, I would have done worse than that. He promised more videos on the matter where we'll be talking about Muhammad, who did something with a prepubescent 9-year-old girl. What's the word for sex with a 9-year-old girl? According to our Dawa Muslim friends, shaking the forefinger of his left hand at the camera. Rape, he said. And the person who does it is what? According to our Dawa friends, a pedophile. It's official now. Oh, that's the end?
That's it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, by the way, they didn't include the fact that you were quoting Daniel Hakikichu when Daniel said, David recently admitted to raping 2 underage girls. And then you came in and you were being sarcastic. You said, raping? I did nothing against their will. Those girls approached me. But,
Yeah.
of course, that part is... So they quoted that part. I did nothing against their will. Those girls approached me. You were being sarcastic about Daniel. And then you said, but it's statutory rape, right? Why? Because the girls that young can't consent. So you were making a point, and the way that they just have it there, obviously there's no tone or anything like that, but they don't even try to give context. You were making the point that it doesn't matter how whether it was against their will, or whether it was not against, sorry, that it wasn't against their will, or how old they were, anything like that. That what was the point is that they're so young they can't consent. Like, so you weren't like, I don't know, you get the wrong impression if you just read that on its own.
Yeah, that seems to be an ongoing theme here and in the tweets is saying I said something which is correct, that I said it, but without knowing what I'm responding to gives a completely different, people would interpret it completely differently from the way that it was meant.
Yeah,
And,
they omitted the Muhammad hijab quote, and then they omitted the Daniel Hikachu quote. Like, so you were responding to both of those things with some of the things that you were pointing out, and they were using both of those things against you, where context would have, at least clarified to their audience that you're not just like objectifying them or sexualizing them. It would have helped at least explain to people what's going on. Like, well, why did David say this? Like, what was the point of him saying? Like, well, why did he say this particular sentence about their breasts being big? Why did he say that? There's no context for that at all. It just makes you look like a monster. And and like you say, you're like, okay, I don't mind people looking at me as a monster, but at least do it for the right reasons. Yeah. Like, don't.
And yeah, again, the concern is the next guy. Someone else could have their life completely ruined by confessing something, which fosters an environment where no one ever wants to confess anything, and that is bad for the world.
And you can tell. Oh yeah, I didn't read this article.
Oh hey, this is actually by her. It says by Julie Royce. The other one said by Mark something.
Mark Kellner. I haven't actually read this one. There was only a section of it that I read, but I didn't read the full thing. So this will be a lot of this will be new for me and for DOC as well. But I forgot what I was going to say. I lost my chance. Sorry. I got excited when I saw this new article. And I forgot what I was going to say before that. Sorry about that.
Can a psychopath and rapist be fit for ministry? Response to apologist David Wood. So notice again, whatever you've done, that is your permanent label. Doesn't matter how much time has passed, whether you have changed, doesn't matter. That is your permanent label. I mean, think about this situation. It's like, suppose you had an Al-Qaeda terrorist and he realizes Muhammad's a false prophet, leaves Islam, becomes a Christian, and wants to tell people about the dangers of Islam or something like this. And it's just like, what do you do? Well, you just label him a terrorist for the rest of his life. And you guys going to trust a terrorist? Can a terrorist be fit for ministry? Can a terrorist do this? Can a terrorist do that? You guys going to trust a terrorist? Christian confesses to being a terrorist. Can a terrorist be fit for ministry? And you just carry that label. It just doesn't matter if it's 30 years later, 40 years later, you are the terrorist forever.
Yeah. Or a murderer.
Well, she can say that about me. Can a Muslim be fit for ministry? Because it's what I did, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or a pagan who kissed a black stone.
Yeah, can a black stone kisser be fit for ministry? It's what I did, right? I tried to do.
Yeah, no, it's just like it's.
Oh, I'm just thinking of like people in the Bible and so on.
Yeah, like Paul or something like that. Yeah.
Well, I'm thinking of like when like prostitutes would come to Jesus and so on. Hey, go sin no more. Just imagine like for the rest of their lives. Oh, you the prostitute? Can prostitutes be fit for ministry? Prostitute. Hey, whore. Yeah. Whore. Hey, whore.
Yeah.
That Samaritan woman who slept with 5 husbands, right? She went told her whole village.
Was she fit for ministry?
Was she fit for ministry?
She wasn't, according to Julie, because she slept with 5 men.
Yeah.
Can a psychopath? Yeah. Can a psychopath?
Grace. His forgiveness.
Can a psychopath and rapist be fit for ministry? Response to apologist David Wood. So now we get Julie's reporting. Opinion. This week, the Royce Report published a story about Christian apologist David Wood, who openly admitted he had sex with 13 and 15-year-old girls prior to becoming a Christian. So far, so good. The admission was shocking enough. Making it more egregious was Wood's seeming lack of remorse or apology, as you can observe for yourself in the clip below. 2 cool guys there. Wood also minimized his crime, characterizing the girls as willing participants. Why?
Because she's like tripled down on that point.
Yeah, so Apparently, guys, if I had sex with willing participants, I'm not allowed to say that because there's not allowed to be a distinction between someone who wants to have sex and someone who, again, you just crawl through their window and duct tape them up and rape them. You're not allowed to state that there's a difference. Though what he described is deemed rape or some similar sex crime in all 50 states. 13 and 15-year-olds cannot give consent. He also very crassly described that the 13-year-old had big boobs and wide hips, highlighting that she was post-pubescent. He also appears to smirk while talking about his sodomy of the 15-year-old. Why? Because I'm specifically addressing the entire time someone who is threatening to expose me if I do not do what he says. Normally, this kind of flippant confession and minimization would be deemed unconscionable, but I was deluged with negative feedback for publishing the story about Wood and called a litany of names by his followers. She's the real victim.
Oh, boo-hoo. Yeah, by the way, they're not. This is what I was going to say before I forgot what I was going to say. This is what I was going to say was that it doesn't seem like they're used to getting this kind of pushback. So maybe this will have a very positive effect. We can pray. We pray that God there's a redemptive effect from this, because this is not something normal for it seems like from the community not to get this kind of pushback.
But she's also labeling us, we're his followers, quote unquote. The 6%, that means the 94% are now bad. It's labeling everybody. Well, how about they're not just followers, they're just people who are observing the situation.
Yeah, I'd have to say, if everyone who is actually watching the live stream and everyone who actually knows me is on one side, and people looking at a 2-minute clip, not knowing what led up to it, not knowing what it's about, not understanding anything that's being said. They don't understand why. They don't understand the connection to hijab with the mentioning the wide hips and so on. It's like a quote from him in his discussion with Sneeko. It's just weird situation. We have people who know nothing about the situation come to completely wrong conclusions about certain things, that whenever anyone corrects them and says, hey, you didn't know the situation, here's what the actual situation was, it's, oh my goodness, look, this is completely evil. They've got an entire community that celebrates the rape of kids. And it's everyone's bad. And it's like, guys, I mean, can you not consider the possibility? If everyone who's way more informed about a situation disagrees with you, can you not conclude that maybe you're wrong about something here? I'm not talking about Julie Royce, because they at least made some corrections and so on. Just you can't seem to correct certain people in this community at all. If you do in any way, you're a rape apologist. Yeah. Shockingly, many don't seem to understand that sex between an 18-year-old and a 13-year-old is not consensual. No, we know that. Regardless of whether the 13-year-old flung herself at me. No, I know that, but there is still a difference. You can say, hey, they're not capable of legal consent, and they have reduced moral responsibility because of their age. You can say all of that and still say, there is a meaningful difference between having sex with someone who is willing, even if underage, and someone who is underage and not willing. And it's a serious situation where I really don't care if you do that with me. It is a problem if you do it with other people. But the main issue is, if you know the vast majority of people think these kinds of distinctions are important and you rule them out and you view anyone who makes distinctions as evil rape apologists, it's going to be an ongoing problem of trust with you. So I don't know. It's just, you got a decision. People have decisions to make about all this and how they phrase things. This is ironic, since sex with minors is something Wood and his followers condemn Muslims for embracing. Wait, you think that since I had sex with a 13-year-old,
you can't
yeah, I can't. This is what Muslims say, right? David, how dare you criticize? How dare you criticize Muhammad for something that you view as evil that you did years ago? It's like, what? I mean, think about the reasoning there. I mean, following that reasoning, I mean, Muhammad's original followers were a bunch of polytheists who converted to Islam. They would, according to this reasoning, never be allowed to criticize polytheism. They couldn't say a word about it.
I mean, wouldn't you be the perfect one to be condemning this, right? I mean,
Yeah.
look at
So I can't condemn a sin that I did
committed.
before. So I
Yeah,
can't
you can't
condemn
do it.
Muslims now that I came to Jesus for following a wrong religion because I was in it once.
You can't
It's
do
the
it. You were a
same thing.
Muslim. You were a Muslim. You can't criticize Islam.
Okay.
How is this ironic? Like this is ironic. How is this ironic?
It's not ironic. It's
Yeah.
just something in the past that is now different.
So
That's all.
so David commits the sin. He says this is evil, and then when he sees it somewhere else, he goes, "Hey, this is evil as well." And it's even more evil because of these other reasons. And then she's like, "Oh, that's ironic."
That's ironic. Don't do that.
That's quite
You can't do
ironic.
that.
Quite ironic. Hey, this guy did horrible things and condemns them and then tries to tell other people they're bad. Isn't that ironic? Muhammad had sexual relations with his 9-year-old wife, Aisha. Hey, that's good.
Oh, wait. I think I see where she's coming from here, because she's trying to make it seem like you're minimizing it, you're justifying it, you're not really repentant of it. So therefore, you can't actually condemn it because you're actually not really repentant of it yourself. That's what it
there we
seems
go.
like where she's coming from. Yeah.
How did wood ravage their precious souls? You know they made sexual advances towards him first, right? Posted Sargon. Similarly, one with the handle Cold Fact posted, the title is already off. The title already is awful. He raped girls. No, he did not drag girls into the bushes. As a teen, he had consensual sex with other teens. Stat rape, big difference. So even this person saying, is basically saying that's what the title sounds like, makes it sound like he did, is not what he did, but they still pointed out that it's statutory rape. As Alyssa DeGraff, an advocate for sex abuse survivors, noted in response to comments like these, the talk around this is really unsettling, especially in the context of recent Epstein chaos and commentary around almost legal minors. Vulnerability doesn't end with puberty. A 15-year-old victim can 100% suffer lifelong PTSD. Yes, absolutely. But is that the case here? And are you saying it's that there's no difference between any two rapes, and you can never? Yeah, you already pointed it out. Like, legally, there are massive distinctions between all this stuff. Like, if you go to court, they think it's there's a big difference between a prepubescent girl and a post-pubescent girl. There are big differences based on age and what was done and so on, whether it was forcible or not forcible. So I don't even understand them appealing to the law and saying, well, this is statutory rape and therefore rape, when they don't allow the same exact distinctions that the law even allows. And they try to, again, to them, there's no distinction between statutory rape and rape.
Yeah.
And why would you bring Epstein into it? Did you have a whole island, David, where you had a ring that brought in girls and bribed them with gifts and money, and then brought in more girls for your high level friends, rich friends and there was like massive age difference? You're an 18-year-old boy at a party. I don't understand this. Now, this is where I see it a bit malicious, because she knows bringing Epstein in would make people feel a certain way and do an association that is completely wrong.
And by the way, she touts this person as an advocate for survivors of sexual abuse. I think that a lot of things that David does advocates for victims of sexual abuse and worse than wife beating, victims of spousal abuse and victims of polygamy and victims of so I mean, like I said, the way they try to frame things is like, oh, we have all the victims on our side and we're their voice, and but I would, anyway, I don't want to go too far with that, but I'm just saying that that's not the case. That they don't just have. It's not just like they represent the victims of sexual abuse and like that's it. They get to be their spokesperson, and they get to decide you have to do this and that because they're the ones who speak on their behalf. That's they might speak on some people's behalf, and I'll give them that. They have a community. But is that saying that they speak on everybody's behalf who was sexually abused? They don't. And people who are sexually abused have said that they don't like, some people say that they don't like when you just conflate everything with this one word. And you're not making any distinctions or any differences between.
Yeah, because it minimizes those who have been dragged into the bush and duct taped and have all kinds of violence done to them. by making it equal to something else.
Yeah, I wonder about that because I mean, I don't know anything about again about this community, and I haven't interacted with the people, so they would know more than I do. But like, I have to wonder if like if a let's say a 15-year-old girl had sex with her 18-year-old boyfriend at some point, and then this girl tells one of these groups about it, and these groups are there's no difference between what he did to you and someone tying you up in your bed and brutally raping you. Like,
Yeah, do they
I,
actually
I,
believe that there's a difference there?
no, I'm saying from the girl's perspective, is it better for her to think that she's that what was done to her was the equivalent of some horrible violent rape? Like, is it better for her to
Oh, I
think of?
see.
Is it better for
Yeah.
her to think of it as no different from something that happened to someone? I mean, that would kind of be. Again, I don't know. I don't know about the thinking of victims of abuse and so on. But I would wonder if you're helping a person who just thought, hey, yeah, I was 15 and my boyfriend was 18 and we had sex, and they're like, no, what was done to you is the exact same thing as a forcible violent rape. That's what was done to you.
Yeah.
Like, is that good for her to think that way, or is that actually harmful for like, what? I didn't what? So now, in other words, she goes from thinking is it helpful to go from thinking I had sex to go to thinking I was horribly violently raped and I'm a victim now? I mean, keep in mind,
No, it's not.
you are a victim, but are you a victim of a forcible violent act? Is that helpful to think of yourself that way? I don't know.
It's not, because it's not real. It's not the truth. Most girls who would have sinned before a certain age with someone close to their age would say, we shouldn't have done it, we were foolish. They would never say we were raped. It's not real life. And for the girl that was really taken and by violence somewhere against her will, is it right for her to be the same as her girlfriend who just had a relationship with a boyfriend her age? Like, it's not real. It's just not. It's not real life.
They're going to quote you and say, see, she's saying that abuse of minors isn't real.
I know they would say that, but I would say good luck getting people to believe you, because you don't live in the real world. And is it right for the police to be going down that 18-year-old boyfriend's house and taking him, like a criminal, and handcuffing him and giving him life in prison like someone who just raped someone in the bushes? Is that right?
They're just not the same thing.
It's not the same.
These are both evil. They're both sin, but they're not the same thing. It's like, why is this so difficult for them
Then
to
your
grasp?
your prisons are going to be full of teenage boys, and and how do you know the girl hasn't done it? Because rape against men happens too, sexual assault against men.
Yeah, I'm seriously one. Like, I don't. Why would the hill that they want to constantly fight on is claiming that there are no distinctions between any two crimes, when it really seems like the vast majority of people are like, no, there are relevant distinctions, and you're just not allowed to make them at all, or you're a rape apologist and blaming the victim. So anyway, weird situation. But let's see this. I was especially surprised and disappointed that Bible teacher and YouTube personality Mike Winger defended Wood without noting any of these issues. That is surprising, that my worst enemy in the world would defend me. That's some seriously messed up stuff. Your report. Look at his stupid face. Your report, which I just read. Gosh, is there a way to cover up his face while reading the article? Your report, which I just read, very much came off as a...
They're going to be like, look, he had more disgust by seeing Mike Winger's face than he discussed his own heinous, rapes and crimes. You see?
The forehead of justice.
The forehead of justice.
Your report, which I just read, very much came off as a hit piece and not an accurate telling of what happened, Winger said. You'd come off that article thinking David was casually chatting about it like it was just another fact, as if he went to McDonald's Tuesday and also raped two girls.
That's what I'm saying. There was no context for what was given. It's just like it's a casual live stream. Like nothing provoked that stream or that confession. It's just like, oh yeah, like he said,
So,
McDonald's
oh,
one
by
day.
the way, I did this to
Yeah.
some girls.
Yet when I pointed out that that's precisely how Woods sounded, Winger pivoted and expressed what's become the dominant point among Woods defenders. Yes, he sounds casual, Winger replied. David always sounds casual because he is a diagnosed psychopath. Others were less charitable, questioning my mental abilities for failing to grasp this point, but I get the point. And our article acknowledged that Wood has been diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder. This raises an important question, though. Can a current psychopath and former... Hey, there you go. That's actually good clarification there. Can a current psychopath and former rapist be fit for ministry? Prior to covering this story, this is not something I'd ever considered. I wasn't aware that there were any admitted psychopaths in ministry, and certainly an apologetics ministry is different than a pastoral ministry where someone is responsible for shepherding another human soul. That's actually important. So there's some good stuff here because a lot of the other people who are posting tweets and so on aren't making that distinction. They're treating YouTuber or apologist as the same as an elder or pastor in a church and applying biblical rules about church leaders to me and saying, therefore, I need to step down because I don't meet the requirements for a leader in a church. Guys, I'll go ahead and point out, matter of fact, let me jump off this real quick so you can see my face when I say it. If I were a pastor, something like that, I would totally get saying, you did what? I don't care. I don't care if it was 30 years ago. You bashed your dad's head in with a hammer and you did this and you did that and you're a psychopath. I don't think we trust you to be pastoring a church or something like that. I would totally get that. I might agree. I think there can be people that you just when I try to that's funny. When I try to think of someone that I'm like, I wouldn't trust this guy, even if he became a Christian. I wouldn't trust him to have leadership of a church. Even if I came to trust him and was convinced that he had changed and repented, there are certain people I'd be like, you probably stay away from there. So when I try to think who would be an example, there was a guy.
Daniel. Oh, sorry.
No. Well, yeah, Dawa guys, wouldn't trust those guys anyway. There was a guy, I don't know why this guy popped into my mind. I was like, who is really, really creepy? And I wouldn't trust that dude. There was a guy, no one liked him. He was in a different building, so I only talked to him once. We were standing we must have been waiting for a line or something, like waiting in line. I was standing beside a building and I was like, this dude is creepy, man. This dude is creepy. And I don't think most people don't come across as creepy to me because I was normally the creepy one. But I was like, this dude is creepy. And people normally don't, it doesn't matter what you've done, people don't normally seem creepy to me. But this guy seemed really, really creepy. And just his face and his eyes and the way he was talking about things and so on. But someone told me later that his crime was he worked in a morgue. And you can all maybe figure out what he was doing with the bodies of women in there. And so, yeah, he went to prison for that as some sort of charge. So he got sent to prison for what he was doing to the bodies of dead women in the morgue. And it's just like, okay, dude, you can repent. I believe you can be forgiven for that, but I'm probably not going to trust you to be a pastor, like ever. Like even if I'm like 99.8% sure that you've totally changed your life, stay out of it, dude. Do something else. But so it's just weird but they treat YouTuber, being in any kind of ministry, as being under the requirements of a pastor. Like you have the same requirements to be a YouTuber that you have to be a pastor or an elder in a church. And that just seems really weird to me as well. But yeah, so I guess Julie's making that distinction here. Let's see. Prior to covering this story, this is not something I ever considered, wasn't aware. And certainly an apologetics ministry is different than a pastoral ministry where someone is responsible for shepherding another human soul. Okay, so she's drawing a distinction. Still, my initial response, which I expressed on X, is that psychopathy is a serious handicap because expressing proper emotions is key to imitating Christ and developing trust with others. Turns out to be extremely handy if you're dealing with jihadis all day, though. Turns out
And
to be.
people do trust you. Like, how does she know that your audience that have been watching you for years don't trust? Like, she's making an assumption that because you're a psychopath, even if reformed or repentant, can't gain people's trust
Yeah,
over
you would,
years of consistent ministry.
yeah, you would think that the response she got by everyone who knew me, like including Mike Winger and so on, would be like, oh, people do trust him for some reason. So it should have been like, why do people trust? It shouldn't have been, hey, he's a psychopath, and so there's a problem because you can't develop trust with others. It should have been, wait a minute, how did a psychopath have so many people trusting him? And then the question would be, is it because he's manipulated all of them into trusting him? Or is it because he's just, people have known him for decades and they think he is seriously different from the way he was when he was 18?
She doesn't know how people gain trust. You don't gain trust with showing feelings. You gain trust with consistent action and results over time. Like, why do people trust surgeons? I don't sit with him and see if he cries. I trust him because of his results and consistent success rate over time. So when people see your ministry over years and you're consistently, when you say you do something, you do it, and you've been consistent with the same message and same results over time, that's how trust is built. This tells me this lady doesn't know how trust is gained, which is weird for a ministry that's doing what she's doing.
Yeah.
Hey,
Exactly.
hey, I got something here. I'm going to just post a poll. We'll find out what the makeup of our audience is.
Who trusts David?
Do you trust David Wood? Find out.
Yeah. People are saying, would you trust these guys who say that David is repented? Would you trust him with your daughters?
Yes, I would.
That's what people are saying.
would.
In the ex community, ex Julius community, they're like, for all you people who say that David's repentant, would you trust him to like babysit your daughters or something like that? That's what they're saying. And then a lot of people are coming back. They're like, well, I wouldn't trust my daughters with most people, not just because it's David or something like that. It's like, well, you don't just like give your daughter to some, you know what I mean? Like, but because we know David, I mean, we would obviously trust David, but people who don't know David, like, what, you don't have to like give him your daughter to mean that you
David is not working with teenage girls.
He's not a babysitter.
He's not. His ministry is not babysitting teenage girls. His ministry is online. Like, I'm saying when he's with us. David's ministry is he's sat somewhere with a camera, mostly without anyone around.
I
don't know what she means.
I have to say, I've mentioned it before. Like, if I were to make a list of people that I would trust in some sort of really messed up emergency situation, people who would just lay down their lives to protect other people, most of them would be repentant criminals from prison, like people who've lived messed up lives. They came from gang backgrounds, criminal backgrounds, so they're not scared of fighting, they're not scared of dangerous situations and so on, but they've changed, and they seem different in the sense that, hey, I know I'm messed up and I know I've done messed up things and so on. And so if someone is going to risk his life in this situation, then it might as well be me. And you meet guys like that, and you see people convert, and you see them change, and so on. So, yeah, a lot of the people I would trust most in my life that I've ever met, situations where something was protected. Like, I'll tell you this: the people who would, if they saw a young girl let's suppose there's like a young girl on a playground and someone goes to kidnap her. Most people that I was locked up would be ready to fight over that, would stop the guy. Because that's a rule in prison. You don't mess with little kids and things like that. And they take that very seriously. And so anyway, it's just weird to have a situation where, if someone has a messed up past, do you trust them? Well, if they've abandoned that, sometimes people with messed up pasts are the ones who will lay down their lives for something. Anyway, still my initial response, which I expressed on X, is that psychopathy is a serious handicap because expressing proper emotions is key to imitating Christ and developing trust with others. But I'm certainly no expert in this area, so I consulted with someone I trust who is Phil Monroe, lead psychologist of Langberg, Monroe and Associates. Like the sociopath and narcissist, a psychopath lacks empathy and has the willingness to use others, Monroe wrote in email correspondence. Clearly in this video, Wood expresses no real empathy for the young girls and his impact on them, Monroe noted. He expresses no empathy about the listener. He is the center of the story. He even somewhat chastises the embarrassment of the other guy, fellow apologist Ridvan Idemir. Hey, AP is an apologist now, everyone. Y'all got that? Christian apologist, apostate prophet. I could guess he would say the context in his attack on... The context is his attack...
Attack on Muslims again, see? It's always an attack on Muslims or trashing Muhammad.
Like, what the heck? That's not the context at all. The context is I'm responding to an abusive person who says he can control other people by threatening to expose them. That's the most relevant context. But yes, I'm doing multiple things there. The things you guys keep pointing to are like and kind of a thought for the future. I could guess he would say the context is his attack on Muslims who are saying he can't attack the prophet for child rape since he also did child rape. No, that was just an added bonus of everything. I knew they would attack me for it and that they would end up condemning their own prophet. By the way, I don't know why they would have a problem with that. It's like, guys, we've spent years trying to tell these guys that sex with children is bad. They've spent years defending sex with children. I can actually get them in a situation to acknowledge that sex with children is evil. Should I do it? It sounds like they're saying, no, it's bad. Don't expose that sort of thing. But no apparent awareness that anyone else might be listening in. Monroe also noted that Wood appears pugilistic. So anything goes to win his point. Again, what? So he's pugilistic. Anything goes to win his point. What point do you think I was making? The point I was making there is, hey, everyone, don't let a manipulator control your behavior. If he threatens to expose you, it is better exposing yourself beyond anything he could possibly do than to let this person control your life for himself. That's terrible. Do not be in that situation, guys. In fact, I mean,
and you know what they hear when you say that? They hear David's using his victims as pawns to score points with, people and arguments. It's like, are you kidding me? Are you? And like this whole thing, like who the center of the story is, he is. The whole point of that segment was everyone focus on AP. AP, let's deal with your issues. Let's deal with your marriage. Everything on AP. All eyes on AP. Okay, now let's deal with Sam. Okay, all eyes on Sam. Sam, okay, now all eyes on David. So who's going to be the center of the David story? Because we're talking about David, right? It's like, what
was someone else with those girls? What do you mean he's the center?
Who
else is there?
Yeah, are we supposed to be talking about somebody else? Like the point is, I'm exposing myself now, okay? Because we just exposed AP, we just exposed Sam. So now it's my turn. Like this is, again, the framing is just really, really misleading.
And also this attacking Muslims business. It's not attacking Muslims. It's exposing Islam to get them out of Islam into the life of the Lord Jesus. Why do they? It's the framing again. It's almost as if I'm listening to a Muslim talking. Oh, they're just attacking us. That's not what's happening.
Look at this dumb nonsense. David Woods is so brave to expose himself because Scam Shamoon was going to expose him. Are you stupid? Sam threatening to expose me is like, you didn't finish this project you were working on 10 years ago because it was way harder than you thought it was going to be. And I'm like, seriously, dude? That's what you're going to come at me with? I will give you massively better ammunition than that, just to show you that will never, ever, ever work, as it shouldn't, guys. That's not just me. There are counters. There are counters to every manipulation tactic. And I really hope people learn what the manipulation tactics are that are used to control people and learn how to respond to them. But apparently no one's allowed to.
Well, to be honest, a lot of this framing is manipulating the conclusion that people are going to come to, because the way that they frame this is like take away this context, take away that context. You get to a point where it's like, okay, just tell us what you want us to think about David, and then we'll just think that, because clearly you don't care about the context for this. Clearly you don't care about the context for that. And then you're quoting some psychologist who specializes in like addiction and depression and anxiety or something like that, as if he's some sort of authority on antisocial personality disorder, which is just like that's like a wrong appeal to, like, that's not his area of expertise, but yet he's quoting him as if like, oh yeah, I know, I'm an expert on psychopathy, and I'm gonna comment on that. And it's like I looked him up, and that's not his area of specialization. And there's many different areas where a psychologist can specialize in. It doesn't mean just because you're a psychologist means that you know everything about every area of psychology. And in fact, it's much more believable that David knows way more about his condition than this psychologist, just because of the fact that it's David's condition, right?
By the way, no psychologist or psychiatrist can ever talk of intent. No one knows. Otherwise, then the courts can just bring psychologists and psychiatrists to say what the intent was of anyone who's doing a crime. Like, this is just so like unprofessional of how she just employed a psychologist's name to say what your intention was behind the confession.
Is he a mind reader or something?
Extremely, no one is a mind reader, not a psychologist or a psychiatrist. It's not real. So again, that's very unprofessional and juvenile again.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I think you could call me pugilistic. I wouldn't agree that anything goes to win my point. I would say if someone is going after your friend, going after everyone around you, horribly abusing people, and then trying to stop people from exposing him using manipulation tactics, and that's what you're up against, I would say, yeah, anything goes to make him stop. I agree with that. And when I say anything, I don't mean anything. I don't mean like nuking the world or something like that. You know what I mean. That's an opportunity to dial things up and not hold back and not worry about being nice. You're trying to stop an abuser.
Yeah.
Let's say, wait, did I read that? Pugilistic, okay. These things make Wood a poor representative of Christ in the video. Hey, that's interesting. She specified in the video. So I guess, is it possible that I could be a good representative of Christ in some other way at some point? I don't know. And I couldn't help thinking.
By the way, she means in a particular like 1 minute clip of a video. She's not even talking about the whole, right? Like that's not. So
she's speaking for Christ now, right?
Yeah.
And I couldn't help thinking how his shocking demeanor would come across to the Muslims he is supposedly trying to reach.
Oh yeah, this is another point. Yeah, David has no idea how to reach Muslims, but Julie Royce, she's the expert. She's the expert on reaching Muslims.
What is her actual experience of bringing any Muslim to Jesus? I would love to know.
Yeah, I love it when everyone tells me I'm wrong about my approach with Muslims. Yes, he may have brilliant arguments against Islam. That's true. But who would be attracted to the faith of someone who talks in such a self-centered and shockingly calloused way? That is interesting that this was self-centered. It's, hey, Sam's going after AP. I'm going to make him stop. I also have to deal with Sam because he's been getting worse and worse and worse, and someone has to put him in check. And so I'm going to go ahead and deal with this nightmare situation. And it's all about me. That was all about me. That was all about me. Anyway, though Wood admitted
it's the opposite. It's very selfless of David to do that. And David,
Sam has come out and said that he didn't actually know. He didn't actually know. So it wasn't that you were preempting. Yeah, he said he didn't know, and he didn't know why you said it, why you even confessed it. So I don't see how it's a selfish act to confess to something horrible that no one would have known. And if you hadn't said it, no one would know until the end of time, until the Lord Jesus comes back. Where is the selfishness in that? I'd love to know.
Yeah, just a quick pause, because this is actually this is not terribly confusing, ladies and gentlemen. People going after AP. I already mentioned this, but people were going after AP who has been a Christian for all of 5 seconds.
But he's already an apologist, though. He's sort of...
Yeah, but most people who were going after him were people who were mad at him for other things and were just using an opportunity as if they care about this situation, as if they care about his separation and so on, pretending that they really care about his ex and so on. So really just jumping all over him. What a horrible individual you are. And I'm thinking there can be perfectly legitimate criticisms of AP's choices and so on. Vast majority of you are like Sam's fans, groypers, online orthobros who hated AP for some other reason, and you're just jumping on the opportunity. I have zero problem calling any of us out for anything we've done. New Christian, I don't like the massive pylon from 50 different directions who don't have any interest other than attacking him, and many of them Christians. It's like not good. So what do you do? What do you do, guys? What do you do if everyone's attacking that guy and you don't want them attacking that guy? What do? You can't say, hey, stop attacking that guy, because the people who hate him also hate you. And if they say, oh, he doesn't like that, that just encourages them to do it more, right? So what do? You give them a better target. So Sam can be a better target because there are lots of people who hate AP who also hate Sam. So if all of a sudden the issue becomes about Sam and it turns out to be worse than anything AP has done, well, all people will go after AP too. But then you have Sam. What's he going to do? Well, I know what Sam would do. He would go after his ex-wife, not physically or anything like that. That's his tendency. You're the cause of me being exposed, so I'm going to go after you and destroy your life, make you more miserable by constantly harassing you and threatening you and so on. So you need to get him off AP, but also not go his route to his ex. And so what do you do in that situation? Well, it's actually pretty easy if you just don't mind being constantly attacked for a while, right?
Oh, wait,
hey guys, guys.
You being attacked is actually self-centered. Okay.
What's that? Yeah.
No. So you're being self-centered because you're putting yourself.
I'm making it about me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Making it about me. Well, yes, you can look at that exactly like that. I took the whole situation, which is about AP, and made it about me and Sam. Who's attacking AP right now, guys? Who's attacking AP? That's like simple. You can't tell people stop attacking this dude. Leave him alone for a while. Let him grow. You can't say any of that. That just encourages more people to pile on. It's very easy to say, hey, what are you guys complaining about? Guess what? I did way worse. Here I am. And guess what? The same people who hate him hate me. And so better target, more attractive target. But then you have the situation of me and Sam are kind of the OGs. We're the OGs of dealing with Islam. And so on top of all that, you've got to deal with the Dawah guys, because the Dawah guys are going to say, now they're fighting. Apologetics is destroyed. And now now we've got our opportunity to restore Dawah to its glory days. And well, you can't let that happen. So what do? Well, hey, the details I share are details that you guys will jump all over and not realize I'm going to wreck your entire prophet, your entire religion, and all of you with it. So I don't even understand. One, I don't understand how that's not clear. And I've seen tons of people who are picking up on everything that was going on, but I don't understand why like a trained psychologist would look at that and not pick up on that, because again, lots of people picked up on that. You can see people were commenting on that during the live stream. And even like I started getting messages right afterwards. I see what you're doing by mentioning those, and we know where you're going to go, and we know they're going to fall for it. And they did fall for it. But I mean, think about that situation. It's hey, get people off AP, except people who are actually concerned about him. 2, you got to call out Sam for his abuse on AP and just in general, because it's just time to deal with Sam. He's been getting worse and worse and worse. Got to deal with that situation. And don't let Muslims get a victory over it. I do not know. I do not know why all that stuff is bad. And I just have to say, the way I went about it, guys, that I'm being blasted for right now by the abuse survivor community, I just have to say, no one's going after AP. Sam isn't going after his wife or AP. And Dawa guys are crying their eyeballs out because they just got crushed. So I don't know. I find it weird when it's like, okay, here's this really, really messed up situation with a bunch of problems and a bunch of variables. Here's how I can actually do something that deals with all these issues at once. I can do it. And then, we don't like the way you did it. You should have done it this way. Well, the way you're saying it to do it wouldn't have done anything, wouldn't have solved any of these problems. So why is it bad to go with the way that works? Oh, because you sounded a certain way. Okay. Yeah, I did. And if you leave out everything that was happening in the entire live stream, yep, it looks bad. But if you guys are sharing the little clip that looks bad because it completely removes the context, I don't know. That's kind of on you.
Yeah, it's to me, the way I see it is, if the confession is a win-win-win.
It is.
The only people who are crying are those that are being now challenged by the greater community, on social media, as to being wrong, and they can't see it, which is weird because their whole job is to get other people to see their sin and accountability for their sin, but they can't be held accountable. They refuse it.
Let's finish this one. Yes, he may have brilliant arguments against Islam, but who would be attracted to the faith of someone who talks in such a self-centered and shockingly calloused way? Though Wood admitted what he did was wrong, he didn't express any concern for the girls he harmed. Well, the point wasn't the girls, and how would I express concern? Anyway. His only concern seemed to be winning his argument with an adversary and scoring points with his audience. Yeah, guys, I'm a big point scorer. I try to score all the points and make everything about me. And as Monroe added, let's say for argument's sake that he is able to speak truth about right, wrong, and is excellent in apologetics. If he is unable to care about his neighbor, i.e. the listener, then he fails at 1 Corinthians 13, which tells us that human gifts without love fail the test of godly behavior. So, so I fail the truth of godly behavior because what's the reasoning? If he is unable to...
Yeah, apparently what he's saying is that the viewer who was shocked at what you said, because you made people shocked and in awe, that you're not showing love for them.
But it's a lack of love.
That's what he's trying to say.
So lack of love. You know what's interesting is I don't know. Jesus said, "Greater love has no one than this, that he laid down his life for his friends." So
yeah.
I'm just saying, if you did that, but you did it in a way where you were saying something in a way that offends someone else, I guess you would fail. It's weird.
The only ones that were offended are these guys. I haven't seen any abuse victim write a comment and say this hurt me.
No,
Have you?
The abuse victims in the comments seem to think it's a great idea that people come forward and confess things, and a great idea to put abusive people in their place and not back down from them and learn to stand up against them and so on. I mean, that's how, again, I don't know the people that these guys interact with and stuff, because I mean, if I heard that someone is a victim of abuse and has been a victim of an abusive manipulator and stuff like that, I'd be teach the person to fight back. And I don't mean like fight back with fists, although it could be if someone's being, has a physical abuser or something like that. But my inclination would be turn that person into a warrior. I understand that's not going to work in all situations, but it would work in quite a few. And it's like, learn to fight back against abusers. that's best for you, and that's best for the abuser. The abuser needs to learn that you can't treat people in that way. And the most straightforward thing that works is showing them that their tactics don't work. But not allowed to do that.
Yeah. By the way, though, there's this thing. It's funny that they appeal to 1 Corinthians 13, or the psychologist does. I would say read it because you're not going to find anything about warm fuzzy feelings there. Okay, so what they're trying to do is they're trying to do like a bait and switch, and they're trying to say, oh, because he's incapable of feeling these fuzzy warm feelings, so he's not able to love. That's what they're trying to say. He's not able to love. And so how can he but is that what love is? Is love warm fuzzy feelings, or is love action?
Secondhand
Love is
emotion.
something. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Because she goes on to say, "Oh, is a psychopath capable of anything else? Like you can't feel love. He doesn't know what love is. Love is not a feeling. Love is an action. That's how the Bible defines love. God so loved the world. Why? He gave his only begotten son. It's action. It's doing things. It's like David said, laying down your life. And this is not what for a Christian psychologist, and for Christian whatever she is, expose, whatever she does, for them to not know what love is that should be the shocking thing from all of this. Because okay, look, the main point, okay, what David did, everyone acknowledges that's evil, everyone acknowledges that it was wrong, David calls it evil, everyone calls that evil. He's repented of it, and we're all happy and praising God that he repented of it. So now that we all agree on that, let's focus on the major things in their articles here that should be shocking to us all. They don't know what love is. They don't know what love is. They don't know what trust is. They think that trust is it's not about, and especially in your context, are you able to produce like true information? No. For trust, it's like, are you able to produce true information to where your viewers can build credibility with you, to where, oh, this is a point, you fact check this, correct. They're building trust with you. This is how most people engage in building trust with you as their viewers. At first, they have to figure out, is what you're saying accurate? If it's accurate, they build trust with you. Then they build, if they get to know you, there's other relational types of trust as well. But is David able to get people to trust him? Is he a trustworthy person? Okay, yes, he is. So that means that they don't know what trust is. And then, is David able to love? Yes, David is able to love, and he does love. So they're wrong on both of those major points. They don't know what trust is. They don't know what love is.
Well, they completely destroyed my trust as somebody who is new to them, because number one, they failed to produce correct information, and two, they resisted when people tried to correct their wrong information by saying, oh, we are all in on it, or we're all enablers of abuse, or we're all gleeful like him. It's now legitimately putting David to the side. Anything that they produce, any publication, I'm not trusting it.
Let's see here. But perhaps we should excuse this because of Wood's disorder. After all, is a psychopath capable of anything else? This is where I found Monroe's perspective highly helpful. Could a person with psychopathy or narcissism or autism, both of which sometimes lack ability to empathize and walk in someone else's shoes, be fit for ministry? Monroe wrote. Yes, I believe so. However, they would be aware of their deficits and find ways to ameliorate them. Well, I've spent my entire life doing that, dude. I mentioned this in the Matt Fradd interview. Like, I don't feel guilt or remorse. So what do I do? What do I do? Well, I come up with, I don't know what to call it. I call it second order guilt, meaning if I do something wrong and I don't feel bad about it, which is always the case, then I can focus on the fact that I'm messed up and defective, and that can kind of serve the same function as guilt. Like, hey, here's a situation. Almost anyone would feel bad over this. I don't feel bad over this. Therefore, I'm defective. And recognizing how screwed up and messed up you are, well, that's not a good feeling. It's not the same as guilt, but it can be a substitute. So find ways to ameliorate them. But neither Wood nor his followers seem interested in admitting or trying to compensate for his glaring deficits. Instead, they focus their energy on attacking me.
Oh yeah, she's the victim now. Yeah.
Yeah, she's the victim.
Ridvan Idemir posted a 2-hour-long video blasting the article the Royce report published and repeatedly calling us idiots and snakes. Granted, Idemir had some valid critiques of our article, and as I reviewed what our reporter wrote, I realized he misinterpreted Wood's demeanor as gleeful and boastful when it likely was just the way a psychopath recounts such things. I have since corrected the article, but this just highlights the issue. Numerous studies have concluded that only 7 to 10% of communication is verbal. The rest is tone of voice.
That's not true. That's not true, by the way. That's a misreading of the data. But anyway, you can that's not accurate. 7 to 10% communication is verbal.
We'll put it on the very long list of what.
Yeah, this is one of the many things that she doesn't even represent. This she should have. I don't know if the psychologist is the one who gave her this information. This is not accurate information though. But anyway.
The rest is tone of voice, body language, facial expressions, gestures, etc. If someone is a public communicator like Wood and his verbal communication is incongruent with his nonverbal communication, that's a major problem. Repeatedly, Idemir calls me and our reporter liars rather than acknowledging how difficult it is to interpret conflicting verbal and nonverbal cues. But Idemir also takes us to task for referring to Wood's sex with minors as rape, arguing that the term signals to people that Wood forcibly had sex with the girls. But with David Wood, that's not really the case. David did not engage in forcibly having sex with someone, Idemir asserts. But Idemir's definition of rape is incorrect. Rape is the non-consensual sexual penetration of a person, which can involve force, psychological coercion, or taking advantage of a person who's unable to voluntarily give consent. What's especially stunning, though, is that Wood himself admits in his video that what he did to one of the girls would be classified as forcible sodomy. So I pointed out that because of lack of consent, charges would be upgraded to some different category. At least I thought they would. I'm not sure about that after Debbie Lacona went through the legal code. Yet stunningly, when Idemir plays Wood's clip, he fast forwards through where Wood said forcible sodomy, so the viewer can't hear it. This seems quite calculated. I think it was AP trying to avoid his video getting blocked for the same reason other people's videos are getting blocked. Wood's responses to the Royce report have been equally unhelpful. On Thursday, I emailed Wood asking if he'd be open to engaging respectfully about our article and reactions to it. He didn't respond to my email, but instead made fun of it on X and accused me of harassing him when I responded to a post in which he tagged me. When I brought this to his attention, he replied, "Don't you have like 90 cats to take care of?" Wood's followers have, it is interesting, like, rapist, 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 rapist. Don't you have cats to take care of? Oh my goodness. I can't believe that people would say that. Wood's followers. So guys, I really, I don't have any ill will towards Julie Royce and all this. I get it's a situation and she's got her group and she's primarily focused on victims and so on. So she's looking at everything from that perspective. But I have to say, if you're coming at people like this, you should have some thick skin. I'm saying that because that's how I am, right? I don't flip out when Muslims say mean things to me. Why? I understand how I approach them and what I say about their prophet. And so it's just totally, I don't know. It would be weird of me to say the kinds of things I say about their prophet and then to be super sensitive when they respond by saying mean things. Like, oh my goodness, look at what this guy said about me. Well, look at what I just said about his prophet. Anyway, when I brought this to his attention, he replied, "Don't you have like 90 cats to take care of?" Wood's followers have been similarly dismissive and nasty. Oh, hi, I think it took D. Wood to further expose and hopefully discredit for good the degenerate Julie Royce. She's a vile and evil woman. Sewing circle feminist Christianity strikes again. Reach Julie Royce sounds like Aunt Screwtape. Reading these posts, I couldn't help but wonder if Wood and his followers are this nasty to me. How do they treat the Muslims who engage with the ministry? Oh, pretty roughly. Have we forgotten that Christians are supposed to speak the truth in love? This is interesting considering how she's been approaching things. Or the Apostle Paul's admonition to respond with gentleness and respect. Wait, gentleness and respect. Are you talking about 1 Peter 3:15?
She means Peter, then not Paul.
Yeah, and you'd have to make a distinction here, because that's if you're going with the Apostle Paul, that's the same Apostle Paul who said to Elymas the sorcerer, "You son of the devil, you enemy of all righteousness." So Paul believed there is a place for harsh rebuke, as did Jesus, who's the one who commanded us to love our enemies. That's the same Jesus who brutally condemned and even mocked the scribes and Pharisees for their hypocrisy. So yeah, guys, if you're wondering how to reconcile all the claims to speak in a certain way and to speak with gentleness and respect, and how do you reconcile those with just brutal rebuke, look at what's going on. The people who are on the receiving end of very harsh, brutal rebuke, Old Testament or New Testament, they're in a couple of categories. One, there are false prophets. So you can see with like Elijah and so on in his confrontation with false prophets. But false prophets are mocked throughout the Old Testament. Oppressors are insulted and mocked. Hypocritical religious leaders. That was the Pharisees, scribes and Pharisees, when Jesus was going off on them. And then Paul, when he says to Elymas the sorcerer, that was someone who was trying to lead other people astray. You put it all together, the biblical pattern is, notice all the categories, the oppressors, the false prophets, the hypocritical religious leaders, they're all in the category of people who are influencing other people and leading them astray. And the Bible just flat out encourages to put those kinds of people in their place, even with open, brutal rebuke. Now think about this. If the kinds of people in the Bible who are on the receiving end of brutal insults, mockery, rebukes, and so on, if that's false prophets, oppressors, and hypocritical religious leaders who are leading other people astray, who would be the supreme all-time example of someone who fits all of those descriptions, and therefore would be the supreme example of all time of someone who should and ought to be brutally mocked? Who fits the category of false prophet in the supreme sense, hypocritical religious leader in the supreme sense, and oppressor in the supreme sense? Roll them up in
always attack all the time, that insult all the time, that guy.
Yeah,
the one they're accusing you of insulting and attacking all the time.
Yeah, that would be Muhammad, guys. He is the supreme example of everything the Bible says you should brutally insult and rebuke and mock someone for. And yet I do it, and shame on me. I'm being unbiblical by following the Bible. Weird situations, man. By defending the indefensible and attacking those who question Wood's actions, Wood's followers are doing both him and the cause of Christ a serious disservice.
Defending the indefensible? Who's defending?
Who defended it? Nobody.
Oh, man.
Christians should not be excusing Wood's shockingly bad communication and self-centeredness, but urging him to do better. If he is unable to feel empathy, then he should be coached on how to talk appropriately about his crimes against children. Oh, I can. Guys, I can act exactly the way you guys act. I probably wouldn't be able to force tears out, but I could have my hands covering my eyes and really make it look like I'm crying. If I'm talking to a manipulative abuser and putting him in his place, you're getting Psycho Dave in that situation. You're just getting Psycho Dave in that situation. You're not getting a remorseful copying David Wood in that situation. That's what I mean. It's like, I don't understand what you guys are talking about. The point of that was not, I have to get this off my chest. I have to talk about what I've done. It was, hey, here's how you deal with a manipulator who tries to control you by threatening to expose you. If he is unable to feel empathy, then he should be coached on how to talk appropriately about his crimes against children, and he should educate himself on image repair
What?
tactics like minimization, which he used repeatedly throughout his video, and instead he should learn how to recognize the harm of his actions and offer sincere apologies to his victims. How exactly do I do that?
You keep saying that you're minimizing when those were not the quotes that she was giving were not you minimizing. You were just describing you were factually describing the situation.
So she wants us to coach you to act in a false way that you don't feel for image purposes?
That's what it
And
sounds like.
that's supposed to be a good witness for Christ, to make you like pretend and to be
for the
fake.
sake of image. I'd rather you tell me what it is rather than pretend.
Yeah, and it's that situation like, guys, if I'm at a funeral for someone who died and so on, I know how to look like I'm supposed to look in that sort of situation. Going up against a guy who's like trying to destroy other people and so on and is horribly abusive. Yeah, I'm just, I don't know. That doesn't seem like the time for me to be even pretending to be remorseful. Christians, regardless, in other words, they're saying it's like they're assuming that I had some intent in all of this, and it's not my intent. Like, here's what I'm actually trying to do. Okay, what I was actually trying to do, that's what I was doing. You think I'm trying to do something else and saying I'm doing a crap job at it? Well, yeah, I would agree if I was trying to simply discuss how horrible the things are that I've done in my life, then yeah, I did a crap job of it, but that's not what I was doing. Christians, regardless of their conditions, are required to imitate Christ. This applies to all of us, but it's especially crucial to those with public platforms. Of course, we all make mistakes, and I've had to admit ours in regards to our initial article. But for the sake of the kingdom, Wood needs to apologize for the way he spoke of raping teen girls. He should acknowledge not just that it was wrong, but that it potentially caused serious harm to the young girls. He should also apologize for the immature way he responded to criticism. Using sarcasm and snark is not the way to engage with fellow believers, though sadly these tactics are often rewarded on social media. Yeah, I have to say, if I open Twitter to a chorus of rapist, 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 I'm trying to think what did they want? Oh no, everyone's attacking me. I'm so sorry for hurting your feelings in that little clip that you guys totally took out of context and have been misrepresenting ever since. I don't know. Sorry, you're just
this whole thing about
you're gonna get a different David.
Yeah. The whole thing about the victims, and like she's now the victim of your snarky remarks. And
one said anything.
Now she's the victim. So it's like, oh, he needs to, like, this is the second time she mentioned it. He needs to apologize for me, for how he was sarcastic to me and how he treated me. Now she's the victim. Now in her community, she's going to be like praised as like, you know, like this victimization. Like they put it on, like they're going to give her like a medal or something like this for you're now the victim of David Wood's sarcasm. And he should apologize to you, and he should, you know, delete his Twitter account now. He shouldn't be allowed to use Twitter.
Yeah, you said that she has 90 cats. So she's able to get the quotes of the people who are nasty to her, saying that she was, I don't know, aunt whatever. You know, but
the screw tape one.
The screw tape. She's not able to get quotes of actual victims of abuse who said that hurt them.
Yeah, and I have to say, if there are actual abuse victims who watched the live stream, not like read an article about what I said and have no idea and they're upset by that. If there are abuse victims who watch that live stream and understand what's going on and are horribly hurt and offended by that, I will gladly apologize to them. But what I've seen, and I can't judge anything Julie is thinking, but I wouldn't say it about Julie. Some of the others, it's almost like they weaponized hypothetical abuse victims.
Right.
It's like, hey, I'm saying this, and even though it's false and misleading and so on, you can't criticize me because if you do, there are all these abuse victims out there that you're going against, and it's like, where? I know there are abuse victims out there, but who are the ones who are suffering because of this particular thing that you're saying? But think about the abuse victims. Think about the abuse victims. So anyway, yeah, I don't know. He should
The
also
world is
apologize. What's that?
the world is already full enough of real victims. You don't have to imagine some because of a clip taken out of context with no real comments under it from victims. Like I feel like they have to manufacture something to prove a point, and I think it's for relevance because they've now run out of people to criticize or something. So now they need another great crusade that they have to go on to be saviors. It's actually really fake and false. I don't like it at all, and I see it as malicious.
Let's see. These are serious issues and they deserve serious engagement. And this is an opportunity for Wood to model for his audience, both Christian and non Christian, how to humbly own and repent for wrong behavior. Taking these steps would not prove that a psychopath is fit for ministry, but it certainly would be a step in the right direction.
She's the one who makes the determination. She's the one that gets to make the determination. So Julie Royce has to approve of David's, ministry. Like, who is this lady? What is this? Oh boy.
Yeah, I have to say that that's what
Who
ties
makes the rule?
that's what ties the entire thing together for me, right? Like you've got all these people and they're saying, David, here's what you need to do. David, here's what you need to do. David, here's what you need to do. Everyone who watched the thing and everyone who knows me, they're on one side saying, yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. And then you've got this community saying, no, you need to do what we say. But watching what went on, I don't trust you guys. I don't trust your wisdom or your intentions as far as being people who decide what I need to do, right? Like there are people I trust to tell me, David, you're wrong, fix this. Number one in the world, my wife. If she walked in here right now and said, David, do this. All right, unless it was just like horribly wrong or something like that, I would trust her. I would trust her wisdom. But just looking at the community, and again, guys, I don't have a problem with Julie Royce. I've got some disagreements here. I do have a concern that by taking these positions that are like so far away from what people outside that community would think. Like you can't make distinctions between this kind of offense and that kind of offense. It's all the exact same offense. Not allowing those kinds of distinctions and so on. It's a lot of the people, like they always assume whatever the worst possible motivation you could do for anything, they just take it for granted and say, this is what he's really thinking. It's like, that's not what I was thinking at all, anyone. But anyway, I just think, okay, who are the people I trust to tell me, David, here's what you should be doing, and you should do this, and you should do that? Well, it's not anyone from that community. And so, again, if there are actual abuse victims who are upset by watching that live stream, I have no problem. I have no problem apologizing, but I'm not going to apologize to like Julie Royce for what she imagines people, how she imagines people are reacting to something that I'm not even sure she's actually watched at this point still. So that's a situation, guys. That's the situation.
Yeah.
My goodness. What did I have up here? I had Julie Royce's articles, a different article. I had
Couple of videos.
yeah, I had Protestia and then another article, couple of videos, and a ton of tweets telling me all kinds of things to do. We got through Julie Royce's 2 articles here.
Yeah.
There are multiple important issues there, guys. So you've got the abuse survivor advocate community. I think the issue is they focus. Keep in mind that they're focusing on what they're supposed to be focusing on, abuse victims. But are abuse victims all that matter in the world? Like, are there other things that are also important? If so, you don't want to undermine other things that are important and use your advocacy for abuse victims as the reason for doing messed up things. I'm not talking about writing articles and stuff like that. I'm talking about you need to be aware of the fact that if you're pouncing on every person who ever tells you anything he's done, that's bad. That creates problems. Now, if you're so focused on abuse victims that when someone confesses to some kind of abuse, you're like, we have to destroy him. So the abuse victims will see that we've got their backs against abusers. But then in the process, you make it so that no perpetrator or no abuser or no one who's ever done anything ever wants to come forward. That's bad. That's a bad situation. And again, as I mentioned, with certain people, that's like life or death stuff. That's like life or death stuff. People you have drug addicts and so on. If they do not come forward when they start having problems, if they do not let other people know and get help, they'll die. They'll just die. They'll die of overdoses. So anyway, the point there is, there are other things to consider. Like in this situation, as we pointed out, their primary concern if your primary concern is for abuse victims and you think, we don't want to minimize things that have happened to certain people by just saying, that wasn't rape, it was statutory or something like that. I totally get that. But if you're dealing with a community that thinks various distinctions are significant and you need to actually understand what someone did so that you condemn the person accurately, and you're saying, no. What you can do is make it sound like he did something and let everyone draw the exact same conclusion about what he did, even if it's wrong, even if it's not what actually happened, and you act like that's good and noble because that's what's defending the abuse victims and so on, then you ultimately discredit yourselves in the eyes of lots of people. They don't trust the way you put things. They don't trust your descriptions of things. They don't trust your reporting. That's not good for the abuse victims because it damages your long-term credibility. And so anyway, those are just my thoughts on what we've seen so far. You guys have any last thoughts on this?
I think they're meant to, what we expect them to do as the public is report accurate truth, not diagnose it for me, not tell me how to feel, and not be a judge. How about we do that? Just tell me what happened, who, where, what, and when, and how. And do it in context and let us judge, because you're not meant to be the judge, you're just meant to report, right? And I think they went too far towards the judge side of things that now, even when us as the public challenge back, they condemn us too. They're our judge too. And that's not where they should be. They're not the judge. They're just do your job and report facts. That's what journalism is. Report fact. That's all. That's what we want them to do, and do it accurately and accept correction like all of us accept correction. You're not above anybody. Just because you go against abusers and you advocate for victims, even a lawyer of a victim in court is meant to tell facts, right? Doesn't make them above everybody else. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, there is that, situation where there are a lot of people who like to stand on the backs of victims and act like they're their defenders and things. And I don't buy that for a lot of these people. I don't think that they're actually advocating for victims. It seems like a lot of them have vendettas. A lot of them have anger. A lot of them have, just venom towards, some of them seem like they just hate men. Some of them seems like they hate ministers. Some of them seem like they just don't like people that are in positions of power. I'm talking about the community as a whole now that I've seen, and from Julie Royce's community, as I'm talking about in particular. So I don't think that a lot of them, from what I've seen, actually really care about these two women. I don't really think that they do. I think that they are more angry at, David Wood, and they're more angry that the way that he spoke, and that he didn't say things the way they wanted him to say. Not that they care about the victims so much, but they want to use this as a way to kind of like beat David with, which is, it was never going to work. It was never ever going to work, but that's what they thought they could do. And then they got pushback for that. And they got a lot of pushback for that they can't bully somebody. They can't bully David. And not that David cared, but other people cared that they were trying to do that. And they're just mere attempt to try to bully and to try to push a false narrative. That was enough to get enough people on them to say, hey, you guys, what you're doing is not right. And you think you're the ones holding everyone accountable? Well, now you're being held accountable. And they don't like that. They don't like that. So that's what I've observed from this situation. And I want to say there is repentance for them, right? We're not just saying, oh, so these guys are all done and there's nothing, no hope for them. No, there's repentance for them. And there is a way to make things right. And we don't believe that, you doing something wrong is going to prevent you from doing the things that God wants you to do in the future, or that we're going to try to stop the thing that God wants you to do in your future because of something wrong you did today or yesterday or whatever. So there is hope for you guys, and there is hope for everybody who has, a lot of hatred in their heart towards David and towards the community for defending David. There's hope for you guys, and there's healing for you guys. And I think that's really important for these people to know, that there is healing, because a lot of these people have a lot of pain, and that's what I see being spilled out, is the pain that they have, and it's turning into anger, vitriol, etc. But it makes it sound nice if you're saying, oh, I'm advocating for victims, but if it's really, anyway, so I don't want to, but I just want to say that there is hope for you guys, there's healing for you guys, and we hope that you guys would turn to Jesus with that, and that you would do what he wants you to do, and then you do what he wants. You do what the Lord wants you to do.
Yeah, and again, I think Julie has good intentions, and I have it on authority that I trust that she's done great work, and so it's you're none of you are hurting me. None of you are hurting me. This is about other things. But it's a concern that a community that is much needed. There needs to be people defending abuse victims and exposing abusers and so on. But people need to trust that community. People need to trust that community, that they represent things accurately, because when you don't, then you expose something. I mean, it's similar to like the boy who cried wolf, right? You're saying something, but people aren't trusting you as much anymore. So just think of an example here, guys. So suppose you read a headline: pastor exposed for murdering child. Pastor exposed for murdering child. If you read that, you would think, okay, pastor, he murdered a child. He murdered a child. So yeah, this guy's got serious problems and so on. You go around, this guy's a murderer. This is a child murderer. He's a child murderer. And then it spreads all over the place. He's a child murderer and so on. And then suppose you find out that the pastor confessed. He confessed to someone in his church, and he said, when I was 17, I had my girlfriend when I was 17, and she got pregnant, and we had an abortion, and I've regretted it ever since, and I just wanted to share that. Suppose that's what actually happened. Now, can you call that? Can you say, well, that I believe that's murder of a child? Of course you can. So can you defend your headline? Of course you can. He's a pastor. He's a pastor now, but he's exposed for something he did, which is murdering a child. But if you saw the headline, pastor exposed for murdering a child, would you think it was about that? Would you have any single thought that it's actually about his girlfriend having an abortion when he was like in high school or something? No, you'd think he like went out and murdered someone. So it's similar to that, that you can put it like that. I mean, we're YouTubers. We know about clickbaity titles and things like that. So you can do it, but I don't know if I see titles coming out from this community, I'm not going to trust that they are saying things using words the way the rest of us use them and so on. So anyway, it's like, is it worth it clinging to this kind of thing? I don't know. I'm not really part of that community, so I don't know what's the most important thing to them. Anyway, hey, going to do, Giant DOC. I just realized there's a ton of super chats here, so I'm going to go through with them, but I know it's really late for you guys, so you can head out. But, or you can stay if you're just, no, I'm not tired. But, I am doing a poll real quick. I'm doing one more poll real quick. Someone requested it, but here we go. Would you trust the abuse survivor advocate community? I'm not sure if they have some official name or something like that. Would you trust the abuse survivor advocate community enough to confess your past sins to them?
Nope.
I don't trust them at all.
I wouldn't confess anything.
And that's only because my only exposure to them is basically this. Like I said, I had one other, encounter with her through the Dr. Brown thing, but that's it. And this was the one thing that I could actually verifiably say, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. Like I actually knew this situation to know this was wrong, this was wrong, this was wrong. I don't know the other situations where I could do that with. So I just don't trust them.
They would inflate the sin and then pretend I'm still doing it, even if I've repented. I'm not telling them nothing.
Yeah, and try to destroy you over it. So yeah, I even said when I was talking that, guys, if you have done things in the past and so on, it's really helpful to have accountability, some sort of accountability partner or accountability group where you share things. But I wouldn't recommend doing what I did unless there's a really good reason for it. It's pretty, I can't say with a straight face, just go ahead and blurt out all the things you've done. So yeah, I don't recommend that for other people because there are people out there who will try to use it to destroy you. So yeah, rough situation, but guys, you can't let this sort of thing, make you keep everything bottled up. There are people out there you can trust, sharing information. And so find some good people who are wise, people you trust, people you know who have your best interest at heart. And if you're struggling with things or something like that, let them know. It is massively, massively better. It is massively better. There's a reason people who are in like Alcoholics Anonymous and Narcotics Anonymous, they're way more successful than people try to do it on their own. It just helps being part of a community and so on. So take that into account and, get some friends that you trust and be honest with them. Be honest with them about whatever you're going through. All right. Did you say you guys wanted to take off?
Yeah, we're probably going to head off now.
Good.
God bless you.
God bless.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Catch y'all next time.
All right. God bless you.
All right, guys, let's go through some super chats. What was that hadith you wanted translated? I don't remember. I don't remember what you're talking about. I thought the Jews got you, or the Wingalings. Yeah, they could try. D Wood incident. Is that like the Z Wood incident when the men of all Zut used their wood? People and their Zut jokes, man. If you did, the Lord could start a prison revival. Oh, if I went to prison, just because of the title, should I be in prison? Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's weird. I put, should I be in prison? But that kind of wasn't Julie's issue. That's a bunch of the other people who were saying I need to be locked up and so on. So we'll do a part 2 where we go through all the tweets, the mean tweets. David Wood reads mean tweets. Yeah, I do awesome prison ministry. Believe it or not, straight to jail. Just kidding. You set a trap and they fell for it. Yeah, if you're talking about the Dawa guys, they fell for it pretty hard. It's a super chat, no comment though. Finally, you're live. Took you long enough. Yeah, it was actually, I didn't realize how many screenshots I was going to take. And I kind of just hit like some of the main ones and so on from some of my main critics and so on, and didn't even get to them. But that's why I was late. I was trying to load those up. And then after that, I was just looking for a cough drop because my voice is kind of shot. We love the Zoot Train song, don't we? The Zoot Train song is fire. David, what did you mean at the end of your video when you said, when you think of what's happening in the world today, it's blurry? Oh, I didn't say blurry. I mentioned it just like, and when I'm having just a vague memory of something from around that time, for some reason I don't have a face, but it's some weird moving thing. But now when I think about things in the world, it's like that goop is everywhere. So, I don't know. Seriously, guys, stop exposing wood. I was convinced when I heard you saying that you would actually give your life for Shamoun if it could help him achieve his human potential. Blast, that is Christianity. Nothing else matters, brother. If you say zut, zut, al zut 3 times in the desert at 3 o'clock, you hear the zut train full of zut men coming for you. Better draw the line in the sand. That is all true. Should be some sort of skit or something. To be honest, the fact that this behavior could even get attention is strange, taking the fallen world into account, but that a feminist has problems with this is demonic. All women on the planet need to shut this down. I don't know. David, are you ordained in your church? No. Who would ordain someone like me? It seems to me like people are using pity to blackmail people emotionally, similar to what George MacDonald mentions in C.S. Lewis's book, The Great Divorce. Yeah, you have to be, I'm going to say it. I've had, maybe sometime I'll share it with you guys. Maybe sometimes I'll share the story, but it's a messed up story. But I was 6 years old the first time what I can only describe as a manipulation detector just clicked on, and I realized someone is manipulating me, and it's like my entire nervous system instantly became programmed to counter that and do the opposite. And so ever since then, it's something different. It's like if you're trying to convince me to do something, that's perfectly fine. If someone is using a manipulation tactic, it's something just clicks, and it's just I want to do the most opposite thing that can possibly be done. But I have to say, not talking about Julie, but others in the community, the way they're trying to control people, it's like alarms going off left and right. And anyway, we'll have to talk about that at a different time. Maybe sometime this weekend, because I want to go through that, and we'll look at examples of that. There are plenty. There are basic manipulation tactics and some sort of mid-level manipulation tactics going on there. But you shouldn't be. You got to take care of the victims. That's important. You got to expose abusers. That's important. But you want to be a psychologically healthy community. So stop with the manipulation tactics. Canadian Christian here. Pray for us. The Liberals and Bloc don't change Bill C9. Changes will make it basically illegal to show your faith in public. Yeah, that's some creepy stuff. Canada sucks, man. As you cover these topics, will you rate these accusations from totally right to winger wrong, please, so we can get a good gauge of your opinion? Yeah, I should have saw this earlier and we could have rated them. I thought you already served your time. I served my time for malicious wounding. Not for anything else. Trying to think. I mean, I was punished as a juvenile for various things, but let's see. Someone whose opinion I respect highly. Just say Mike Winger. Why would I say Mike Winger? If I wanted to say something and it was Mike Winger, I would say, I'm not going to name who it is. He's just the biggest nerd in the history of humanity. I benefited greatly from your apologetics work. Thank you. However, atheism, psychotic delusions, and a rough upbringing are a recipe for disregarding sane taboos. I hope you keep flourishing. I'll try. ICAP really wants you in prison, man. That's true. He can try. Won't work. Julie clearly AI zooted to write her work. Why is Julie Royce upset that a psychopath didn't exhibit remorseful emotions? Her argument is silly. A lot of people jumped on that initially, and then a lot of people sort of modified it and said, okay, we get if he doesn't feel in a certain way, but he needs to control the way he says things. And most of them they completely misunderstand what I was actually doing there because they're just basing it all off one little clip. And then there's people who, even once they understand the context, will say, I don't care what the context is. I don't care what you're going up against. You don't talk about things that way. And that may be a valid point. If repentance demands jail time, St. Paul failed this rule. He never turned himself in. Later, he was jailed for Christ, and his changed life spoke. Yeah, we'll talk about that when we actually get to the tweets, which is much more common, which again, I'm not seeing in those articles we just looked at, but one of the most common things is, David, you need to go get locked up for this stuff. And I've pointed out, I don't know how that even happens. They don't lock you up for that stuff, but they're still insisting on it. But yeah, I actually wonder if that's really a rule. It seems like it makes sense in a lot of contexts. If you've done something, then you need to, part of making it right is going and fixing those situations. But some of the people in the community, I've got the tweets. They believe that you become a Christian, you go turn yourself in for everything you've done. Like I even saw a guy saying, "Hey, are you serious? Like, I'm now in full-time ministry in a church, but I used to be a drug dealer, and like, am I supposed to go and confess to everything I did and like spend my life in prison and try to get this verified and so on?" And yep, that is what you're supposed to do. That's another dangerous kind of message. So keep in mind, it can make sense to make right what you've done. But if you're telling everyone with a past or something like this, hey, okay, become a Christian, and the next thing you're doing is spending the rest of your life in prison because you're going to go tell everyone everything you did, I'm not sure that is required. And as an example would be Paul. If you look at what Paul did in his conversion in Acts 9, he converts, and it says, and then he went straight out and started preaching Jesus is the Son of God. And it's like, wait a minute, he's supposed to be crying, and then he's supposed to be going around trying to be punished for the things he's done. That's what we hear from this community. That's what you're supposed to do. What did he do? He instantly started evangelizing. He went into ministry. So there's that. You know, another weird issue, which I didn't think of. We'll need to bring this up when it comes up more, but I always thought of this in a different context. I always thought of it a way as some evidence for an earlier dating of the Gospels, not particularly strong evidence, but some evidence. You know the story of a companion of Jesus pulling out his sword when they come to get Jesus, and it says a companion of, in Matthew, Mark, and Luke, it says there's a companion of Jesus or someone with Jesus, and they came to get Jesus, Garden of Gethsemane, and companion of Jesus pulls out his sword, goes right for the head of someone, hacks off his ear. And in Luke, it says Jesus healed the ear and so on. You look at the synoptics, it just says a companion of Jesus hit someone with a sword. You get to John, and it says it was Peter, and the guy's name that he hit with the sword was Malchus. So why don't the synoptics mention that it was Peter? Like, they're saying that this violent attack, this crime happened, and they don't mention that it was Peter. And they don't name the actual victim. Yeah, someone said, so he couldn't be prosecuted. I don't know that that's the case. I don't know that, but that's why I said I always thought of it as some sort of evidence for the earlier dating. So here's what you have, guys. You have the critical date. You have the critical dates of the critical scholars who say, well, Mark is the earliest gospel, and in the Gospel of Mark, Jesus predicts that the Romans are going to conquer Jerusalem and stuff and destroy the temple. That happens in AD 70, and so they say, okay, so they don't believe that Jesus could actually prophesy the future, so they say this must have been written after it happened, therefore they'll date Mark from around AD 70. Well, if Mark's the earliest and you're dating it at AD 70, then Matthew and Luke are sometime after that, and then John is after that, and they'll say John is last because it's the most theologically developed. You have other reasons for dating the Gospels earlier, and that usually starts with the book of Acts, because Acts covers all this stuff, and then it just stops at around like 61 or 62. It just stops. And all this other stuff that's really important in Christianity happens right after the book stops. You got the martyrdom of Paul, you got the martyrdom of Peter, you got the fall of Jerusalem. All that stuff would have been really interesting in the book of Acts. It just stops and doesn't include all this stuff. So you have some reason to conclude that it was written before all this stuff happened. Otherwise, why wouldn't you include all of these huge events if they just happen and you're writing it after them? I mean, they make some very important points. You're covering the martyrdom of Stephen and you're covering the martyrdom of James and so on. It's like, what, you're not going to include Paul and Peter and so on? So you have some good reason for dating the book of Acts around like 61 or 62. But Acts is part 2 of Luke Acts. And so Luke would be like, let's say a year earlier or something like that. But then Luke is quoting parts of Mark. And so Mark would be earlier than that. So Mark is now in the 50s and so on. Anyway, if you go with those earlier dates, then here's what you get. If Peter is martyred in mid 60s and Matthew, Mark, and Luke are written before Peter's death, these guys might have just been like, we're not helping you identify this guy, and you come lock him up for something he did back then. He's got more important stuff to do. He's training the entire church. And then he dies, and then John writes the Gospel of John, and I can tell you who that was now. He's not. I don't know that is the case. The point is, I'm not sure that you're supposed to make someone who becomes a Christian go and confess to all the things they've done, so that they can spend their lives being punished for those things and not just do other things that they could be doing. I'd be interested in what you guys think about that. Like, because there's something right about confessing the things that you've done and making sure that there's, justice for the things you've done, and trying to make things right with victims and so on. You see that with Zacchaeus and so on. He's like, hey, anyone I've defrauded, I'm going to pay them back fourfold and so on. So you have that, but should it be a goal in Christianity to go get locked up for the rest of your life or for some significant portion doing that and not doing other things that you could be doing? I'm not sure. We'll talk about that more when we go through other stuff. If repentance demands jail time, yep. I get needing to be kind, but Jesus did make a whip and when cleansing the temple. Yeah, there are different situations for different things. Julie doesn't seem to understand that biblical love isn't just a feeling, it's mostly action. Yeah, and you notice even in the commands to love, it's always connected to action, right? When Jesus says, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you, is a warm loving feeling about someone. Is that under the control of your will? I guess it could be, but you lots of times no. If you got someone who's done horrible things, you can't just say, okay, I'm gonna feel nothing but loving feelings about him. That may be impossible for some people. Can you pray for him? That is completely under the control of your will. That's completely under the control of your will. So even if this guy's been a horrible person to you your entire life and you just, I can't stand this guy, you know what? I'm going to pray for him. I'm going to pray for him anyway. That's under the control of your will. And you see this in other places. If your enemy is hungry, feed him. If your enemy is thirsty, give him a drink. All right. My enemy, this guy horribly bullied me all my life and he's just tormented me my entire life. Can I conjure up warm feelings about him? Maybe not. Can I feed him when he's hungry? Yes, I can. That's under the control of your will. So yeah, I have to say, love in Christianity is action-based. It's focused on what you're doing. Pretty sure this lady is, come on, man. I'm back on Team D Wood. Because of David's confession, I confess to my best friend's pastor and wife about my porn addiction since I was 11. Since then, I joined Relay and am 9 days abstinent of porn and lust. Praying for you, David. That is good to know. And yeah, so guys, this is what I'm talking about, that confession is important. It used to be a normal part of Christianity. It's in the Bible. Confess your sins to one another. Probably don't want to confess them to someone who's just going to try and destroy you over it. Would Julie say, since Paul was a murderer, he shouldn't be in ministry? I don't know. And when people bring up Paul, I'm like, it's a really different situation. Paul was so obsessed with doing the right thing that he was even willing to kill if he thought he was doing the right thing and serving God. So that's kind of a different from a guy who's, just pretty evil scumbag. But the point would remain that Paul was really violent in what he was doing and then wasn't, and spent the rest of his life serving God. And it's like, is he supposed to be doing that? Or should he have been trying to find ways to be punished for his sins so that he could get this version of justice somehow? Just for comparison, there is an 8-year gap between me and my wife. You pervert. That means when I was 18, my wife was 10. You sicko pervert. Just so everyone knows, that's your brother in Christ, Eric. We're friends. We got, what is this, man? People keep saying lesbian. Is she, or was that something she struggled with? I'm not going to hold people's past against them. I was sexually abused twice when I was 15 by 2 different men, and no, David should not be in jail. I would have no problem sitting down with David for a meal and good conversation. Then you should be running some of these ministries. Could distinction be made with who initiated it? Yeah, that is a distinction, who initiated something. Again, that doesn't justify doing something. So if a 13-year-old girl initiates some action with an 18-year-old, that doesn't mean that what the 18-year-old does is right. There is a distinction. Yeah, that there would be a distinction between like a evil manipulator initiating something with a 13-year-old girl or a 13-year-old girl. Yeah, so anyway, those are distinctions. But yeah, it doesn't, keep in mind, none of this makes things right. None of this makes what the 18-year-old does right. But there are different situations. The mob raged at Matt Damon for saying that smacking a girl's butt unsolicited was different from rape. Bill Maher lambasted. Yeah, I remember that. I thought about that in this whole situation where he's like, there can be differences. Smacking a girl's butt, that's not like this. And everyone, how dare you? Who are you to say this? And then he has to apologize and so on. It's like, guys, if your entire system is based on the idea that no bad thing is worse than any other bad thing, you can do it, you can say it, you can make it a requirement for being part of your community, but you're going to lose a lot of people with that. I stand behind you, David, not in a zoot sense. I was just thinking when I saw stand behind you, I was like, better not be in a zoot sense. I haven't seen anyone use a biblical argument against you being in ministry. Someone might point to 1 Timothy 3, but is an apologist equal to overseers and local leaders of church? Yeah, that's what I was thinking when you said you haven't seen them using biblical arguments against me being in ministry. That's what I've seen, people applying passages that are for church leaders and saying, well, YouTubers in the same category because people are watching you, and it's, I don't know. that sounds really, really weird. Because again, I'll grant it that someone could do something messed up and even after repenting, maybe shouldn't be a pastor. I shall use the most damaging of insults on David. David secretly watches Mike Winger's show every week. Haha, you see, you almost got banned there, Jack. But I'm in a mood of not being terribly judgmental for people's horrible behavior. Even the law makes distinction between what's considered statutory rape and rape aggravated sexual assault. That's why Romeo and Juliet laws exist. That's what I'm understanding. I mean, and again, the reasoning in that community is you don't want to minimize what has happened to a victim by qualifying it and saying, well, that's just statutory, as if that makes it okay. And so, but I don't know. I don't run their community, so they can decide how they're using words, but I don't see why you can't say, hey, it's bad what was done to you, but there's this other category of things that's also really bad, and there is a distinction between them. Because again, you can do that, and if it seems like they're saying this is how our community wants to use these terms, and okay, other people are looking at that and going, that doesn't make a lot of sense to us. The ecstasy of the eternal embrace of our Lord. Are teenage mothers victims of rape? Should 18 and up fathers be accused? Do the authorities report them? I guess it depends on the situation. That's why you have the Romeo and Juliet laws, where they understand that, like, if my mom got pregnant with me when she was 15, My dad was a drug dealer at the time. So they take that into consideration. If a couple gets pregnant, do you lock up the dude? Well, hang on, you're locking up the father of the baby. So do you do that, or do you just say, okay, we're gonna let them slide in the hopes that the family will be stronger with the mom and the dad and so on. Free Enoch Burke. Who's that? Is that guy in like Scotland or whatever? That's a weird situation. Royce, cancel Paul because of his pre-Christian life. D-Wood, and I have to say, and the people would say, well, Paul's different. I agree. Paul's a different category. But the things they're saying, no, you can't do ministry until you've gone and been punished. That's not what Paul did. He instantly started ministry as soon as he found out he was wrong. So when I mentioned three options that, you can weep and cry and be remorseful, you can figure out ways to be punished, or you can try to do something in the world to change things. Paul instantly went for three. He instantly went for three. The abuse victim advocate community. I'm not saying this about Julie Royce, but the vast majority of people I've seen are in the situation where they say 1 and 2 are the only options. 3 is not an option. You cannot go out and do something in the world. If you've done horrible things, you have to just be doing some combination of 1 or 2. And it's just really, really weird. D-Wood, I've seen your testimony video a dozen times, and it has helped me to do better as a Christian. Why was this part of your life left out of the video? Well, in my testimony video, I only focused on things that were actually relevant to, as part of the story of why I converted. Like attacking my dad was very relevant to the story. That's how I ended up locked up and things like that. So yeah, I was focusing on things. Guys, that video is 34 minutes long. If I just somehow added in everything I ever did wrong, it would have been like 10 hours long. And yeah, so. Did y'all read 1 Corinthians 6:9-11 on the stream yet? Did any of your accusers read it? Seems like they haven't read it before. Yeah, and there are people who have been pointing that out. At the same time, they will also learn to be idle, going from house to house and being not only idle, but also gossips and busybodies, discussing things they should not mention. Wikipedia changed their page on you, quoting Julie. That's interesting. I still have never read my Wikipedia page, so I don't know what changes. High ground lost. Sad day for Christianity. What high ground? What high ground has Christians lost? Unless you're in this, oh, well, you did this messed up thing when you were an atheist. How dare you? Weird stuff. I was a victim, and even I disagree with Julie. Yeah, lots of people disagree with Julie, but I'm assuming there's a reason for why they do things in their community, and so I don't know. So my question would be, is it worth it? Is it worth the fact that people aren't trusting you as much anymore because of the way things are going? Jesus forgives you, David, you repented. And the point people are making is just because you repent of something doesn't mean that you don't have to face consequences in this world. That's true. But I don't know. I don't know that you're always supposed to go and try to go to prison or something like that for things you've done. And in this situation, I don't even see how it's possible. But that's what's being required of me by most of the people in that community. From Sweden, I have no idea what you are talking about. Stop now. I was 13 and the girl was 13. Let's forget about all. No, guys, this discussion is not about me. There's an issue. I was not paying attention to it. I was not paying any attention to this community. But again, it's a community that needs to be there. There is important work that needs to be done. They are doing things. Some of them are doing things that are harmful and abusive. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about to other people, just in their interactions with people. And they have positions that make other people not trust them. And so it's like, wait, you need this community, but they're messed up in certain ways. So my view would be, okay, talk about those things, have a discussion, and maybe fix them. And then we can all be on the same page. Okay, first of all, who the heck is she to judge whether someone has truly repented or not? Can she see in your heart? Does she believe herself to be in Christ? Does she believe herself to be Christ? Don't know. Maybe the distinction of violent versus non-violent instead of forcible versus non-forcible would make it clear what you were trying to convey, or maybe not. That may be. I don't know what would be acceptable to them, because every time anyone tries to make any distinction between any two offenses, it's you're being a rape apologist or something like that. You know, David, I can't help but notice that since that stream, nobody is talking about AP's personal life anymore. Weird, right? Yeah, shocking. Don't know what happened. Meanwhile, Aisha 9, prepube, somehow okay. Well, according to the Dawa guys, but that's been exposed. Praise God, you and AP have really helped in my walk with Christ. God bless you and your families. Thank you. God bless you, D. Wood. Keep spreading the truth. I will. Sewing circle Christians offended when they find out a converted Christian was once a sinner before Christ. Pearl catchers. Yeah, guys, that is, again, I mean, how would I tell anyone I grow up with to become a Christian if the requirement is now you have to go and get locked up for all the stuff we did when we were younger? I don't know. It's really, it's a weird situation. And it needs to be addressed because it's really, really bad. To answer the question in the title, we all deserve death, but are saved by the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ. Paul and David did way worse. Also, I found the Injil. I don't think Paul did way worse than I've done. Not if you're factoring in everything. I found the Injil. No joke. Sent you an email, David. Oh, that's interesting. Found the Injil. Now we'll know what it is. You should ask for a pardon from Trump. Yeah, I'll try that. Julie Royce is holier than thou human. She first went after apologist Ravi Zacharias, then Pastor John MacArthur, and now David Wood. Well, she's apparently done some good work. So she is toxic, and she uses Christ and church for her toxic agenda. Yeah, guys, here's something that happens. I need to bring this up again because it's an important point. But Pulpit and Pen, guys, remember them? Pulpit and Pen. I think J.D. Hall and Seth Gunn, something like that. I don't remember. But there was, back in the day, way back in the day, if you go back 20 years, one of the most popular Christian speakers was Ergen Caner, ex-Muslim. Now, he was actually an ex-Muslim. He grew up as a Muslim, not particularly devout, converted to Christianity as a teenager, but started embellishing his story over time, and eventually got to the point where he was brought over here as part of a youth jihad movement to wage jihad and so on. It's like a ton of it was just made up. He fabricated a bunch of his testimony, and Muslims were calling him out for stuff. And then finally Pulpit and Pen put together everything that the Muslims were pointing out, and then they pointed it out. And he ended up losing his job, and then went somewhere else and so on. A bunch of things happened, but they exposed him, and they got popular for that, popular for bringing down a guy who was fabricating lots of his testimony. What happened? So keep in mind, in their minds, what they got wired to do. Guys, this happens. If you're doing things and all of a sudden something just makes you explode in popularity, now everyone's paying attention to you and they're praising you for the awesome work you did, your brain says, do that again with someone else. You know what they did next? They went after Nabil to try and expose him for making up his testimony. And I'm sitting there going, guys, I was there. This is not stuff he's made up. And they just kept going after him, saying he made up his testimony. Why? Well, you got one ex-Muslim and this made you real popular, and now you have another one to go after. That's obviously going to make you really popular. But anyway, there's something important here, that you can do something and expose something that gets you a lot of attention and gets you a lot of praise and your brain will want to do that again. So if you expose someone like Ravi Zacharias and you turn out to be right, and everyone's like, wow, how did we not listen to you? You were the one really doing this important work. Well, you can get hardwired pretty quick, like to want to keep doing it. And maybe other situations are significantly different and would require something else. But yeah, I think that's a lot of what's going on. This not just Julie. I'm just saying, like, psychologically, in a community, you can do something, and if that gets you a lot of attention, you need to be aware of the fact that you're going to want to do that again, and so you just need to be careful that you're doing it fairly and accurately. Oh, and by the way, I just want everyone to know, don't go attacking Julie. She's made some corrections, and we're going to be discussing these things. So I'm actually in contact through Mike Lacona and Debbie Lacona and so on with Julie. So we're going to continue discussing things and figuring out, like, is there any way for everyone to be on the same page here? Is there a way, or are we just hopelessly at odds on certain things? I'd love for things to work out and so on. But yeah, so don't go mouthing off to Julie and so on. Everyone already blasted her for things where they disagreed with her or thought that something was misrepresented and so on. So no need for anything else. She's not posting anything else on this. So she's already heard it all. She's already heard it all. You don't need to go after her and so on. And just hoping things work out. Let's see. Everyone needs Jesus' sacrifice to wipe the slate clean. Dr. Brown also did a lot of good, and his ministry was ruined by her. She is reaping what she sowed. Given what Jai read from her book on stream a few weeks ago, it's clear she is driven by selfish ambition. Love you, brethren. Yeah, I don't know, guys. Again, I heard from someone that I trust that she's done good work and so on. And it's weird because it's a similar situation, right? It's a similar situation where they're trusting people when they're talking about me. They're trusting people who don't know me and who don't know the context of things and saying, these are the people who know best. Who are the people who don't know? Well, the people who actually know David for years and have been following him for years and watched the entire live stream. Don't trust those guys. They can't be trusted. Who can be trusted? People who have no clue about anything, have no understanding of David, and saw a 2-minute clip. Those are the people who are reliable here. Okay. I think most of us would realize that's stupid, right? But here's this similar situation. Me, Jai, DOC, we didn't know AP, we didn't know who Julie Royce was, which means we don't know a lot about her. We're deciding a lot of things based on this situation, and then I guess Jai looked up some other things and so on. That's different from people who've been following her for years and following her work for years would probably be in a better position than we are currently to say what kind of person she is. And again, it was one person, but he said, hey, she's done a lot of good work. And she even said, like, she's wrong on this. She's getting a lot of things wrong on this. But the request was, hey, is there any way to avoid this doing some sort of permanent damage that will undermine other good work she might do? So I would like to see that. I would like to see this not undermined, like, whoever's right or wrong on any of these issues, hopefully this works out. And then moving forward, hopefully any mistakes or something like that won't be held against people. God bless you, David. At least you came back from the void. You have our respect. Yeah, that's kind of like an underlying thing here. It's so think about, like, all right, I hit absolute rock bottom in jail, then spent years in prison, and I've been dealing with jihadis for many, many years, taking care of disabled sons and just all kinds of things. And it's like, you guys are calling me a bunch of names and thinking I'm going to do what you want because you're calling me a bunch of names. It's like, how do you not know that wouldn't work? It's like, okay, I've been dealing with jihad. They're going to slaughter you. They're telling me for years they're going to slaughter me and my entire family for years. Or do what we say. Stop doing this. No, No, I'm going to do what I think I'm supposed to do. And if you don't like it, you can saw my head off, but I'm not backing down just because you're threatening me. And then after basically my entire life, we'll get you to do what we want by calling you names. It's like, oh gosh, we're starting over from the beginning here, guys. It doesn't work. Julie Royce website says restoring the church. What a joke. Termite destroying the church from within. I don't know, guys. I've heard positive things. As an abuse survivor, and there is no way I could possibly live with a psychopath and maintain my sanity, I totally support David's work and goals. He is my second favorite apologist on YouTube. And the first is obviously AP, who's listed as an apologist now. Won't they still need real evidence to arrest you? Yes, that's the point. You've got an entire community. Again, this is not Julie Royce, but a bunch of people in her community are saying the only way that David can be forgiven for any of this and so on is if he goes to prison and does his time for it. They just don't get how the legal system works at all. And it's like, why are you guys talking about things when you have no clue what you're talking about? So yeah, weird situation. It's called virtue signaling. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Definitely from some people. David, I know you are a new creation in Christ and you and your past are crucified with Christ. We love you. Thank you. Let the redeemed of the Lord say so. David will continue to be blessed and live a long life destroying Islam because the Lord will fulfill his purpose for him and his steadfast love endures forever. The ironic thing is that in a strange way, as ridiculous Julie has been, both she and David are advocating for the abuse of young girls, Julie by helping victims and David by exposing predatory of Islam. And that's something to think about, guys. I mean, at the end of the day, you've got people who are attacking me. There can be other issues involved. And again, let me put it this way. There's a real significant risk that if you are in a certain position where you are defending abuse victims and responding to abusers, you have to be careful because you're in such a position where that is such a good thing to do that you can end up extremely self-righteous. You can end up like your self-righteousness can grow and grow and grow, but that you can eventually get to the point where no one can even question you because if they're questioning you, they're obviously evil part of the abuser community. And you can't, and it's like that, you just went into a dangerous realm if now you're beyond question. And anyone who criticizes you or disagrees with anything you do is a rape apologist or something like that. That's seriously dangerous position to be in. And some of these people, I don't think Julie is, but some of these people are in that position and that needs to be addressed. But yeah, just keep in mind, we are on the same page. We are on the same page. We are ultimately trying to help abuse victims here. And Islam is very abusive and creates lots of victims. People supporting you mostly from a biblical standpoint and providing evidence of your consistency or character. Others bear a pretense of sincerity while not wanting to listen, knowing nothing about regeneration gospel. Yeah, and that's sort of an overarching issue is you wonder what the impact on the gospel is from all of this. If it's, I mean, with the people who are saying, David, you can only move forward, you can only even possibly move forward after you go to prison for it, which is impossible. It's like, I mean, it's not logically impossible. It could, in theory, happen. It's just so incredibly unlikely that it's not going to happen. It doesn't matter what I would have to go commit some other crime just to get locked up, right? So not going to happen. But think about this. What's the underlying assumption is you have to be punished. You have to be punished. You can't just be forgiven. You have to actually be punished. Well, okay, if I can't be punished by putting me in prison, what do you want? Like how many lashes? How many lashes? Like if I start listing things that I've done throughout my life, is this community going to tell me how many lashes I must get before I can be forgiven? It's like, how far are you guys willing to go before you recognize that there are gospel implications in the things that you're saying? D. Wood in the Hood took the heat for brotherhood. Watch Julie Royce take this out of context and say David justifies watching his mother get abused instead of apologizing. I have no doubt that they're going to take some clip. I'm not talking about Julie. I'm not talking about Julie, but definitely people are going to take clips out and say, oh my goodness, I can't believe they said this. They keep conflating the past sin with current sin. It's asinine and proof they don't know the gospel. You were literally a demented, criminally psychopathic youth, and God transformed that into a father, friend, and true believer. According to them, you still have to be punished for things. And if you're not, then have you really repented? That's the issue they bring up. You have an excellent way of still being respectful to these haters. I must, again, guys, it's all tied into, if you've noticed, I tend to work with people who have some kind of past or some issue with them, because you don't want to do bad things in life, but if you have, those things can help you avoid becoming too proud, too prideful. And so, yeah, you have in other words, I've only known a few people. Matter of fact, I can only think of two. No, I can think of three. I can think of three people who are really, really good and have just been really, really good Christians their entire lives, who don't end up obviously prideful or condescending towards other people. No, keep in mind, I know there are tons more, but as far as people I know who are really, really good, really goody two shoes type guys, most people can't pull it off, because you end up, if you're really, really good and you're just always better than everyone around you, you become super judgmental and looking down on everyone. But guess what? That's also bad. So yeah, it's only been a few people that I've known who can be really good and don't seem to have any issue with pride over it. So it's hard to pull up. I must say your proof of Jesus is the way you handle this. Hats off. Also because I couldn't stand it if I was the victim. Oh, you mean if they're coming after you like that? He responded by poking fun at the request, lol. Yeah, I did do that. The only reason why I knew why Julie Royce reported on David was because Sam Shamoon was posting on it and seemed happy about it. Yeah, Sam was, David destroyed. It's like, dude. How have I been destroyed, guys? I got a bunch of people calling me names. How is that causing any problems? I mean, I understand it can cause problems and so on, but how does anyone think that stops the dizzle? No, guys, it's the same with everything. Use a situation and figure out how it can actually help move something forward. Just keep doing that throughout life. Action 1 can be worse than action 2. That doesn't make action 2 better than action 1. It's a simple truth, but many people struggle with it. You see things objectively, and your faith won't ever be swayed by fleeting emotional states. That's good. Laughing face. Don't know what that was about. Response to Bethel Mulgrew's tweets on this. On this? I didn't see any from Bethel Mulgrew. When I was searching for things, I didn't see any, so I'll just search for it real quick, see if anything pops up. So you're asking for a response. This will depend on whether I can find it in very quickly, which will depend on how frequently she tweets and how many I have to scroll through. Oh, it doesn't seem to be a lot. Oh, hang on. Not on her page. I'm in the search. Hang on. But Bethel Mulgrew is super ridiculously smart. So if she's blasting away at me, I will definitely have to take it seriously. What did you say the date was? 21st of November. If it's David Wood must be destroyed, I will trust Bethel Mulgrew that I must be destroyed and humiliated and crushed. Never to show my face again. 23rd, 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 22nd, 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 22nd. What am I missing here? 22nd. Let's see. Kid spells bigwig as bigwig. Must protect him. Not that one. Got one about Tucker. Got Paddington. Got Ben Shapiro. Tucker Carlson. Mr. Darcy. Tucker again. Not me. Got Nick. Where is it? She posted a lot of stuff on the 21st. Gaza. I didn't see anything. I scrolled through her tweets. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, you can always tell me if there's a particular tweet. Post it in the comments afterwards. Check it out. Let's see. David. Oh, it might have been in her replies. Yeah, I was just looking at her posts. So yeah, I'll have to check it out afterwards because it'll take longer to go through her replies if she said something. David is so true, brave. Everyone has their skeletons hidden in a closet. David, if everyone in the world was as honest and repentant as you, well, yeah, and I think if more people were just honest about screwed up stuff they did, then other people wouldn't be as scared to come forward. It's like, oh, you mean this guy did some messed up and that guy and that guy? Wait a minute. Has everyone done messed up stuff? Okay. Hey guys, I did too. Here's what I did. I think that's actually better, but we're not allowed to do it. They looked at the dislikes and thought people didn't dislike the crime enough, whereas people dislike a video because they dislike a video. Yeah, people weren't voting on whether they approve of sex with 13-year-olds. The words to go with the smiley. Tommy Robinson starts going after Dawa. New video on his channel. Predator Hunter, Ali Dawa, and child marriage. Really? Yeah, I will definitely check that out. That's funny. The people that demand you step away from ministry are nothing but a brood of vipers. Their father, the devil, has them under great delusion. Yeah, I think it is. There were people like instantly, like Carson White now and stuff. He's instantly, David Wood needs to step down. It's like, from what? From making YouTube videos? I can't make YouTube videos. What can I do? You can go figure out a way to be punished. Shameful how Muslims support their prophet after knowing his sinful past. That makes them all guilty per accepted standards. Yep, the standards they're applying. They still don't understand why Christ sacrificed himself for the world, but they want to debate what they don't know and condemn you. They're free to condemn me if you condemn me based on something I've done, then, fair. If you're condemning me for something I didn't do or something you're misrepresenting, I kind of don't care, because even if you're wrong on that, I'm sure I've done worse that you don't know about. And so do your worst. Good on you, David. Wish more people would be open about their past sins like this. The world would be a much better place. Yep. That's a super sticker. Thanks. Christian YouTubers exposing church scandals and bad behavior. Why isn't there any Muslims doing the same? There's no concept of redemption in Islam. You occasionally do. You occasionally do. So we saw that with Muhammad Hijab's ex-wife, where you had behind veils, and they did a lot of work. But yeah, it's like they get attacked for it in Islam, like hard, for exposing terrible behavior. To anyone paying attention between streams, Mike Winger messaged him and David admitted to respecting him. Yeah, right. Great. Give your enemies more ammo, David. Not going to happen. What's insane is she'll de facto unknowingly be defending the next person she legit tries to expose because everyone will think she is crying wolf. Yeah, that is the concern, guys. That if you're exposing abuse, people need to trust you. Former criminal, former Paul the Apostle was not known as the hunter of Christians forever after salvation, but he should be, apparently. Wait until she learns about Saul of Tarsus. I think some people's point is that, like with your brother, some things remain a permanently dangerous situation. Not that I think that's you. I think some people's point is that with your brother, with some things remain a permanently dangerous situation. Yeah, they can. Free Enoch Burke. Is she going to confront Jesus on Judgment Day and complain why Moses, a murderer, led Israel out of Egypt, why the denier of Jesus, Peter, became the rock on which Jesus built the church on? Yeah, these guys might be unfit, all of them. Julie's a classic example of toxic femininity. She allowed herself to be controlled by emotions to the point where she conflates emotion with repentance. I don't know if it's like toxic femininity, because there are guys in this whole discussion too who are saying something similar. So yeah, I don't know enough about her. Why do we accept murderers and other heinous criminals currently in prison as Christians, but condemn those who are like David and have repented? Who did Christ say needs salvation? The sinless. Yeah, Jesus said that's another consideration. Jesus said he came for sinners. And it looks like we're telling sinners, hey, yeah, Jesus died for you, but get ready because you're spending the rest of your life in prison for your sins. My mom was 15. My dad was 18. When I was born, they were 16 and 19 and married. No one had any issue. No one mentioned pedophilia. Was I born in sin? No, you're basically similar. My dad was 17. My mom was 15 when they got pregnant. And so I was born when mom was 16 and dad was 19. Is the Night of Al-Zut disqualifying from ministry? That would be a tough one. Definitely disqualifies you from being a pastor or a true prophet. Is it not the healthy who need a doctor, but the sick? I have come to call the righteous. I've not come to call the righteous, but sinners to repentance. Mm-hmm. Jai DOC, your thoughts on the cool guy Mike Winger? Ha! Too bad they're gone. They would have nothing but bad things to say about Mike Winger. So you're lucky you're not here to. You're lucky they're not here to say them. The Holy Spirit gets to decide who he uses. People should follow their consciences, but they will be judged the way they judge others. If Dee would babysit my daughter, and if I come home, she would have perfected the Islamic dilemma. That would be funny. She'd be crushing it with the Islamic dilemma. Would you trust a UK convict with children? No. Totally different situation. Totally different situation. Boys as young as 12 or even 10 have been judged as adults for deleting people or even just robbery. Female teachers get no jail time. Pure BS. I don't know. No, they've locked up some of those female teachers. I've seen it. Can we really trust a guy who slew 200 Philistines just to steal their foreskins and use them to purchase a woman to be the king of Israel? No. Not to gossip, but I can't help but laugh at Sam's Faith Bulwark video 2 weeks ago where he defends David and wants to help him through this scandal. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't see that, but yeah, guys, I don't think I'm cooked. Such were some of you, but you're washed clean. David, show off your tats. Well, I can't. I mean, I could, but that'll have to be when I'm sitting up at some point. Karen, Christianity focuses on feeling. Me and other perverts repented. Thank you, David. Article draining so much IQ, I'm about to say shot. Don't get that low. I graduated in forensic psych. I'm confused. This is a professional. What type of psychologist is this? What is the personality Why is the personality assessment generalized? You got to know about that whole situation. Do you have any advice as a young Christian man on how I can get over my sin of lust and stop watching adult videos and masturbate? The only advice I would have is the advice I just gave. So whatever your church is or whoever your friends are, if you have some good Christian friends and so on, get a little group where you're comfortable sharing things. It'll be awkward. It'll be awkward at first, but you'll get used to it. And as you guys share with each other what you're struggling with, you guys can just having another person who knows what you're going through and then being able to talk to that person on a regular basis is massively helpful. So that would be the first step there. An old Doc Francisco song goes, love is not a feeling, it's an act of the will. Jesus didn't die for you because it was fun. He suffered and died because it had to be done. Pretty based. Mean man bed style. Hooty American woman morality is not Christianity. If China ever wipes us off the earth, at least that mistake will go with us. The fact that David is willing to sacrifice himself for his friends is one of the reasons why I admire him. He's a living testimony of God's power. I grew up on witch hunt stories, but it sounded weird. And then I saw what Done to You Now, or to Tyler Bowler from Turning Point USA reply section. Dozens, of women harassing him on X, saying he abused kids, committed adultery, and killed Charlie because Candace said he did without proof. Black pill. Candace is as toxic gets, as far as I mean, can you imagine if she hadn't started in there with that nonsense? You had Turning Point, you had Charlie Kirk get murdered. People saw the reaction of people who were celebrating it, and there was this massive recoiling from evil, and it looks like there's about to be this massive revival, and Candace just wrecked it. I mean, not there's still all kinds of good things that are going on right now, but that was toxic, man. Toxic and evil. Can't wait to see the Double guys use this to continue to shovel snow on the avalanche of apostasy. Yeah, they can't help themselves, guys. They can't help themselves. Veteran investigative reporter. Yeah, sure. And my name is Eve. To be clear, I'm not worshiping David. The fact that God changed an evil criminal into a good person is powerful. Plus, he helps strengthen my faith. Yeah, if you listen to some of the community for the abuse victims, I've done nothing but manipulate you to cover up all the things I'm doing behind the scenes. How come D. Wood isn't a victim with a mental condition? Oh, I could declare myself a victim in like 50 different ways, but yeah, I'd rather not be a victim. Keep in mind, I'm not dismissing like actual victims of horrible things. But I really have to wonder, like, if you could not view yourself as a victim and I don't know what's better. I don't know what's better, viewing yourself as a victim because you are. Keep in mind, if you are an actual victim, is it better viewing yourself as a victim or getting to the point where you don't view yourself as a victim? I don't know. I don't know these things. That's why I would not comment on it. All I can do is wonder certain things. New dilemma. If David is a rapist, then their prophet is too. Yes. If David is not a rapist, then the Dawa people are liars, i.e. not the best of people. For some people, being nice just doesn't work, including me. I got interested in Christianity only after being mocked by people like you. Before that, I thought Christians were punching bags. Yeah, I have to say, people wouldn't. When I was an atheist, Christians didn't want to argue over stuff. And it's like, no, we don't want to cause a scene here. I was actually in jail before I found a Christian who was willing to argue over stuff. And that actually interested me. You self-confessed, so why wouldn't this community applaud that instead of churning out slop content? I think they needed to go after someone. We're all 30 al-zut, not minors. Oh. Minors. When you end, send people to Apostate of Allah and I talking about the Bible harassing Sam. Yeah, guys, I think I saw it before, but how do you do that? How do you send someone to someone else's channel? We'll try it at the end. I think I just share the link and then everyone clicks on it or something like that. We'll see. When you end, send people to Apostate of Allah and I talking about the Bible harassing Sam. Oh, yeah, interesting. Yeah, so guys, that's Apostate of Allah. She was on my channel a while back. Thaddeus has been on my channel a bunch of times, so they're going to be live there. I have to go back and find that. Allahu Akbar. David, you should be bait booty in jail. I am Muslim. Look it up. What? Bait booty? I don't think I want to look that up. I started following David after watching David's testimony. I purchased a Bible 3 months ago and have started attending church after Charlie was shot. David, save this sinner. God bless him. Well, hopefully you believe Jesus saved you. But the tax collector standing far off would not even lift up his eyes to heaven, but beat his breast, saying, God, be merciful to me, a sinner. You may not beat your chest, but I see a redeemed person in you. Then you are a rape advocate, apparently. Having zero grace is super biblical, too, I've heard. Funny. Super biblical. I think what this woman really wanted to say is that psychopaths can't genuinely repent of their sins, but that would make her look insensitive also. No, I don't know what she thinks about any of that, but I know there are people in that community who think that. This lady is jumping to an erroneous conclusion based on faulty evidence, then using that conclusion to come to many other conclusions. Seems like the old computer science statement, GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. Did you ever listen to Akon's Locked Up in Jail? Not that I know of. Wow, I am hating D. Wood. This is just awful. Good. It's amazing how even revealing the worst aspect of your past didn't go to waste, but yet somehow it's being used to shine the truth and the light on Islam's darkness. You are not just an amazing apologist, David. You're an amazing Christian as well. Love you, brother. And we all love you, Eli. These are, guys, these are good times. We want to end this month with a bang. We got over 3 weeks left. We want to end the worst year in Dawa history with a bang and then make 2026 even worse. Royce tried to paint John MacArthur living an extravagant lifestyle because his house rose in value over decades of living there. Smear merchant. Yeah, I can't comment, so I don't know. But you can't always fix what happened in the past, but being obedient to God's will in your life can be a way. It would be God's way to hold us accountable. Yeah, I have to say, again, going back to the 3 options, it's like there are certain circumstances where I would say, okay, I have to go fix this and accept punishment or something like that. But you're talking like 99% of the time, I would automatically go with doing something to fix something in the world. And there's definitely a distinction between committing statutory rape pre-conversion versus committing while in active ministry as a church leader. Yeah. D. Wood, has anyone told you that you resemble the character of Benaiah? It is very admirable and loyal. I pray for that same strength. God bless. I always liked his name and his description in the Bible. I don't even know why, but he was pretty cool. My sins in my past is worse than the ones David revealed. Worse than trying to murder your dad with a hammer? You need to be locked up permanently. I hope I'm not giving away any secrets here, but I do appreciate how you intentionally became the lightning rod for your friend, a new Christian. Yeah, guys, it's actually not some like big thing. I'm just somehow wired where I don't care if people are attacking me and insulting me. And it usually is like funny, and it's weird because it gives me a burst of energy. Here's what's weird. So like if people would tick me off, before I was a Christian, I would get like this burst of energy because I would like start planning how to destroy them or something like that. Then after I became a Christian, I didn't want to destroy people anymore, but I'd still get the burst of energy if people are like, people are being like really nasty or something. I still get the burst of energy. It's just, they're created in the image of God. I don't want to like destroy them or something, but I still get the burst of energy, but then I can use it for whatever I want. Like, I haven't slept, I don't think, more than 4 hours per night. I mean, it's usually in the morning for me when I go to sleep, but I've been going like 4 hours of sleep per day for, I don't know, like 5 or 6 days. And at first I kept trying to fall asleep, and I told my wife, and I was like, I think I just have tons of energy right now, and I don't need much sleep because stuff going on. So again, I still get these bursts of energy. I just don't use it for destroying stuff unless it's Islam. The worst name I will call David, Wingeling. That is the worst insult anyone could give. Would one of those good people be a Star Wars nerd? Why you guys keep bringing up the worst person in the world? I'm trying to get positive right now. As per me, what you did was unforgivable, but thank God for the sake of both of us, I am not the one in charge of forgiving sins. Let's see. The hypocrisy of Julie Roy is astounding considering what she bragged about on her biography, especially since it involved a younger girl. Yeah, guys, I still can't, I'm not going to criticize her for stuff done in the past. Hey, D. Wood, if you were to convert to Islam right now, how would the Ummah justify your past sins? Oh, they just say the moment you converted to Islam, everything is forgiven. That's what they did with Andrew Tate. You just converted, everything is washed clean. Effeminacy is a sin also. Feminine morality, males. My sins would not get me in legal trouble, but it would probably be social ending yourself, even if it happened in my childhood and had to fix it as a young adult. Yo, David, I'm a Christian who loves apologetics. You bake Muslims all the time, but I'm scared that Islam could be true and I could go to hell. Oh, my goodness. Based on what? Why would you think it's true? Look at any of their arguments. We've destroyed them all. Then they recycle and go back to other arguments that we destroyed 20 years ago and they gave up. But now people forgot about them, and then they bring back those arguments that we've already destroyed. That's what's going on right now. So, yep. No. I seriously can't see any way that Islam could be true. Google Uthman name meaning. Read AI for laugh. I'll do that right now. Let's see. Uthman name meaning. Oh, that's funny. That is funny. It says Uthman is an Arabic masculine name that literally means baby bustard, a type of bird. That's funny. Baby bustard is funny. Apparently there's a bird called a bustard, but that's just funny. David, you are the legend for this generation, for apologetic you are, for forgiving of your past sin. May God keep you and bless you. Let's see. Thanks for supporting David's ministry, Muslims. You're guilty of helping spread the gospel. Thank you and God bless you. And then last one here. David should go to jail and repent for mocking Mike Winger. That's probably the only valid point. All right. So I wanted to look for that. Guys, we're going to go check out after this. Especially if you're still want something to look at, go check out. Gosh, why can't I get the link? Go check out Apostate of Allah over on Reason Answer. She's there with Thaddeus. I'm still not entirely sure on how to do this. I think I just share the link and people click on it and then it connects them and so on somehow. So let me find that. Okay, Reason Answer's here. Okay, looks like they're already live, guys. Looks like they're already live. So I'll share the link to that. Let's see. Go back. Did want to just get a picture of the poll so we can see how many rape apologists there are. 80% are, according to that community, rape apologists. Again, guys, don't harass Julie over anything. People have already mentioned things where they disagree with her, and we'll be talking here in the near future. So we'll see where things go. We'll keep you all updated. I will be back to cover some of the other stuff from other people probably this weekend. We'll see what happens. But all right, so here's a link, guys. That's the link to Reason Answers, where we've got, is this working? I just clicked on it, and then I'm getting a spinning wheel, but I know they're live. Oh, there we go. All right, guys, check that link out. I think that's all you have to do it. So jump over there. Apostate from Allah. Got to support her work. She's doing awesome stuff and helping expose Islam. What is this? Oh, Thaddeus said thanks. Oh, so I guess that did it. All right. All right, everyone. We'll see what happens next. What is this? Oh. Last one here. I would probably get 700 years in jail, but Jesus saved me. Yep, that's good. All right, everyone. Catch y'all next time. And whether you are in the abuse survivor camp or you're over here, let's all make sure we protect some victims of abuse one way or another. Catch y'all next time.